Warzone Fenris. 10,000 years have passed since Prospero burned. 10 millennia of war and darkness, during which time much has been forgotten and more erased. Yet there are those who know the truth of that terrible day, when the thousand suns felt the Emperor's wrath for their sorcerous transgressions. Some maintain that good intentions led the thousand suns down the road to damnation. Others assert that the Legion were warp-touched sorcerers who deserved their fate. Whatever the truth, the sorcerers of Prospero were judged wanting by the Emperor, and their sentence was carried out by the assembled might of the Space Wolves. Like fiery comets, the wolves of Fenris fell upon Prospero's capital city of Tisca, and drop pods in their hundreds scarred the blue skies black with their smoking trails. The thousand suns wielded forbidden sorceries in their desperation, and wrought great destruction in the Space Wolves' ranks. Still, though, the 15th Legion fought with all their strength and guile. They could not stand before the Fenrisian savagery. The Space Wolves tore through one Prosperine battle line after another. At their head charged the ferocious warriors of the 13th Great Company. These were the wolven kind, the most feral and savage of an already ferocious Space Marine Legion. Before the roaring bolters and snarling chainswords of the 13th Company, the sons of Prospero fell in their dozens, until it seemed there could be no hope for their survival. But Leman Russ's invading legion would be denied their final victory by the Thousand Sons Primarch, Magnus the Red. By his fell magic did the surviving Thousand Sons escape judgment, fleeing into the Eye of Terror through a scintillating portal, and swearing vengeance upon those they had once called brother. The Space Wolves' hunt was done. Prospero had been razed, while the strength of the Thousand Sons was broken and their remnants fled. With full-blown civil war raging throughout the Imperium, Leman Russ judged that his legion's strength was needed elsewhere. However, not all of the Wolf King's sons withdrew. The 13th Company pursued the Thousand Sons through their portal, intent on finishing the hunt. Some claim they did this upon the orders of their Primarch. Others say that a madness took the wolven kind that day, and made them deaf to the Wolf King's words. Whatever the truth, the 13th Company chased their prey deep into the swirling madness of the Eye of Terror, and there they disappeared. They have not been seen since. Horror on Nurades. The warp storm that engulfed the black hive world of Nurades did so with terrible fury. Its onset was sudden, unheralded by dark portents or empiric disturbance. One moment, the crowded hive world span on as it always had. The next, the planet's skies lit with kaleidoscopic flame and the laws of nature went irrevocably mad. Mutation and cannibalistic insanity ran rampant through the trillion-strong populace until the hive cities rang to the screams and gunfire of heretic rebellion. The planet's bedrock convulsed as twisted spires of bone forced their way up from below. Blazing skulls rained from the skies, and wherever they struck, tides of gibbering demons spilled forth to attack the beleaguered planetary defense forces. Seeing the damnation of his world looming, the planetary governor had his astropaths send a desperate cry for help. It did not go unanswered. Weeks passed, and the planet's doom seemed certain. Just when the last embers of hope were burning out, the sea of stars parted for the onset of the Death Wolves. The great company of Lord Harold Deathwolf, Space Wolf attack craft, punched through the atmosphere firestorms at blistering speed. The warriors on board, hungry to win glory, and rescue Nurades' people from their fate. Gunships and drop pods plunged to the planet's surface, their blue-grey hulls emblazoned with Lord Deathwolf's ravening jaw heraldry. From within these craft, the Space Wolves surged forth to begin their hunt. Mounted upon his huge Thunderwolf, Icetooth, the Wolf Lord led one lightning-fast attack after another to reclaim the tainted world. At the feet of the monolithic hive Predomitus, the unstoppable charge of Harold's Thunderwolf cavalry shattered the demonic battle line, and, after a savage and costly battle, saw a great cohort of blood demons banished back to the warp. Amid the clanking maze of the Industrium Subterraneal, the Deathwolves fought a hit-and-run war against the massed demonic cavalry of the Zentian herald Slivereist. They emerged from this labyrinthian hell bloodied but victorious, before going on to break the siege of Hive Genos and rescue the governor himself. As weeks of hellish warfare ground by, Deathwolf remained cold and confident, his military experience and hunter's intuition allowing him to keep his abhorrent foes off balance. With the warp fires dying in the skies, the Deathwolves pushed into the northern polar reaches. Here, a last enclave of demons had claimed a string of abandoned fortifications, long rumoured among the Nuridian peoples to be cursed. Fenrisians are nothing if not superstitious, but after the hellish ordeal of the preceding weeks, it would take more than local legend to turn them back. They pushed cautiously forwards into this last stronghold, weary of some final chaos trick. And that trick came. As the Deathwolves neared the heart of the abandoned fortifications, looming tumble-down bastions and bunkers flared with hellish light, as demons sprang gleefully from behind veils of illusion to attack in ambush. Grey Hunters and Bloodclaws were blasted to ash where they stood, as a rain of demonic fire seared down from the battlements above. Snorting juggernauts stampeded into the Space Wolves' midst, smashing power-armored bodies right and left, while their bloodletter riders lashed out with smoking hellblades. Everywhere, moonlit stillness shattered into mayhem as the Deathwolves found themselves fighting on all fronts. Despite the Space Wolves' caution, the surprise of the attack was total, and Harold Deathwolf cursed whatever unnatural trickery had confounded his senses. Still, the Space Wolves fought back hard. Raising bolters and flamers, they blazed away into the enemy's midst, sending sprays of demonic ichor flying. Harold himself led a vicious countercharge, he and Canis Wolfborn hacking their way through a droning mass of plague-bearers in an attempt to break free from the trap. They were swiftly driven back, as more warp flame rained from on high, flung by Zentian demons that capered across the rooftops. The Deathwolves found themselves caught in a swiftly tightening noose, pelted from above by wave after wave of mutating fire. Fangs bared, they fought back to back, hugging what cover they could against the Zentian bombardment. It was a defiant display, but Harold Deathwolf could see that if something drastic were not done soon, his warriors would be annihilated. The Wolf Lord's scowl deepened as he gave orders for his Thunderwolf cavalry to mass around him. They would stage a last charge, buying time for their brothers on foot to escape. It was then that the hackles rose on Harold's neck. Massive figures were suddenly loose amongst the demons on the rooftops, tearing into the horrors with astonishing savagery. Ichor rained down on the battle, replacing the devastating firestorm of moments before. The Deathwolves raised a howling battle cry, and their eyes widened in amazement as it was answered by a monstrous baying from the figures above, dispatching the last of their gangling prey. The massive warriors leapt from the rooftops, slamming into the demon horde with their clawed limbs swinging. For a brief moment, Harold Deathwolf simply gaped in shock. The figures were huge, bestial terrors spattered head to toe in demon's blood. But as they tore into the reeling foe and the death wolves rallied to the fight, there could be no mistake. The battered power armor and canine features of the newcomers marked them beyond a doubt as warriors of the Space Wolves. From the moment the newcomers entered the fray, the tide of battle turned. The hulking beast warriors moved with terrifying speed, stabbing and raking with claws, fangs, and jagged punch daggers. No demon could stand against their sheer animal ferocity. Buzzing plague drones were torn from the air, even as bloodletters and plague bearers were disemboweled or torn limb from limb. Seizing their chance, the death wolves surged forward with howls of fury. Axes thunked into unnatural flesh. Demonic limbs and heads tumbled in sprays of sizzling gore. Longfangs, at last given the space to fight on their own terms, sent murderous volleys into the collapsing lines of the enemy. At the heart of the carnage, Harold the Deathwolf fought furiously to avenge his fallen packmates, even as he hacked and hewed, dodged and blocked. But the Wolf Lord's eyes were ever on the newcomers. Torn and blasted into submission, the last of the demonic horde fell. With their demise, a quiet descended upon the moonlit ruins. The wind sighed forlornly between the crumbling structures. Grit and spent casings crunched underfoot as the deaf wolves recovered their fallen. In the sudden calm, all eyes turned to the newcomers. The huge figures had drawn together into a pack, lurking amid the pooling shadows of a ruined bastion. Though their bestial features were obscured, their eyes reflected the moonlight and shone like chips of ice in the gloom. No space wolf made any move to approach. All held back in deference to their alpha. Harold the Deathwolf swung down from Ice Tooth's broad back and stalked slowly towards the growling newcomers. The Wolf Lord kept his hands well away from his weapons, wishing to offer no sign of hostility. He kept his back straight and his eyes forward, locking his stare with the unblinking gaze of the largest feral warrior. Slowly, pace by pace, Harold walked from moonlight into shadow until he stood before the massive figures. Even hunched, the creatures looked down upon Lord Deathwolf. Their long, powerful limbs and broad chests were barely encased in ragtag power armor, while their faces were lupine and bestial. Around them hung an acrid reek, a mingling of space marine combat stimulants and animal musk. Deathwolf saw intelligence in their amber eyes, and recognized a twisted echo in his own features, in those of the beasts before him. It was the faded insignia on the warrior's armor that truly made Harold's hearts beat faster. There, unmistakable, even beneath a plethora of scratches and dents, was a Fenrisian symbol not seen for 10,000 years. Twisted and monstrous though they undoubtedly were, the newcomers bore their heraldry of the 13th Great Company, the mark of the wolven kind. The largest of the bestial warriors loomed over Harold for a long moment, a rumbling growl shuddering deep in the beast's chest, before he dropped heavily to one knee. The gesture signified warrior nobility, and in swift succession his hulking packmates followed his lead. Harold Deathwolf placed one gauntlet upon the shoulder of the creature's leader, urging him to stand once more. The Wolf Lord spoke then, his words pitched too softly for the warriors of the Great Company to hear, yet none could miss the slurred, snarling response of the newcomer's pack leader.
We are brother. We are wolven.
The hollow moan of the wind filled the silence that followed. Then Harold Deathwolf turned away and marched back to where Ice Tooth stood, with his hackles raised and metallic fangs bared. Harold barked out orders as he went, jolting his gaping warriors into sudden motion. The Death Wolves were done with this world, announced the Wolf Lord in a tone that brooked no argument. The demons were banished, and the planetary governor was well capable of pacifying his rebellious population on his own. This new matter took precedence over anything else. These wolven, Harold decreed, must be brought back to the Fang without delay. If they truly were what they seemed to be, then their appearance was momentous in the extreme. As the space wolves made ready for extraction from Nurades' surface, none could mistake their lord's grim mood, nor could they misinterpret his order for an armed honor guard of grey hunters to accompany the wolven at all times. It was clear to the Death Wolves that this historic moment had brought Harold Deathwolf not joy, but deep disquiet. Mere weeks after the incredible discovery made by the Death Wolves, Chapter Master Logan Grimnar gathered his wolf lords within the Fang. They had made all haste in returning to their home world, and it was considered a good omen that the Sea of Stars had parted calmly before their passage. Now Grimnar and his lieutenants took their places around the Grand Annulus to debate the return of the Wolven. A difficult matter lay before the Wolf Lords. What did the return of these 13th Company brothers mean, and what was to be done about it? Grimnar began by revealing that, in the wake of the discovery on Nurades, further warp storms had been detected over Imperial worlds from Atraban to Fimnar. The phenomena were scattered, but their distinctive empiric signatures stood out like beacons. Though his speech was limited, the wolf pack leader, who called himself Ingvar, had repeated over and over that more brothers were coming, and that they were born upon the wings of the storm. Ulrich the Slayer now spoke up. To the wolf priest's obvious frustration, Ingvar could articulate little about his past. But surely, asserted Ulrich with eyes alight, the appearance of the wolven was an omen. Russ's own return must be at hand. At this, the hall of the Great Wolf exploded with shouting. Gunnar Redmoon demanded to see Ulrich's proof of this wild claim, even as Jarl Grimblood warned that this omen might in fact be of a darker sort. Egil Ironwolf questioned whether they even knew that these creatures were really the wolven kind. If so, was their bestial form some terrible perversion of the Canis Helix, or a doom that all the space wolves faced in time? Eric Morkai growled back that it didn't matter, so long as they could serve as suitably deadly weapons. At the same time, Bran Redmore surged to his feet in a rage, demanding to know whether Ironwolf thought the same of his famously savage warpacks. So it went on, tempers flaring and insults flying, until finally Crom Dragongaze demanded they consult Bjorn the Fell-Handed. A tense hush fell as Ulrich had revealed he had already tried to do so, but that the ancient would not awaken. Ragnar Blackmane spoke up into the silence. It did not matter, he said, whether the wolven were a gift or a curse. The first priority must be to gather them swiftly, before anyone else did so. Should the Inquisition, or even some of their brother chapters, encounter the returned wolven, uncomfortable conclusions would undoubtedly be drawn. Though this was met by snarled oaths, all knew that Blackmane was right. There was no further debate as Grimnar issued his decree. The great companies would voyage to the sites where the warp storms raged. They would recover their wolven brothers and would treat them as honored Fenrisian warriors unless the truth proved them to be otherwise. In return, these returned warriors might lead the Space Wolves to their long-lost Primarch. Upon the orders of the Great Wolf, Iron Priest Sword Fang moved amongst the wolven with his retinue of servitors. Grimnar had decreed that Sword Fang must arm and armor the wolven, readying them to fight alongside their brothers. Cautious at first, the Iron Priest soon became used to the feral warrior's presence. Indeed, the more time he spent around the wolven, the more the Iron Priest found himself filled with a restless energy that he directed into his works. The first step was to determine what of the wolven's archaic war gear could be salvaged. The battle plate worn by the bestial warriors was little more than scrap. All the same, they seemed reluctant to part with the familiar apparel. 2 servitors were dismembered by angry claw swipes before the wolven were finally parted from their battered armor. It was replaced by power armor, forged by Fang's own hand, its dimensions enlarged and systems adapted to accommodate the wolven's hulking frames. Once armored, the wolven took quickly to their new gear, the enhanced power output lending them speed and strength in excess of anything they had known before. The punch daggers wielded by Ingvar and his packmates were clearly effective weapons, but it did not take an Iron Priest's practiced eye to see that with their massive muscular frames the wolven could bear larger and more potent weaponry with ease. After overriding the objections of Harald Deathwolf's sentries, the Iron Priest began weapons trials with a will. To his surprise, Fang found the wolven initially reticent. The huge warriors handled chainswords and axes clumsily, the weapons dwarfed in their huge fists. The feral warriors abandoned such weapons when goaded to battle by the practiced servitors Fang provided as opposition, preferring to tear the cyborgs limb from limb. Undaunted, the Iron Priest increased the size and heft of the weapons, while avoiding anything overly complex. Finally, he met with gratifying success when several of the wolven took to the use of thunder hammers and storm shields. With their massive strength, the wolven were able to wield these weapons with breathtaking speed, smashing apart one combat servitor after another. The Fang's ancient halls are decorated with relic weapons that date back through the millennia. Many have hung in situ for so long that the Fenrisians saw them as nothing but martial decoration. It was one of these weapons that a wolven warrior took up on the 9th day of the trials, his claws wrapping around the haft of a great frost axe with the hesitancy of dim memory. Fang watched as the wolven hefted a weapon long thought purely ceremonial. The Iron Priest's eyes widened as the wolven suddenly roared and bisected a marble statue with a single thunderous swing. Once the alarmed grey hunters had been talked down from riddling the axe-wielder with bolt shells, Fang was able to fully consider this revelation. If one relic weapon had been made for wolven hands, perhaps there were more. Had such warriors existed in the chapters past, or had their eventual existence been predicted? The search that followed produced further frost weapons of prodigious size, as well as an impulse-triggered grenade module that integrated seamlessly with the wolven's distinctive pattern of neural activity. Giving orders for the search to continue, Fang hurried to furnish Grimnar with his report. The wolven were ready for war. The hunt begins. A grim and jagged world, the planet of Svartgul, had provided a rich source of precious ores for the Imperium. Worked for centuries by smoke-belching rig cities, the planet's hide was gnarled and scarred, while its thin atmosphere had been rendered barely breathable. The damage wrought by the Imperium had only been worsened by the demons of the warp. Churning madness met the Deathwolves as their warships burst from the Empyrean. The localized warp storm acting as the Deathwolves' beacon had engulfed Svartgul, and now its energies battered at the Fenrisian ships. Void shields crackled and hull plates groaned as the warp storm pushed billowing tendrils through into real space. Servitors chattered madly at their stations, spooling nonsense or bursting into flames. Every ship in the fleet sustained damage as they rode out the furious warp tides. Vessels and crewmen alike transmuted into ice, dust, or sloping ectoplasm. Harald Deathwolf cursed as he stood on the bridge of the Alpha Fang, listening to the reports. Such was the import of the Space Wolves' duty that they weathered the storm regardless. The fleet would have to withstand orbit long enough to locate and extract the wolven from the world below. As the Space Wolf sensors swept Svartgul, it rapidly became clear that rescuing their lost brothers, if they were even down there, would be a challenge. A cacophony of terrified screams and helpless pleading clogged every Vox frequency, except for those that resounded to booming inhuman chants or spine-chilling demonic whispers. Harold Deathwolf surmised with a heavy heart that this world was a lost cause and its people beyond rescue. The remote auguries confirmed that every last one of Svedgul's huge, ambulatory rig cities was overrun by unnatural horrors. Many rigs were already blazing charnel houses, and more than one of the piston-legged mining settlements had become possessed biomechanical predators, rampaging across Svardgul's desolate surface to prey upon their still inanimate fellows. Harold reasoned that there was only one way to find the proverbial icicle in the snowdrift. His great company were trackers and hunters without compare, but could not use their skills trammelled on their ships. The only way to find the wolven was for the Death Wolves to deploy to Svardgul's surface, scouring the world's habitable zones for their quarry. It would take time, but if anyone had sharp enough senses for this hunt, it was the Death Wolves. Hunting parties of wolf scouts and grey hunters scattered to remote regions of the globe, hoping to pick up the trail of the wolven. Following a prickle of intuition, Harold had his strike force put down at the last known site of the planetary capital, Rig Delta. The Space Wolves were awed by the destruction that met their eyes upon landing. The towering Rig City had strode across the planet's rocky surface upon 8 immense piston-driven legs. It was these limbs that had carried Rig Delta off a high precipice to be smashed apart upon the plains below. Wreckage and mangled corpses stretched as far as the eye could see, curdled demonic ichor dripping and pooling among the remains of the city's slaughtered populace. Even over the stench of blood, the wolven detected an unmistakable scent. With halting words, pack leader Ingvar reported to Lord Deathwolf that he and his brothers smelled wolvenkind to the south, mingled with the dried brimstone stink of demons. The source of the wind-borne scent was many miles distant, but the fact that Harold's force had located it at all was nothing short of miraculous. They had expected this hunt to last many weeks, and hope for a successful conclusion had not been great. The Death Wolves gave praise to Russ for this omen before setting out in pursuit, but Harold remembered the strange intuition that had brought him here, and his disquiet grew. The Space Wolves' loping strides ate up the miles as they crossed the plains beneath the weird, whirling aurorae of the warp storm. Moaning faces and hellish sigils formed and dispersed across the upper atmosphere, but the Space Wolves ignored them. Their wolf scouts ranged ahead, the wolven kin to their flanks, while the Storm Wolf gunship Runeclaw followed behind, the Death Wolf Bloodclaws forming a flying reserve within its capacious hold. Cresting a rocky ridge, Harold looked down upon a scene of madness. The Shatterfields had once been a rich mining site, but years of excavation had left the whole area a broken expanse of spoil mounds, jagged ravines, and dry, cracked plains. Down amid this desolation, the Death Wolves' keen eyesight picked out the distant, hulking figures they had come to find. The wolven were already locked in battle with a great mass of demonic foes. The bestial warriors were vastly outnumbered and had retreated into an area of sharp rocks where the enemy were forced to come at them piecemeal, as flaming chariots swept overhead, trailing warp flame, and demonettes stabbed at the wolven. It could not be long before the 13th Company brothers were overwhelmed. Harold Deathwolf hesitated for a long moment to top the ridge, before at last raising his frost axe and signaling the attack. There were no howled war cries as Strike Force White Stalker began to lope into a run, then a charge. The horde of demons before them was completely fixated on the wolven and had not yet realized that the death wolves were upon them. Harold and his warriors would make the warp spawn pay for their lack of caution. Strikeforce White Stalker ploughed into the enemy's rear ranks with the sudden ferocity of a wolf pack at the kill. Pink Horrors was shredded by Boltifer. The rubbery blue simulacra that burst from their corpses cut down in turn. Trailing Slaneshi fiends were chopped to offal by roaring chainswords, while the demonettes that accompanied them fell to searing plasma fire. At the heart of the Shatterfields, the wolven caught scent of their saviors and raised a mighty howl, fighting all the harder with claw, fang, and punchblade. Their kin amongst the Death Wolves' ranks returned the baying corps, hacking and bludgeoning a path into the demons' ranks in their desperation to rescue their brothers. Taken wholly by surprise, the demons had seen their numbers cut in half. Such entities knew nothing of fear or panic, though, instead responding with spiteful rage. A burning sky host wheeled above the battle, the Zentian demons plunging down upon their foes with lethal intent. Unnatural chariots whipped over the Death Wolves' lines, their passengers hurling comets of etheric fire that blasted grey hunters to ash, or hurled them smouldering and mutating through the air. Screamers swept through the Space Wolves' ranks with unnatural grace, lopping off heads and slamming bone spikes through breastplates. In response, Harold ordered Runeclaw into the fight. The Storm Wolf gunship swept low, its embarkation ramp winding down and allowing the blood claws of the Death Howls to spill forth into the fight. The young warriors gave voice to a mighty war cry as they added their strength to the Death Wolf advance. Harold Deathwolf led his wolf guard deeper into the Shatterfields with the baying wolfkin close on their heels. The wolven were still fighting for their lives, and though the enemy ranks were thinning fast, they could not hold out alone. Heavy paws pounded the rocky ground and massive fangs glinted in the boreal light as the Thunderwolves charged headlong through the foe. The sheer bulk of the Thunderwolves was enough to smash lesser demons out of the way. Demonettes and horrors vanishing beneath the beast's claws or being torn apart by the Fenrisian wolves that loped in their wake. Bounding Zentian flamers spat forth mutagenic fires that engulfed the brave wolf guard, Veigar Helmfang. The storied warrior bellowed in agony as his flesh and armor ran like wax, bone tentacles bursting through the stringy mass to impale his steed. Howling their wrath, the remaining wolf guard and their lord smashed into the flamers. They chopped the fungal monsters apart with vengeful savagery before pushing on once more. Harold and his packmates were nearing the heart of the battle, a spear tip driven into the heart of the prey. Seeing the Thunderwolves approaching, the Zentian herald that commanded the demons had loosed his most potent weapons. Clanking and hissing, a host of soul grinders now surrounded the wolven pack. The demon engines roared as they swung huge iron claws and crackling blades at the 13th Company brothers, moving with incredible speed. The wolven evaded each blow. Showers of shattered stone exploded from the ground as piston-powered claws crashed down. In return, the feral warriors slashed and battered at their attackers, denting armored limbs and ripping free great chunks of demon flesh. Even as the riders of Morkai neared the fight, one of the soul grinders plunged its blade through the chest of a luckless wolven before ripping it out sideways in a jetting explosion of gore. The remaining wolven went berserk, their pack leader launching himself high to slam into the torso of the soul grinder before hammering his punch daggers repeatedly through its face. As the demon engine reeled, the Thunderwolves crashed into the fight, the wolf guards swinging their thunder hammers to smash the soul grinder's legs out from under it. The monstrous machine toppled, the wolven pack riding it to the ground before ripping its head clean off its shoulders. He rose, holding his grisly trophy high and howling in feral triumph. Harold and his wolf guard fought all the harder in response to that primal sound, Fenrisian wolf packs leapt and bounded nimbly between the soul grinders' stamping legs, while the space wolves hacked and hewed. Sparks showered as frost blades and thunder hammers smashed demonic iron and brass. A wolf guard was blown from his saddle by the point-blank fire of a harvester cannon, while another was crushed by a stamping metal leg. A point-blank stream of acidic bile dissolved a whole pack of Fenrisian wolves in a single horrific blast. Another soul grinder was brought down and smashed to scrap. But the third swung one mighty fist and snatched Harold Deathwolf from his saddle. Pistons cracked and servos groaned as the claw began to contract, and the Wolf Lord snarled in agony as his armor and bones began to fracture and crack. Out of nowhere, one of the wolven lunged in to grab the claw's pincers. Roaring with the strain, the hulking warrior pulled as hard as he could until painfully the iron talons creaked open. Pistons buckled and ichor spurted from burst cables as the claw gave way, Harold sliding free to crash to the ground. The enraged wolven tore the soul grinder's forelimb off altogether and, spinning on his heel, hurled the huge chunk of metal straight into the demon engine's face. Brimstone blood showered down amid an explosion of flesh and shattered bone, and the decapitated soul grinder slumped sideways. Harold Deathwolf looked up at his bestial savior, who grinned back at him through a mouth full of fangs. The Wolf Lord spat blood and shook his head, looking past the wolven to where Strikeforce Whitestalker were cutting down the last of the demons. Vision fogged with pain, Harold registered that victory had been secured. Though the fight had been fierce, the wolven was safe, and the Death Wolves triumphant. The hell below. Braving the swirling energies and filthy unlight of the warp storm, the Iron Wolves moved into orbit over Midgal Alpha. Embarking their armored gunships, Egil Iron Wolf's warriors followed the Wulfen auger trace down through the planet's atmosphere and straight towards the superhive of Irikala. As his gunships roared down towards Irikala's gleaming spires, Egil Iron Wolf brooded on the available information about this strange world. Below his craft seethed a thick layer of black and grey smoke, a churning ocean of smog and ash that blanketed the whole globe. For millennia, this world had served as an industrial powerhouse, processing vast quantities of promethium for the Imperium's armies. However, some centuries ago, the chemical spoil strata accumulating beneath the planet's crust had caught alight. Once started, the fires had been impossible to stop, and they still burn beneath the surface now, belching forth a planet-wide blanket of pollutants from chasms and craters. This catastrophe had reduced the surface to a hellish realm of flame pits and smouldering chemical rivers. Never ones to waste serviceable planets, the Administratum had simply reclassified Midgal Alpha as a hive world, and used the reclaimed factorum and refinery materials to build a single immense superhive on the world's last viable landmass. This was Irikala, and its creation had largely been a success. Now, however, the hive faced dangers like none it had encountered before. Judging by the pathetically hopeful vox-hails from the hive's spires, the people of Irikala believed the Space Wolves were here to save them. The Iron Wolves muttered and made gestures to ward off evil as the voices on the Vox spoke of a terrible plague, swarms of biting insects and an unnatural sickness that had swept up from the underhive with the warp storm's coming. The light of the sun had gone bad, they said, turning a jaundiced yellow and causing rust and rot to spread wherever it touched. Foul omens and portents abounded, and before the spires had shut their gates to the levels below, they had received word of otherworldly beings attacking the populace en masse. Egil Iron Wolf wasted no time. Iron Priest Hellhammer reported that the auger trace was emanating from down in the very bowels of Irikala, and if the city was overrun by sickness, there was little the Space Wolves could do to help. Perhaps the Inquisition would come to aid these people, though the Space Wolves mistrusted the Inquisition's particular brand of help. But regretfully, the Iron Wolves and Wulfen must be long gone by then. Ordering his followers to ignore the frantic cries of Irikala's damned populace, Lord Ironwolf had his free strike forces descend into the pall of smoke below. Updated schematics showed that the hive's metal skin was ruptured and ruined at its lowest levels, mingling freely with the polluted wasteland without. It was here that the Iron Wolves would gain swift access to the city. So towering and vast was Irikala that it took some time for the Fenrisian craft to descend to its base through the billowing smoke. Engines laboured as ash clogged intakes and turbines, while pilots were forced to fly by their instruments as visibility dropped to zero. Through the viewports of the gunship, the Space Wolves watched in silence as a ruddy hue suffused the billowing clouds, becoming more intense as they rumbled in towards their final landing points. Collision hymnals sang out, and the pilots wrestled with their controls as towering skeletal ruins loomed up out of the murk. Several gunships clipped some outflung spire of masonry or fire-blackened bridge. Fortunately, Adeptus Astartes' craft were built to withstand incredible punishment, and no serious damage was sustained. Finally, with a series of jarring thumps, the Iron Wolves put down in their landing zones. Emerging from their gunships, the warriors of the Iron Hunt scowled into the fire-lit gloom, taking in their grim surroundings while the Strike Force's tanks detached from their Thunderhawk landers. The hive had once sprawled out across this area, but constant subsidence and the hungry attentions of the flames had caused the architecture to crumble and collapse. Chasms yawned amid the tangled bones of ancient walkways, flames billowing up from their depths. Bubbling lakes of tar-like pollutants flickered with weird-hued fires, belching fumes that would have killed an unaugmented human in moments. It was an environment as hostile as any Egil Ironwolf had seen. Yet the auger trace was coming in loud and clear now, from just a few kilometers to the west. Weapons at the ready, the Iron Wolves advanced through the rust-rent skin of Irikala and into its hellish underhive. Egil's two flanking forces, the Cog Claws and the Steel Pelt Destroyers, were the first vox of enemy contact. A gunfire echoed distantly through the murk, mingling with the background roar of flames and the shuddering of the ground beneath the Iron Wolves' treads. No sooner had these signs of battle reached them than the Iron Hunt found trouble of their own. The first demons shambled from amid the smoke in ones and twos, cyclopean eyes red-rimmed from the fumes and rancid flesh shriveled by the heat. The Black Wolves cracked off bolter shots at these stumbling targets, felling them with precision fire. However, as the Iron Wolves advanced, the terrain became denser and the packs of demons more numerous. The Vindicator, Wrath of Morkai, smashed through a crumbling wall to find itself surrounded by hissing red-skinned bloodletters. Only by reversing hard and firing point-blank to obliterate the infernal creatures did the tank avoid being carved into scrap metal. The Iron Fist rumbled through a shambling mass of plague-bearers with its hurricane bolters blazing, only to become mired in sucking tar-like ooze. The loathsome demons closed in around the tank, their weight forcing it further down into the swamp. The Stormfang gunship Iron Spear screamed in low, its daring pilot jinking between ruined spars to blitz the plague-bearers with heavy bolter fire. Rotten bodies exploded like sacks of offal, stuffed with frag grenades, and with a mighty roar, the Iron Fist dragged itself clear of the sludge. Egil Ironwolf's tank smashed through a tumbled scree of ruins and into the skeletal remains of a shrine. Billowing clouds of demonic flies swirled around the Space Wolf vehicles, and advancing through them came the greatest demonic horde yet encountered by the Iron Wolves. Plague-bearers and bloodletters pressed in upon the Iron Wolves, alongside buzzing plague drones and bounding beasts of Nurgle. Behind them came a rumbling battery of skull cannons, the demon engine's maws dribbling fire. Obscured by the thickest mass of foul insect bodies was something huge, a demon prince, blighted by the gifts of Nurgle. This hideous fiend was Mordecai, the Rotted, the architect of Iracala's miseries and a living plague upon the worlds of men. Beneath his rusted helm, the demon prince's visage split into a rotten fanged grin, and he raised his blade in challenge to the space wolves. The Iron Hunt surged forwards into battle, Nigel and his Iron Guard charging out at their head and crashing headlong into the demons with blades swinging. Behind them, heavy weapons roared as the Long Fangs, Grey Hunters, and battle tanks opened fire in a thunderous volley. As explosions burst amid the demons and ruby beams of light tore through them, Lord Iron Wolf and Iron Priest Hellhammer hacked and smashed their way deeper into the enemy ranks. The Iron Priest's augur insisted that they were all but on top of the wolven, and Eagle's omnipresent scowl deepened at the thought he might be fighting to avenge the Lost Brothers, not rescue them. Lord Ironwolf's fears were proved false, as several packs of wolven burst from the shadowed ruins and fell upon the demon's flank. Rending and tearing, the feral warriors ripped a path of destruction through the infernal horde. Some were dragged down or run through by rusted demonic blades, but the impetus of the wolven charge was unstoppable. Letting out a mechanical howl, Lord Ironwolf drove towards the feral warriors, Hellhammer and the Iron Guard fighting furiously at his back. Wolfguard fell, blood spraying and armor sparking as the demons tore and hacked at them. But finally the Space Wolves and Wolven came together at the heart of the melee. The Fenrisian battle line had by now been broken into scattered bands and spread across the ruined shrine. To the rear, the long fangs of the Frost Claws blasted away, lancing beasts of Nurgle like fat boils and swatting plague drones out of the sky. Eagle's two predators and Vindicator were fighting hard, but all were damaged and on the verge of being overwhelmed. Iron Hunter's las cannons punched glowing holes through a pair of blood crushers, sending them crashing to the ground. Seconds later, there was a monumental roar as the skull cannons opened fire, flaming skulls exploding across the predator and leaving it a mangled, blazing wreck. The Black Wolves had been cut off, surrounded by more Nurgle beasts. They hacked and hewed with their chainswords, but the enemy's numbers were against them. First, one Grey Hunter was impaled and borne into the smoke by a plague drone. Then several more were smashed flat by frolicking beasts of Nurgle, writhing in agony as their flesh was eaten away by acidic juices. Knowing that he had completed his task and realizing his Iron Wolves would be overwhelmed if they remained amidst the hell, Eagle bellowed into the Vox for extraction. Barely had he given the order before a shroud of buzzing insects engulfed the Wolf Lord and the Iron Guard, and the Wolven. Eagle cursed as bloated flies crawled across his armor and bit at his exposed flesh. He swung his wolf claws in energized arcs, each sweep crisping masses of flies out of the air and ripping through the plague bearers pressing in behind. Around him his warriors did the same, fighting on despite the revolting insects that were but harbingers of something far worse. Shoving effortlessly through the ranks of lesser demons came Mordecai, the Rotted. The Demon Prince's first swipe ripped a wolven's head from its shoulders, before smashing one of the Iron Guard head over heels. His second tore through two more of Igil's Wolf Guard, a rusted blade sliding from Mordecai's palm to eviscerate one warrior and punch through the skull of the other. With an articulated howl of rage, Igil plunged his wolf claws into the Demon Prince's chest. Energized blades ripped through rancid flesh, and Mordecai roared as pus-wet flies spilled from the wound. The demon's backhand caught Ironwolf in the face, breaking his nose and throwing him back into his men with staggering force. The Wolf Lord snarled and spat blood as Mordecai loomed over him with a slop-wet chuckle. At that moment, the smoke-filled air came alive with roaring light and noise. At Igil's bellowed order, the Iron Wolves' gunships loosed blitzing fire into the demonic horde. A screaming salvo of las cannon fire tore through Mordecai's rotted form. blasting the monstrous entity into a buzzing storm of flies. Heavy bolter fire mowed down masses of the enemy, driving the rest back from the beleaguered space wolves. The demons were forced back into the smoke and flame around the shrine's edge, buying precious moments for the surviving Iron Wolves to scramble aboard their extraction craft. The cost had been steep. The Iron Wolves had suffered heavy casualties before their ships had moved in to rescue them. However, the mission was a success, and as the Thunderhawks and Storm Wolves turned their prows skyward and roared away through the smoke, the rescued wolven was safe within their armored holds. Shadows and secrets. When the astropaths of Nurades cried out in anguish, the space wolves had not been the only ones to heed their call. The Dark Angels, too, had heard the astropath's message. For them it held an altogether different significance, and an alarming warning. The Dark Angels are a chapter with many secrets. The Sons of the Lion are compelled to hide many things from the eyes of the wider Imperium. Such was the nature of the cache of irredeemably tainted blades known as the Seven Shadows. Such relics could not be concealed upon the rock for fear of the corruption they might spread. Yet the Knights of Caliban themselves had once wielded these swords. The chapter could not just cast them aside. The Dark Angels had instead buried the Seven Shadows in warded vaults that only a company master seal could open, deep below the polar ruins of backwater Nurades. Over time, the Dark Angels' agents had seeded into local folklore the notion that those ruins were cursed. This, coupled with an annually rotated guard detail of 5 scouts, had been enough to keep hidden those despised treasures. However, the moment the astropathic choir upon the rock detected Nurades' distress call, it was clear that action must be taken. A demonic incursion would draw the eye of the Inquisition. The risk could not be run that the cache might be found. Responding swiftly, Company Master Arafil and the Lion's Blade Strike Force made haste to Nurades, but had arrived too late to save Arahad's squad. The Dark Angels did not leave empty-handed, however. The tainted blades had been recovered without incident, and were now locked in adamantine caskets, ready to be borne away to some other dark corner of the galaxy. The Company Master had also recovered a survivor, who was immediately transferred to the Apothecarian. Recovered from amongst the polar ruins, the young scout had been identified as Brother Dolotus. A trio of deep rents ran across his chest, made by long claws that had raked clean through his armor to the flesh beneath. As yet, the scout had not surfaced from his healing coma. If the wounded survivor could tell the Dark Angels little, the servo skulls recovered by Arafil and his brothers were more forthcoming. After being repaired, as best it could by one of the rock's skilled tech marines, the macabre device was presented before a closed council of the Dark Angels' greatest leaders. Seated around a huge stone table in an arched and shadowy chamber, Chapter Master Azrael and his closest brothers watched stony-faced as the servo skulls played the patchy picked feed that remained upon its memory coil. There was but a few moments of footage. The masters of the inner circle watched it again and again. They committed its every detail to memory and analyzed it for the slightest nuance or fragment of information that might otherwise be missed. The picked feed was silent, hazed with grainy static. It showed Sergeant Arahad and his brothers crouched within the Nuradian bunker where their bodies had been found. As the picked feed flickered, it showed the scouts rising to blast away through the bunker's vision slits before ducking back into cover. Strange, flickering lights could be seen outside the structure. The picked fuzzed and warped each time those fires blazed. Ezekiel, Grand Master of Librarians, explained that this distortion was almost certainly empiric in nature, a sure sign of demonic activity at the scout's location. It was then that the picked feed took a disturbing turn. The image lurched, as though the skull had been spun suddenly upon its impalers, and then tumbled as something knocked it savagely from the air. As the servo skull rolled to a stop, its cracked lens continued to record. The legs of the Dark Angel scouts were still visible, braced in firing positions. The flare of bolt gunfire lit the image, before a large, fast-moving shadow raced across the shot. Blood flew spattering across the bunker walls, and a scout's severed head thumped into view before bouncing away. Again, that massive figure flickered across the image, and it was at this moment that the inner circle returned over and over again. They had to be sure. They could not act on assumption. After several hours, the assembled Dark Angels were beyond any reasonable doubt, but the import of the revelation sat heavily upon them. Slowed down to a creeping frame rate and digitally scrubbed for clarity and enhanced, the figure could just be seen as something huge and bestial, bearing some semblance of a Space Marine's distinctive build. Closer inspection revealed an insignia upon the figure's shoulder, blurred by movement and half hidden by blood spray, picked out for one crucial second in the flare from a bulk gun's muzzle. It was a Fenrisian wolf's head, displayed upon a scratched and faded field of gunmetal grey. The gathered masters eyed one another from beneath their heavy cowls, silent stares loaded with significance. Something terrible had occurred upon Nurades, and it seemed that the wolves of Fenris were involved. The Dark Angels must not act without more information. Their antipathy with the Sons of Rus was well documented, but they would not, could not, suspect them of such a deed without further proof. So decreed Azrael, and so began the Dark Angels' hunt for the truth. Grim revelations. In the wake of Nurades, mysterious warp storms had broken out across the length and breadth of the Imperium. Though strewn sparsely across the vastness of the galaxy, the strange phenomena touched every segmentum. Others, besides the Space Wolves, had taken note of their emergence, and were even now moving to investigate. Titan, the silent sentinel, home of the demon-hunting brotherhoods of the Grey Knights, the secret guardians of Terra herself. From behind the armoured walls and towering bastions of their citadel, the Grey Knights kept vigil for the threat of chaos. From here, too, they coordinated their secret war against the ruinous powers and dispatched their warrior brotherhoods to strike down the demon wherever it raised its head. The Grey Knights possessed their own well-honed means to monitor infernal activities across the Imperium. This was the Augurium, a chamber atop the Silver Pinnacle, within which the brothers known as the Prognosticers sifted the strands of prophecy from the surfaces of crystalline mirrors. The citadel of Titan contained other ancient secrets and strange machineries, and it was one such device, the Speculum Infernus, that stirred to life precisely as the first of the strange warp storms roared into being around Nurades. As further storms emerged, the device roused to full wakefulness. Archaic machineries hissed and turned. Delicately worked brass spheres whirled around one another on silvered armatures, crackling halos of light leaping between them. Golden gargoyles, long thought decorative, opened their mouths and vomited forth reams of data parchment crowded with dense arcane sigils. The vast speculum infernus shuddered and steamed, watched with awe by the indentured data savants of the Grey Knights. The warriors of Titan were quick to decipher the device's warning, and then their eyes widened in shock at its import. In spooling sigils and upon glowing hollow pictures, the engine showed the pattern formed by the strange warp storms. It also predicted those that had not yet manifested. The prognosticars were summoned to ascertain the strange engine's holy provenance by every means at their disposal. Confident that the speculum's warning was no demonic ruse, the Grey Knights wasted no time in acting upon it. An unprecedented number of brotherhoods set forth from Titan, mobilizing aboard mighty silver-flanked warships and determined to banish the demons that spilled from the new-born storms. The Templars of Titan soon found the currents of the warp turned savagely against them. Raging surges battered the Grey Knight ships from the moment they left, the Immaterium lashing out with malice. It could not be a coincidence. The strike cruiser Glorious Light was swallowed by the warp's tides after its navigator died screaming. The rapid strike vessel's sanctified wrath was overrun in a nightmarish bloodbath when its Gellerfields inexplicably failed. Several other craft were forced from the warp, performing emergency translations that left them stranded while repairs were performed. And battles were fought to eradicate the foul beings infesting their decks. Against all adversity, the Grey Knights pressed on, guided by the speculum infernus and drawing upon their psychic fortitude. Several brotherhoods reached their destinations and were soon at war with the demonic foe. On Hades' Reach, the fourth brotherhood teleported into a hurricane of living flame, there to do battle with a trio of rampaging bloodthirsters and their minions. For 2 days and 2 nights, the Grey Knights battled their monstrous enemies while the ever-shifting fire lakes swirled around them. Eventually, Brother Captain Grud and his warriors were victorious, banishing the fiends despite heavy losses. On Thymnir, the massed tanks of the First Brotherhood rolled into battle, crashing through the structures of the gas giants' mining platforms with their tracks churning. Demons poured from every direction to oppose them, soul grinders ripping into blessed hulls with their iron claws, while bloodletters and demonettes dueled with Grey Knights amid the dark of the void. Brother Captain Pilanus personally slew the great unclean one, Bol Groblort, driving his silvered blade into the abomination's bloated heart. Nothing survived the wrath of Polanius' warriors. Not demons, not mining platforms, nor the plague-ravaged and reanimated remains of the planet's worker clans. All were rendered equal as ash. So it continued. The Grey Knights purging Amberghoul and even Nurades with holy fire. Yet everywhere they went, they found trace energy signatures, psychic echoes, and the signs of battle. Others had been to each of these worlds before the Grey Knights. Others had battled the demons and, for whatever reason, had been forced to leave before the fighting was done. Brother Captain Stern at last came to Midal Alpha, arriving mere days after the Iron Wolves had departed. Finding Iracala Hive utterly ridden with demonic plague, Stern led a teleport strike into the depths of the Iracalan Underhive. He hoped to banish whatever archdemon had wrought this horror. Though it had left a psychic spore smeared across every surface, the demon prince Mordecai was long gone. What Stern found instead was more disturbing still. Living in the rotting foulness of a week-old battlefield, half buried beneath the fetid remains of hundreds of fallen demons, was a strange, bestial corpse. The creature's flesh was putrid, its form distorted by some kind of mutant gigantism. Still, the insignia on its pitted armor was unmistakable. Declaring Midal Alpha to be perditum extremis, Stern returned to his ship and ordered his astropaths to determine, by whatever means, no matter how horrific or costly, the current whereabouts of Logan Grimnar. Brother Captain Stern would have words with the Great Wolf, and he would have answers. The mists of Tranquilus. Hot on their lost brother's trail, Sven Bloodhowl's fire howlers broke from the Empyrean directly above the ghostly world of Tranquilus. The warp storm that had led his great company here had all but dispersed, but other dangers waited upon the haunted world. Rumbling back into real space, above Tranquilus, the fire howler's fleet came straight to combat readiness. Reports suggested this was a strange and dangerous world, a thin spot in reality where some dark and terrible sentience ruled. It was a ghost planet of empty settlements, whose inhabitants had vanished amid Tranquilus' ever-present mists. Wolf Lord Sven Bloodhowl was taking no chances with such a place. As the Space Wolf ship swept in towards the planet, a sizable craft hove into view through the tatters of the dying warp storm. Helm serfs quickly identified her as a Dark Angel strike cruiser, the Silent Oath. Moments later, the Master Vox bondsman reported contact. The Oath's captain warned that Dark Angel's forces were currently deployed upon the planet and conducting a sensitive operation. The Space Wolves' presence was neither welcome nor required. Snorting with derision, Lord Bloodhowl sent a brief and inventively offensive response. He then ordered Strike Force Saga Blade to mobilize for battle. Sven was here to complete his quest. He had scented a chance to add to the sagas tattooed upon his skin. In his own words, he would be damned to the seven hells if he was going to let L. Johnson's sour-faced chant mumblers beat him to the prize. Knowing they were hopelessly outgunned, the Dark Angels withdrew to their ship, though not before issuing an ominous final warning to turn back. At the same time, the Space Wolves detected a brief burst of Vox traffic flickering between the Silent Oath and its forces on the planet below. Tranquilus was difficult to scry with any degree of accuracy, the world's mists throwing off strange, half-red life signs. Lord Bloodhowl thus elected to deploy close to the coordinates of the Vox burst. The Dark Angels wouldn't have dropped at random, he reasoned. If they were closing on the wolven, then the fire howlers needed to act fast. Marching towards the embarkation decks, Lord Bloodhowl gave the order that only he and the hand-picked packs of Strike Force Saga Blade would deploy. This would be a drop-ship-borne mission. No drop pods, nothing slower than a jump pack on the ground. Speed was of the essence, and Sven wanted his force ready and able to be extracted once their brothers had been recovered. Minutes later, a pair of Fenrisian Thunderhawks dropped through the mists towards the planet's surface. They put down upon damp greenswood, the mist swirling away in their downdraft to reveal gnarled trees and a lake with a surface like black glass. As the Space Wolves stormed down their assault ramps and the Thunderhawks roared back into the skies, the fog rolled in. Soon, visibility was down to a matter of yards, while the cloying, unnatural vapors muffled auspex and even the acute senses of the sons of Ras. Sven's normally ebullient skyclaws were quiet and vigilant. They perceived something unnatural about this place, a nebulous feeling of being watched and hunted that would have reduced any but a space marine to terrorized paralysis. In the Space Wolves, it only heightened their combat instincts. Skyclaws, Swiftclaws, Land Speeders, and Sven's jump-packing Wolf Guard, the Blood Guard, made every effort to stay together amid the fog. They pressed on with all speed, following their auspexes through stands of shadow-drowned trees, over rocky hills and through abandoned ghost towns. Always the mist drifted around them, full of half-glimpsed movement and that oppressive sense of being watched. All was still, until the sounds of gunfire and howling burst through the tattered clouds up ahead.
Sven Bloodhowl fired his jump pack, rocketing through the mist towards the sounds of battle. Around him, the air was filled with the half-seen shapes of his warriors, bounding high upon trails of flame. The Wolf Lord braced as treetops rushed up to meet him, and he crashed down through the canopy into the gloom beneath. Sven's boots slammed down upon muddy loam, a split second before a hissing demon lunged between the trees. Instinctively, the Wolf Lord brought up his revving chainsword to parry, hewing the demonette's claw from its arm in a spray of ichor. The thing shrilled with agonized bliss, but only for a second. before Sven's axe struck off its head. Another shape loomed, but Lord Bloodhowl pulled his blow at the last moment, splitting a tree in half, rather than the Dark Angel, whose bike skidded to a stop before him. "You were told to leave, Wolf," boomed the Dark Angel from his vox grill. "You should have done so." Sven Bloodhowl laughed in the warrior's face, his jump pack roaring as it hurled him back into the sky again. "Make me!" he bellowed, hurtling away over the treetops. The distant howls reached out to the space wolves on some instinctive level. The fire howlers knew that it was the wolven who called, and they raised a howl of their own as they surged forward as one. Amid the dense fog, the space wolves' advance quickly fragmented as they pressed forwards through rocky valleys and straggling woodland. The fire howlers now faced constant demonic attack. Slobbering beasts of Nurgle burst from the trees to crush and flail. Demons of Zench lit the mists with iridescent flame, their weird cackles of glee echoing from everywhere at once. The space wolves hacked and slew with furious strength, tearing apart each impediment to their progress. Dark Angels, too, began to appear from the mists. Squadrons of raven-winged bikers hurtled across the space wolves' line of advance. The Dark Angels were locked in a running battle with roving demon packs, but their fire whistled perilously close to the Fenrisian warriors. Skyclaws cursed as a raven-winged dark shroud whispered low overhead, veiling them in disorientating shadow. The fire howlers pressed ahead, the ground sloping slowly downhill beneath their churning tires and pounding boots. Sven led the charge, bounding down the slope in long leaps and hacking apart demons wherever he landed. The Wolf Lord's next leap brought him down amongst a rocky outcropping, within sight of his wolf guard. As he touched down, a pair of land speeders streaked overhead. Just shadows in the murk. It was impossible to see whose craft they were. The flame-spewing demon chariots that harried them were visible enough, though. One of the Space Marine craft tumbled from the sky, flipping into the mist, to explode with a dull thud some way distant. Sven Bloodhowl could only snarl, gesturing to his wolf guard to follow as he leapt on. Far out on the Space Wolves' right flank, the swift-clawed bikers known as Bloodhowl's Riders hurtled down a high-sided ravine with insane bravado, fighting a running battle with a grand cavalcade of Slanesh. The Space Wolves weaved between the spinning blades of the Slaneshi chariots, deftly lobbing crack grenades into their workings. A series of explosions echoed along the defile as the chariots came apart in showers of glinting shrapnel, cutting scores of demonic seekers to ribbons. Into the mayhem slammed raven-winged black knights, leaping their bikes down from the lip of the ravine and barging into their swift-claw rivals. No blades were drawn, nor shots fired, but within moments the Space Wolves were skidding and rolling to a halt, bruised and cursing. The Dark Angels roared on, shredding the last of the Seekers with gunfire as they went. The cry of the wolven rose again, and Sven Bloodhowl fought all the harder as he realized how close they were. Seeing the Blood Guard and the sky claws of the Stormbringers fighting close at hand, Sven decided it was time to go for glory. Barking out a string of orders, the tattooed Wolf Lord formed his warriors up and led another hurtling leap into the mists. As the fire howlers flew, a huge black shape shot low overhead. The Space Wolves had a fleeting impression of dark, forward-swept wings and flaring ramjets. Then the aircraft was gone. Sven and his warriors hurtled across the ground that had turned flat and muddy, giving chase to what must surely have been a Dark Angel's attack craft. As though at some unspoken command, the mists suddenly parted,
Sven and his followers saw before them 2 packs of wolven. The feral warriors were rampaging along the shores of another lake, savaging a horde of demonettes and horrors that scrambled over one another to attack them. Sven felt the blood surge in his veins and charged with his warriors at his heels. Before the fire howlers could reach the fight, however, the Dark Angels struck. The dark shape swept overhead once more, now revealed as a raven-winged dark talon. Sven bellowed in outrage as a bulky object plunged from the craft's underbelly, slamming down amid the wolven. But instead of blowing the bestial warriors apart, the bomb's detonation projected a rippling stasis field that unfolded like the petals of some strange glass flower. One moment, the wolven were raging beasts. The next, they were still as statues, the surviving demons recoiling from the temporal blast. Vengeance screamed as Grand Master Samael streaked in across the lake on his jet bike Corvex, flying at the head of a squadron of raven-winged land speeders. A wake of spray fanned up behind the hurtling skimmers as they swept in for their attack run. The Dark Angels let fly, a storm of plasma and armor-piercing shells, ripping through the demons on the lakeshore and tearing them apart. Sven Bloodhowl skidded to a halt just short of the blast-riddled remains of the demons, his warriors drawing in around him. Samael and his craft shot overhead before looping back around, coming in to hover before the assembled space wolves with prow weapons leveled. Looking down his nose at the tattooed, blood-spattered space wolves, Samael demanded that they account for their presence there and hand over their mutants so that the Dark Angels could deliver them to the Inquisition. Sven Bloodhowl spat on the floor in response. This was Space Wolves' business, he snarled, and the Dark Angels were in his way. Voice soft but icy cold, Samael warned that the Space Wolves risked censure just harboring such heretical travesties. They should not make matters worse by making him use force against them. Space Wolves and Dark Angels rested fingers carefully on triggers and glanced at their leaders. Sven Bloodhowl stared insolently down the barrel of Samael's plasma cannon, gripping his axe tight. Then, screaming and gibbering, a huge wave of demons swept out of the mists, with blades raised and eyes of flame. Bolts of warp fire tore from the mists, exploding against the stasis field. Its energies buckled under the bombardment of illogical energies, before collapsing like a popped bubble. As a sudden chorus of angry howls rolled over the battle, it was clear to all that the wolven were loose. The primal sound drove all rational thought from Lord Bloodhowl's mind, and he hungered to sink his fangs into warm flesh. With difficulty he wrestled the urge down. The Dark Angels had formed a battle line to meet the demons pouring along the shore. Now was the Fire Howler's chance, and upon Sven's bellowed orders they rushed to seize the wolven. With no time for subtlety, Skyclaws and Wolfguard barged through the fight to where the wolven were ripping apart their demonic foes. 2 to a wolven. The Space Wolves grabbed their huge kin beneath the arms and used their jump packs to leap away into the mists. The beasts struggled until they grasped their brother's intent. The Space Wolves raced swiftly uphill. As they went, Sven activated his armor's teleport homer and ordered Strike Force Saga Blade to converge on his position. Ahead, another hideous swarm of demons hove into view, turning Skyclaws to mutated slop with blasts of warp flame. In response, the Space Wolves turned aside, powering up a steep scree slope. The roar of engines signaled the arrival of the Swift Claws and land speeders. The bikers fell into formation with Sven and his warriors, while the speeders looped back and forth overhead, heavy flamers roasting the demon cavalry that sprinted up the hill in pursuit. The steep climb ended suddenly on a rocky plateau, with a sheer drop. The fire howlers did not slow, hurtling towards the cliff edge at suicidal speeds. Behind them the demons howled and shrieked. Before them the drop grew closer by the second. With a sudden roar of powerful engines, the fire howlers' thunderhawks rose into view, coming up the cliff face with assault ramps yearning wide. In response, the space wolves whooped with exhilaration and launched themselves off into space. For a moment, they soared through the tattered mists, death behind them and below. Then the fire howlers were slamming through the open hatchways of their gunships, bikes skidding to a halt and jump troops running to a crashing stop against the bulkheads within the Thunderhawks' holds. With them came the wolven, borne to safety in the arms of their kin. Sven Bloodhowl's boots were the last to leave the soil of Tranquilus, the Wolf Lord landing amid his packmates even as his craft fired their jets and made for orbit, leaving their cousins fighting below. Battle for the dome. As the Storm Wolf's assault ramp wound down, fiery light spilled into its interior. Along with several others, the craft had braved the flame-racked skies of Vicaris in order to land in the shrine city of Absalom. They bore the champions of Fenris into battle, and followed the scryings of Njal Stormcaller, who had divined that the wolven were even now embattled somewhere in this sacred city. To maximize their chances of quickly locating their kin, the champions had broken into small warrior bands. Some landed upon the outstretched marble hands that served as landing pads for the city's vast statue hubs. Others dropped among the tangled buildings of the Tomeplex, or the arcing processionals of the Serentum. Grimnar's storm wolves had put down at the centre of the Grand Assemblies, a broad statue-dotted square between towering cathedrals. Bloodletters filled the blood-soaked plaza, hacking apart disparate bands of militiamen. Corpses were heaped everywhere, many aflame or writhing with unnatural putrescence. Meanwhile, the immense pick screens that overlooked the square, previously used for the addresses of the cardinalcy, broadcast a constant, screaming bombardment of horrific images and sanity-warping noise. The once holy place was defiled beyond all hope of redemption. With a mighty bellow of rage, Logan Grimnar led the charge into the square. His chariot, Storm Rider, swept into battle, and behind it came the Great Wolves' elite, the King's Guard. Squads of Wolf Guard Terminators strode into the gore that swilled across the square, their storm bolters roaring as they opened fire into the demon packs. Mighty dreadnoughts pounded forwards, lumbering into the fight behind the snarling, stomping terror that was Fang. At the head of this assemblage came some of the chapter's greatest heroes, Njal Stormcaller conjuring the wrath of the Tempest as Ulrich the Slayer charged with a howl of fury. The fight was brief and brutal, hissing bloodletters, hacking and stabbing before being blown apart or smashed to the bloody ground. Soon the only living things in the square were the champions of Fenris, and a last few Absalom militia, who stared in awe. Ignoring the screams from the picked screens, Grimnar looked to Fang. Grimnar had risked bringing a bestial dreadnought on this crucial mission, for he believed that Fang would share some kin bond with the beings they sought. The wolven dreadnought prowled back and forth, a demon gore dripping from his claws as he scented the air. Then, eyes lighting with feral recognition, the dreadnought turned and pounded away towards a vast scrimshaw arch on the southern side of the assemblies, trusting the senses of their cursed brother to lead them to their wolven kin. The champions of Fenris followed. In the skies over Absalom, a trio of silver craft screamed through clouds of flame. The wards on each storm raven's hull hurled back the unnatural fires, leaving those inside unharmed as they scoured the dying city for their quarry. The Grey Knights had come to Vlka, Brother Captain Stern leading his warriors on the hunt for Logan Grimnar. Standing in the cockpit of the lead gunship, Stern watched the elaborate spirit auger set into the craft's instrument panel. The device churned with activity, reading surges of warp energy from every quarter. Like islands amid the storm, the bright souls of the space wolves stood out across Absalom amidst hordes of demonic foes. Stern had eyes only for one rune on the display, that of Grimnar himself. As they approached the great wolf's position, Stern had his pilots bank down through the teetering spires of the shrine city. Soaring between madly tolling bell towers and rooftops crowded with gargoyle servitors, the Grey Knights saw the full horror of the Valkyrian incursion. Small bands of battle sisters fought back to back on teetering arch bridges or spiraled stairways, hammering bolt shots into on-rushing tides of demons until they were overwhelmed. Vast clouds of demon flies billowed from the shattered windows of cathedrals, their drone drowning out the screams of the damned souls within. Ill-fated Ministorum priests, their robes ablaze with mutating fire, hurled themselves to their deaths rather than be seized by the abominations that had defiled their places of sanctuary. Here and there, the champions of Fenris were glimpsed on the Ophidium Central. Grey Hunters and Longfangs fired upon an advancing forge host of soul grinders, while on the Plaza of Peace, the demons of Nurgle were blasted to sludge and ash by the psychic fury of a weird storm brotherhood. Gravely assessing the pandemonium below, Stern knew that Vlka was beyond help. This world's damnation could not be stopped. Only the mission mattered. Banking hard, the free storm ravens hurtled into the man-made canyon of the Cathedral Processional. Behind them, a host of airborne Zentian demons rose from the mayhem. Their riders hurled blasts of warp flame that transmuted the rearmost gunship to lead and sent it plunging down to explode upon the processional below. Turrets swiveled and assault cannons screamed as they span up to speed. As the gunships hurtled up the street between looming cathedrals, they spat soaring lines of fire at their infernal pursuers. Burning chariots rained down as wreckage upon the corpse-choked street below. The remainder of the demons peeled off, whipping away in search of easier prey and leaving the Grey Knights to bear down upon their target. It loomed ahead now, the towering dome of penitence, rising to dominate the skyline. Screaming in towards its roof with weapons hot, the storm ravens did not slow. Led by the bellowing Murderfang, the champions of Fenris charged between the towering golden doors of the Dome of Penitence, and straight into the monstrous horde of demons within. From high up in the Celestium galleries came a chorus of chilling howls as the wolven welcomed their kin to the fight. Murderfang was wreaking havoc. The moment the howl of the wolven echoed down from the golden balconies, the dreadnought went berserk. Every sweep of his claws sent torn flesh and spraying ichor into the air, and the massed demons gave way before him like ice upon a ram ship's prow. Still, the warp spawn filled the floor space of the Dome of Penitence in their thousands. Once this had been a great auditorium, meant for gathering and worship. Shrines to the Primarchs were raised around the dome's circumference, while at its center a vast golden effigy of the Emperor lifted high a gleaming blade the height of a Reaver Titan to touch the ceiling far above. That dome's span was painted with glorious frescoes of swirling stars and winged cherubim, and beneath it hung the great galleries and railed walkways across which the wolven were now hunting demons. The dome swarmed with the terrors of the war, and the corpses of militiamen, sororitas, and priests
filled it in carrion mounds. In scant seconds, the demons broke over the champions in an unholy tide, grumbling plague-bearers and jabbering nurglings lumbering to the attack, abandoning the filth sigils they had been smearing upon the dome's flagstone floor. They met the King's Guard with stabbing blades and gnashing teeth, dragging down several of Wolf-Tongue's shield brothers and Horgoth's all-slayers. Bloodletters and blood crushers charged across the charnel pit, weathering blitzing fire from the Fenrisians before launching into the fight. Svendar Ironarm staggered as a juggernaut slammed into him, ripping through bonded ceramite and sending a limb, great axe and all, and crashing to the floor in a shower of sparks. Seeing the dreadnaught's plight, Njal Stormcaller sent arcing bolts of lightning into the cornate ranks. Demons spasmed as their eyes burst and their unnatural flesh caught fire. The rest of the ancients of the Fang pressed on, the ground shaking with their fury. From across the dome came a series of booms as cornate skull cannons spat forth their macabre ammunition. Detonations bloomed across the hull of the Fire of Fenris as the tank surged forwards. The damage only seemed to enrage the belligerent vehicle, which engulfed a swathe of demons in Promethean death. The wolven bounded into battle, heedless of the perilous drop as they leapt between the platforms of the Celestium galleries. Fungoid flamers and leering Zentian horrors were their prey, and though one wolven after another was sent plummeting towards the ground flame, they tore through the demons until iridescent ichor fell like rain. Amidst the mayhem, Logan Grimnar made for the bloodthirster at the horde's heart. When the space wolves had first entered the dome, the mighty demon lord had been aloft, vast rings bearing it between the galleries as it chased down the wolven. However, the champion's arrival had seized the greater demon's attention, and down it had swept, wings spread wide and blazing with hellfire. The vast terror landed before Logan Grimnar, bellowing a wordless challenge at the great wolf. Contemptuously, the demon swung its massive axe, swatting one of Horgoth's all-slayers 100 feet through the air to bounce hard off the statue of the Emperor. The warrior crashed to the floor, vanishing beneath the trampling feet of the battling armies. In response, Grimnar leapt from the running board of his chariot and charged at the blood-soaked cornate demon. Other enemies surged to meet the great wolf, but were hurled back by the claws of Grimnar and the hammer swings of Arjek Rockfist. This would be a fight for the sagas. Logan Grimnar battling a bellowing bloodthirster of Khorne. To fight such an abomination could well be the death of the great wolf, but he would not shy from so great a challenge, nor leave his packmates to fight in his stead. As Grimnar charged, the bloodthirster sent its barbed lash snaking out to ensnare his legs. The great wolf sidestepped the lightning-fast blow, even in his Terminator armor, swinging his axe in a whistling arc. Such a strike would have cleaved apart a dreadnought, but it was blocked with a thunderous clang by the bloodthirster's blade. Grimnar spun away, avoiding his foe's savage backswing, and punished the towering demon's chest with stormbolter fire. The bloodthirster snarled as the shots cracked its breastplate, before driving Grimnar back with a series of lightning-fast blows that left blood running from a half-dozen wounds. Engulfed in the vast black shadow of the demon's wings, Logan raised his axe, ready for the next onslaught. At that very moment, a great section of the ceiling exploded inward, tumbling down with an almighty crash upon the battle below. Masonry rained down, smashing through the Celestium galleries and tearing away the gantries. Howling madly, the wolven leapt from gallery to platform to statue, riding the wreckage down to the ground below. Most of them survived. 2 silver-hulled storm ravens descended through the shattered dome. The gunship's engines screamed as they shot low over the battle before swooping in to land. The bloodthirster spared the craft a furious glare, recognizing those who had banished it in ages past. Wounded but determined, Grimnar seized his chance. With a roar, the great wolf swung the axe Morkai and lopped off the bloodthirster's whip arm. The mortal enemy would have died there and then. The bloodthirster barely flinched. Grimnar and the demon exchanged a furious flurry of blows, axe blades clanging like a blacksmith's forge. Shrugging off a mighty blow, the towering bloodthirster raised one cloven hoof and kicked Grimnar in the chest, cracking ceramite and breaking the black carapace beneath. The demon roared in triumph as Grimnar's guard collapsed, but as its axe arced down to deliver the killing strike, it was met by a crackling blade. The great wolf glanced to his left, eyes narrowing as he saw the silver-armored Terminators who had cut a path to his side. What? Grimnar's instincts howled a warning, and he dove aside as the bloodthirster struck. Its axe shattered flagstone where the great wolf had stood. The blade swept out again, felling a trio of paladins with a single swing. In response, the leader of the Grey Knights stepped in, forcing the bloodthirster back with mighty swings of his sanctified blade. "Lord Grimnar!" shouted the swordsman over the din of battle. "I am Stern, of the Grey Knights. I demand your immediate surrender." Ignoring the agony of his injuries, Grimnar surged back to his feet with a scream of servos, barging one of the Grey Knights aside and hammering his axe straight into the bloodthirster's breastplate. Ichor gouted forth, and the demon's knees finally buckled. "Your pious butchers aren't welcome here," growled Grimnar, wrenching the axe Morkai from his foe's chest with a sucking squelch. "This is our saga." Grimnar's next swing took the bloodthirster's other arm. Fight!" The axe Morkai struck off the demon's head. Business." As the demon's corpse fell sideways, the great wolf turned angrily to face Stern, face spattered with blood, dripping axe clutched in one fist. "I speak with the Emperor's voice, Grimnar, and I accuse your chapter of harbouring mutants. I further believe that your warriors have invested a number of incursion war zones, then departed from them at great cost to the Imperium." Grimnar scowled at Stern, volunteering nothing. "So do you deny these things?" continued Stern. "I confess, Great Wolf, I had heard much of the Space Wolves, but I did not believe you to be cowards who ran from wars unfinished." Grimnar growled low in his throat, stepping forwards so his cracked breastplate clanged against Stern's. "Careful, demon hunter. You go too far." A long moment of tension crackled between the two warriors. Grimnar turned away first, his duty to his space wolves overriding his dislike to the newcomers. He nodded with satisfaction as he saw that, though their fight had been near as desperate as his own, his champions of Fenris had done themselves proud. The demonic horde within the dome had been annihilated, though the cost in lives had been steep. The majority of the wolven had been recovered alive, and now banded together behind a solid wall of Kingsguard. As the massive figure of Jacques Rockfist loomed at his shoulder, Grimnar shook off his champion's offer of assistance. He would not show weakness before the Grey Knights, no matter how severe his injuries, and so stood, swaying but unaided, as he addressed Stern. "You had accusations to make, brother captain." The Grey Knight frowned at the bestial wolven, panting and snarling with battle's exertion. They were clustered around the armoured form of Fang, the huge dreadnought, quiet for once as it shared some kind of unspoken communion with the feral warriors. "These creatures," began Stern, his Grey Knights moving to stand behind him. "They are mutants, yes?" "They are kin," replied Grimnar, his voice cold as a Fenrisian winter. "There is no taint in them. It's complicated." "No, Lord Grimnar. It is extremely simple," replied the Grey Knight. First, these things came from the warp, and only my brothers and I are fit to judge if these kin of yours are corrupt. They must be handed over to us immediately, as must any others you have recovered. We will see to it that they reach Titan safely."
Grimnar watched Stern's face carefully for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then the great wolf gave a coughing, pain-racked laugh.
"Stern, I'm sure you think you're being very reassuring, but there's as much chance of you taking the wolven as of me giving my crown to a blubber seal. I'd see our brothers dead before I handed them over to be cut apart and studied."
Stern nodded slowly, taking in the army of space wolves that now surrounded his small band.
"Forcing your cooperation at this juncture would prove costly."
The Grey Knight shook his head, to scattered chuckles from the Kingsguard.
"Oh, we won't lose that many men, brother Captain."
After a long moment, Stern began to speak, his words carrying to all the space wolves in the dome. As they listened, their faces curled into dangerous scowls. "The Grey Knights saw much," said Stern, "thanks to their powers of precognition and astropathic interception. No secret was beyond them. So it was that Stern's astropaths had caught fragments of an urgent communique meant for Grimnar's own. The great wolf bristled, but before he could speak, Stern pressed on. The Grey Knight's tone was damning as he announced that while the wolves chased mutants to the far reaches of the Imperium, the Fenris System itself had come under demonic attack. A dangerous silence greeted these words. In the distance, the sounds of battle rumbled on. Eventually, Logan Grimnar spoke. If this news were true, he said, then the wolves of Fenris would be recalled at once, and woe betide those who had loosed such devilry. However, if this was some ruse by Stern to cut the quest for the wolven short, then no force in the galaxy would save him from the Space Wolves' vengeance. Unmoved, Stern established a box link with his shipboard astropaths and ordered the fragmented message passed on to Grimnar's own. The communique had been hurled forth in great desperation, explained Stern. It had been jumbled and shattered by malevolent interference. Only the skill of the Grey Knight's astropaths had seen the missive recovered even in part. As the seconds passed, the Space Wolves muttered among themselves and cast black looks at the Grey Knights who stood ramrod straight in their midst. Finally, Grimnar listened intently to his Vox transponder before turning to face Stern. The message had been confirmed. Its etheric signature was definitely that of the Fang's astropathic choir, while its portents and symbols were dire indeed. Stiffly, the great wolf thanked Stern for bringing him this warning, and asked that the matter of the wolven be set aside until Fenris's safety could be assured. All Space Wolf forces would be recalled to the home system's defense at once. Stern agreed and offered his aid. Grimnar growled an assent and was turning away when Stern's parting words stopped him dead in his tracks. The Space Wolves must beware, warned the brother captain, for something greater and darker was at work here than had yet been revealed. He knew this because the warp storms that the Space Wolves chased had not appeared at random. Rather, their placement formed a vast sigil, one that only appeared in the Grey Knight's oldest lore, and that had not been seen for 10 millennia. From Sparthia IV to Atrapan, from Thymnir to Hades' Reach, the warp storms writ large an ancient symbol of vengeance, last used by the sorcerers of Prospero, the Thousand Suns. And so it was, with as much haste as the warp could offer, the forces of the Great Wolf and the Grey Knights made a haste for the Fenris System. By the time the Great Wolf's fleet reached their rally point in the Anvaheim system, the recalled great companies of several other wolf lords had already arrived. With those forces, the wolven amongst them, Grimnar intended to make straight for the Fenris System. It swiftly became apparent, however, that matters would not be so simple. The moment Lord Grimnar's ships entered the Anvaheim system, it was clear something was amiss. Aboard his flagship, All-Father's Honor, Grimnar listened to a barrage of incoming Vox chatter. Alarming and contradictory reports overlaid one another, and the Great Wolf shared a grim luck with Ulrich the Slayer. Clustered near the third moon of Midibrax, the warships of Harald Deathwolf, Eagle, Ironwolf, and Sven Bloodhowl's great companies waited in loose formation for the coming of their king. In their midst was the honor ship Coldfang, sitting apart from its brothers like a leper amidst a crowd. It was from this craft that many of the urgent Vox hails came, though the Wolf Lords also clamoured for their Great Wolf's attention. Grimnar opened Vox channels to all three of his lieutenants, as well as to battle leader Hilvard aboard the Coldfang. Conscious of Stern's battle barge sitting in mute judgment of its port prow, Grimnar ensured the exchange was as heavily encrypted as it could be. He then angrily demanded that his brothers take a hold of themselves and explain exactly what was going on. The truth was even more alarming than Lord Grimnar feared. Since the quest began, the Coldfang had waited in the Anvaheim system, its role to gather and rearm the rescued wolven for their triumphal return to Fenris. Several wolf lords had sent back swift warships with wolven packs aboard, pressing on in search of more lost kin, even as these first returnees were received aboard the Coldfang. To begin with, everything had gone to plan, the Iron Priest successfully equipping the 13th Company brothers with Hrothgar Swordfang's newly adapted armour and weapons. More wolven continued to be ferried back from far-flung war zones, and as their numbers grew, something strange began to occur on the strike cruiser. The wolven became ever more restive, so much so that their alpha pack leaders struggled to control them. Numerous servitors and even a handful of crew bondsmen had been injured or killed by wolven lashing out at random. At the same time, the Grey Hunters tasked with watching over the wolven became ever more quarrelsome and aggressive. Tempers flared, curses were hurled, and bloody fist fights broke out on the decks of the ship. By the time the rallying call came, and the three Wolf Lords brought their own recovered wolven to join the throng, matters were deteriorating rapidly. Outright anarchy threatened. Hilvard snarled that a madness had descended upon the Coldfang. Every Fenrisian knew that the mark of the wolven could seize a battle brother in the heat of battle, could even transform him in extreme cases. On the Coldfang, it seemed as though the mark's symptoms were manifesting in every warrior aboard. Several had succumbed altogether, their bodies and minds devolving until they were indistinguishable from the 13th Company. For now, the ship's frightened Huskar crew, unaffected by the mutation, were still in control. But for how long? Voice strained, Harald Deathwolf reminded his brothers that his instincts had warned him of something terrible all along. What if this behavior was not restricted to the warriors aboard the Coldfang? Already the other Wolf Lords were reporting instances of unruly behavior and increased aggression among packs on their own craft. Fights had broken out between packmates. Blood had been spilled. These wolven were not a boon, Harald warned, and they were a curse. At Harold's words, Logan Grimnar's grip tightened on the arm of his command front. While we travelled, the Stormcaller subjected our kin to every test he knows, Deathwolf. Grimnar bit out. I insisted on it. There is no chaos taint here, none. Perhaps not, rumbled Egil Ironwolf. But there is something amiss, some sickness, perhaps. My optic auger read biochemical hyperactivity in my warriors. Their blood stirs. Grimnar looked to Ulrich again, where the wolf priest stood beside his throne. The Slayer's face was rigid as graven granite, and Grimnar knew that his old mentor still believed the wolven to be the Primarch's heralds. There would be no clear counsel from that quarter. Grimnar shook his head angrily. He would not believe that their kin were cursed. Something was at work here, but it must be some outside influence.
the mischief of a foe to be slain.
"We make for Fenris at once,"
Grimnar decreed, his tone brooking no argument.
"and upon our arrival the wolven will fight at our side. The space wolves will defend our homeworld, and we will do so together." Architect of Woe. The Fenris System seethed with horror. Tendrils of madness coiled from the dark of the void. The raw energies of the warp tearing at the space wolves' domain. Demons beyond count spilled forth from crackling rents to fall upon vassal militia detachments and space wolf defense forces. It was a catastrophe of appalling scale. As the ships of Logan Grimnar's fleet crashed back out of warp space and into the Fenris system after long weeks of violent transit, Vox and Auspex alike came alive with tales of terror. On Valdremani, Svelgard, Frostheim, and Midgardia, every moon and planet but Fenris itself, the ruinous powers had struck with gleeful fury. Logan Grimnar was not fool enough to believe the timing of this invasion was coincidental. But for now, there was no time for anything but the desperate fight to save the Fenris system from damnation. Only once that war was won would the culprit be hunted down and made to pay in blood. The truths Grimnar desired were closer than he knew. As the Space Wolves' ships appeared on the outskirts of the Fenris system, the mastermind of their miseries marked their arrival. Looming over a blood-spattered augur screen on Frostheim, Lord Viadus Skyle of the Alpha Legion watched intently as the runes denoting the Space Wolves' vessels flickered into being. The Chaos Lord showed no reaction as the Fenrisian craft began to power in system and deployed their forces in defense of their beset worlds. When he was sure that no further signifier runes were going to appear, Lord Skyle left the augur and strode across the command chamber of Morkai's keep. He walked to the cracked and blackened armor glass of the chamber's observation window, stepping over the decomposing corpses of slain space wolves. No effort had been made to clear away the aftermath of the Alpha Legion's attack on this fortress. The dead still lay where they had fallen, rotting amid heaps of spent shell casings and scorched craters. Lord Skyle stared out over the defense lines that spread around the base of the fortress. Down there, his legionaries were readying themselves for the onslaught to come. Bastion emplacements were being coaxed back to life, auto-loaders clattering as the guns guzzled ammunition. Chaos Space Marines herded shivering cultists through the thigh-deep snow, forcing them into position behind armoured barricades. Demon engines prowled, the snow melting before their furnace heat. The Alpha Legion also had the aid of the Dark Gods. Just as warp rifts had opened upon the other worlds of the Fenris system, here a breach had torn open atop the glacier to disgorge the demons of Khorne and Tzeentch. Skyle knew better than to trust the entity's claims that they were his servants, but they would fight for him when the time came, and that was enough. Morkai's keep stood atop a glacial mesa that loomed over the frozen wastes of Frostheim. The Alpha Legion had banished the fortress's alarmed spirits and rendered them inert during their attack, but even so, there would be no way the Space Wolves could sneak up on Skyle's forces. Not that the wolves would be inclined towards subtlety upon discovering what had been done to their home system. They would be coming for the Alpha Legion with fangs bared. In truth, it didn't matter. The Alpha Legion had completed their task. The great ritual was done, and nothing could stop it now. The warp rifts blossoming across the Fenris system would multiply, vomiting forth the unnatural energies of the Empyrean. A tide of demons would drown the Space Wolves' worlds, and even as they strove to protect their domain, the Fenrisians would damn themselves beyond redemption. So it had been prophesied. So the Despoiler had decreed. Loosing the wolves. As the Space Wolves' warships powered in system, Grimnar divided his forces between Svelgard, Frostheim, and populous Midgardia, while grudgingly requesting the aid of the Grey Knights in securing Valdramani. Even asking these outsiders for help was not so contentious as his next order. The wolven were divided into murder packs and ferried from the cold-fanged to augment each great company. Those wolf lords who protested were shouted down by the furious Grimnar. The Space Wolves needed every warrior to defend their home. The Great Wolf would not allow the trickery of some unseen foe to deny them the aid of the wolven at this crucial moment. That, he asserted, was surely what their foes intended. The Space Wolves owed it to their returned brothers not to cast them aside. It was a thin straw to grasp at, but enough to secure the grudging compliance of his wolf lords. Svelgard, Frostheim's turbulent ocean moon, was the first world to feel Fenrisian retribution. It came in the form of Sven Bloodhowl and his fire howlers. Svelgard was the site of the main Fenrisian system defense network, known as the Claws of the World Wolf. This string of missile silos dotted the chains of volcanic islands that rose from Svelgard's seas, and its skyscraping missiles posed a threat to any warship navigating the Fenris System. The control hub for this network, a fortified nexus named the World Wolf's Lair, was located on the largest southern island. It was upon this site that the Fire Howlers descended in force, determined to reclaim control of this crucial asset. As Sven Bloodhowl charged down the assault ramp of his Stormwolf, his augmented senses took in the battlefield at a glance. Having come down on the rocky ridge overlooking the World Wolf's Lair, his warriors were pouring from their dropcraft, eyes wild and chain swords revving. Below them, the fortified compound seethed with demons, the vile beings who spilled from every bunker and strongpoint in their eagerness to attack the sky-born intruders. To one flank of the compound, the ocean frothed madly, sick luminescence shining in its depths. To the other, the island's volcano reared towards the sky. Lord Bloodhowl knew that the compound must be retaken with all haste. The claws of the World Wolf could be vital to reclaiming the Fenris System. A concerted attack was needed. Yet, the moment the Fire Howlers barreled from their craft, they launched themselves down the slope in ragged packs. The howls of the wolven rose over their headlong charge, the feral warriors loping amidst their brothers with thunderhammers and great frost axes raised. Sven's great company howled in answer, jetting forwards at their head. The Wolf Lord bayed as loud and as wildly as any, an animal rage burning in his eyes as he smashed into the demonic horde. Space wolves and demons hurled themselves into the fight with no thought for tactics or restraint. It was as though a madness had seized the Fire Howlers, their swift claws and sky claws leaving their battle brothers in their wake as they charged wildly down the ridge. A bestial savagery surged through their packs and saw them claw and bite at their foes, bludgeoning with gun butts and hacking madly with blades. Lord Bloodhowl fought in their midst, his expression as feral and savage as any of them. The demons of the Svelgard incursion responded to this reckless attack with glee. They spilled from every bunker door and shattered bulkhead, raising a wordless war cry. 4 days they had been hunting the last of the Lair's garrison or fighting suddenly amongst themselves. Now here came a foe to corrupt and defeat, and the demons would not waste their chance. Launching themselves skyward from the fortifications of the World Wolf's Lair, the bloodthirster Vorhak flapped heavily into the air. The demon threw back his bestial head and gave vent to a mighty bellow, a roar that was matched by the volcano that towered over the battlefield. Molten brass and screaming skulls rained down upon the scene, spat from the mountain's maw. and through the rain of destruction the bloodthirster charged. Vorhak, the annihilator of Zarn, hit the Space Wolf vanguard like a battering ram, slamming down amongst them. The bloodthirster swatted a land speeder from the air with his axe. His second swing split 3 sky claws in half, soaking the ground with their blood. Bellowing, Vorhak kicked a Wolfguard pack leader in the chest and sent him tumbling away, before cutting his axe up under another Skyclaw's chin and smashing him 100 feet into the air. Blood rained down upon Vorhak as the bloodthirster ploughed on deeper into the fight. Taking their master's lead, the rest of the demonic incursion hurled themselves at their foes, while the brass-shod demons of Khorne charged straight up the centre. Verdig, Rus, Talibrand, and the infernal servants of Zench moved to engulf the Fenrisians' flanks. The fight that followed was savage and desperate. For several saga-worthy minutes, those elements of the fire howlers that had charged recklessly ahead were forced to fend for themselves against impossible odds. Axes thumped into demon flesh. Power armor was rent and sundered. Bike engines roared, and the cries of dying Skyclaws filled the air. Then, finally, the rest of the great company reached the edge of the fortifications. The demons were so intent on overwhelming the Space Wolves, they didn't realize the danger until the main bulk of the fire howlers crashed into them. Some of these Space Wolves had been driven just as blood-mad as their faster kin, a few even loping into the fight as fully transformed wolven. However, many Grey Hunters and Long Fangs had managed to keep their heads. These warriors now advanced into point-blank range and opened fire upon the encircling demonic forces. A soul grinder that had just dismembered several swift claws was struck in the side by a Vindicator shell and blown to gory scrap. Heavy bolter rounds thumped into the sky, soaring lines of fire criss-crossing as they punched screamers and burning chariots out of the air. The demons were caught in the open and shredded by roaring gunfire, or driven back into the compound in disarray. Though their flanks were collapsing, Vorhak and his Khornate demons were still wreaking havoc in the centre. Sven Bloodhowl was locked in battle with a hissing Khornate herald, fighting furiously just to hold the demon at bay. He could do nothing to intervene as the bloodthirster smashed its way through his battle brothers, making corpses of heroes with every swing of its axe. Then, with a mighty chorus of howls, the wolven murder pack struck. Having circled their prey through the madness of battle, they came at the bloodthirster from every angle. Returned 13th Company and newly turned fire howler wolven fighting as one. Storm frag, auto launchers drummed, stitching Vorhak's monstrous form with explosions, and the moment before the wolven sprang. The bloodthirster caught one wolven mid-leap, his axe swing smashing the warrior back and over the roof of the bunker. At the same time, a thunderhammer cracked into the bloodthirster's jaw, and a frost axe hacked through his right wing, all but severing it in a spray of ichor. More blows rang from Vorhak's armor or stabbed through his iron-hard flesh, and the bloodthirster bellowed in fury. Another swing of the bloodthirster's huge axe hacked 2 more wolven apart, and before a blow from the weapon's pummel hammered another into the ground hard enough to leave behind a gore-smeared crater. Howling with incandescent rage, a wolven pack leader lunged inside the bloodthirster's guard and buried both frost claws into its breastplate. In return, Vorhak smashed the pack leader aside, leaving the claws snapped off and protruding from his chest. Seizing his moment, another wolven swung his thunderhammer with the force of a Fenrisian avalanche and drove the icy blade straight through Vorhak's black heart. The bloodthirster's axe hit the ground with a clang like a tolling bell. Moments before, its owner toppled backwards with black blood jetting from his chest. As the Khornate demons reeled in disarray, Sven Bloodhowl seized his chance and struck the head off the herald he was fighting. The Wolf Lord stepped back, panting with exertion as he surveyed the battlefield with eyes from which the madness had fled. Many of his wolven were slain, and dozens of space wolves besides. Their bodies lay between great mounds of twitching demonic dead that even now rotted away to nothingness. Sven's grey hunters and Longfangs were purging the last of the foe from the compound, driving them back into the sea with their gunfire. The world wolf slayer was secure, but the cost of victory had been steep indeed. The Fierce Eye's Oath. Bound by his oath to defend the Fang, Wolflord Crom Dragongaze had been forced to look on, powerless, as madness engulfed Fenris' sister worlds. Another Wolflord might have discarded their oath in favour of action, but the Fierce Eye still remembered his failures on Alaric Prime. He would never trade duty for self-aggrandizement again. From the moment the Fenris System came under attack, the Fang's Vox galleries and astropathic choir were driven to a frenzy of activity. Every day brought fresh tales of disaster. Every day brought demands from Crom's warriors to take the fight to the foe. But Lord Dragongaze held his post despite his rage at the destruction being wrought. On Crom's orders, the Fang's astropaths hurled messages into the void until their minds bled, calling the wolves home. After days of waiting, everything happened at once. Even as Grimnar's warfleet broke warp on the edge of the Fenris System, an urgent message crackled through Crom's Vox. Bjorn the Fell-Handed had woken at last. Leaving orders for his wolf guard to appraise Grimnar of the strategic situation, Crom rushed down into the depths of the Fang. Stepping from the grav lift into the shadowed catacombs, Dragongaze found a group of iron priests and wolf priests already gathered around Bjorn's sarcophagus. The ancient dreadnought stirred at the Fierce Eye's approach, chains rattling around him and Vox grill rumbling to life. In strained tones, the dreadnought revealed the secrets of his slumber. So ancient and powerful was Bjorn's spirit that while he slept, he had stood vigil from atop the hexagrammatic ramparts of the Fang's echo in the warp. It was from this vantage point that Bjorn had spied demons gathering in the beyond, and from here that he had fought them off, since before even the first wolven were returned. Even now, part of his spirit still battled within the Empyrean, but he had broken away to deliver a vital warning. Bjorn had, that very hour, felled a mighty demon that scaled the ward wall with blade in hand. Even with Bjorn's boot upon its neck, the demon had choked out a mocking laugh. It had crowed that the Silver Templars were walking into a trap upon the Wolf Moon, and that their deaths would seal the Space Wolves' doom. Bjorn knew as well as any that demons lie, but he had felt the truth of this terrible utterance, and so he had risked a partial awakening to bring his warning to whomever could heed it. Crom must go, Bjorn urged. He must make all haste to Val d'Armani, and there he must prevent whatever catastrophe was about to occur. The Battle of Morkai's Keep. As the fire howlers fell in fury upon Svelgard, the warships of the Death Wolves rumbled into orbit over Frostheim. Here the renegade forces of the Alpha Legion had seized control of Morkai's Keep, putting the fortress's Space Wolf garrison to the sword. It was a cruel insult that could not go unpunished. Herald Deathwolf snarled as the Alpha Fang's Auspex confirmed Chaos Space Marine Vox traffic upon the world below. Such traitors held a special place of loathing in the Wolf Lord's heart. The enemy signals emanated from Morkai's Keep, hunched atop its glacial perch on Frostheim's equator. The Death Wolves had encountered only one enemy warship in high orbit, and the craft had plunged into the warp at their approach. Better yet, sensor auguries confirmed that the Keep's defenses were without power, though they did read trace empiric emanations from deep within the glacier. A current of feral excitement ran through the Wolf Guard gathered in Lord Deathwolf's stratagem. Evidently, the traitors had exercised the machine spirits of the keep's defences when they attacked, leaving its fearsome Icarus batteries and sentry guns lifeless and inert. It seemed as though the renegades had underestimated the speed and severity of the Space Wolves' response. The Death Wolves would punish them for their presumption. They would savage the foe while his throat was bared. Then discover whether these strange warp readings had anything to do with the madness engulfing the Fenris System. Harold's Wolfguard roared their ascent. The normally taciturn hunters boisterous and aggressive as they made for the embarkation decks. The Death Wolves' plan was simple. Morkai's Keep was a mighty fortress, located within concentric rings of static defences. It possessed excellent fire lines that would allow its garrison to slaughter foes approaching on foot. Instead, Harold's warriors would attack from above, exploiting the absence of the keep's otherwise lethal flak screen to mount a full aerial assault. It would be swift and bloody. The truth of that assertion came as the Space Wolves' attack craft roared down through Frostheim's atmosphere. As the first drop pods plummeted into range, warning hymnals rang out from their alarm speakers. Seconds later, explosions stitched the air, as the supposedly inert air defences of the keep roared to sudden life. First one pod, then another, exploded with horrific force, their blazing wreckage shedding burning corpses as they span away into the frozen wastes below. Throughout the Space Wolves' assault force, messages of alarm flashed back and forth. Through the sorcerous aid of their Zentian demon allies, the Alpha Legion had masked the energy signatures of the fully operational defences. They had laid their trap, and the Death Wolves had dived straight into it like idiots, committed to their attack run. The waves of Fenrisian gunships screaming down behind the drop pods now found themselves plunging into a cauldron of flak and mutagenic warp flame. Armor-glass windscreens cracked and exploded inward as shots marched across them. Armoured hulls were torn open or melted away, the craft's passengers clinging desperately to bulkheads and restraints as they tried to avoid the terrible plummet to their deaths. The Space Wolves' craft opened fire in return, but the drop pods below hampered their accuracy. Explosions blossomed around Morkai's Keep as missiles and laser blasts stabbed downwards, but the damage was nowhere near enough. Worse was to come, as a flight of Alpha Legion Helldrakes burst from concealed caves in the glacier's flanks, swooping through the snow and hail with predatory shrieks. The demon engines hurtled into the descending craft to rip and tear. Several of the draconic craft were blasted from the sky by the determined efforts of Storm Fang gunships, but the rest tore through the Death Wolves with horrific effect. Hades autocannons riddled Storm Wolves with holes, brass talons, eviscerated adamantium hulls, sending flaming craft tumbling down to explode amid the keep's defences. The death toll climbed by the second. Despite the losses, though, the Death Wolves fought on. All around Morkai's Keep battle raged. The Death Wolves fought furiously to drive back their ambushes, and with the howls of the wolven filling them with savage vigour, they were beginning to build momentum. So potent was the influence of the wolven that some Death Wolves had given into it entirely, devolving into savage beasts before the horrified eyes of their packmates. The brutality of the tangled point-blank battle was such that neither side noticed a small band of warriors clamber over the northern lip of the glacier. The Storm Wolf, carrying the wolf scouts known as Fengar's Cold Eyes, was clipped by flak early in the battle. Damaged and belching smoke, it overshot the fortress and slammed down on an ice shelf jutting from the glacier's flank. Unperturbed, the veteran scouts on board had simply shouldered their gear and scaled the ice cliff. Now disaster became good fortune as they prepared to assault the keep from an apparently unreachable and lightly defended quarter. Led by their pack leader, Fengar, the wolf scouts ran through the snow, crouched low with their guns held to their chests. With every step, the looming wall of the keep drew closer. From away across the glacier, they heard the thunder of guns and the bellowing roars of demon engines. A distant explosion shook the ground and sent shockwaves shuddering through the pall of smoke that drifted over the battlefield. But here, in this neglected blind spot, the Wolf Scouts advanced unimpaired. They scrambled uphill through an ice-cut drainage channel, their yellow eyes fixed upon the keep that loomed above them. Hauling themselves over the lip of the channel, the Wolf Scouts made a last dash across open snow before skidding into cover at the base of the keep's north wall. The fortress loomed before them, fire pouring from its gun emplacements and vision slits to shred any space wolves that drew near. With swift gestures, Fingar ordered his pack to stand back and stand ready. Flashing his fangs, the veteran warrior detached a melter bomb from his belt, slammed it against the fortress wall, and hit the arming rune. Moments later, the bomb seared a breach in the wall of Morkai's keep, and the Wolf Scouts surged inside. The first the Alpha Legion knew of the infiltration was when a blaze of bolt gunfire blitzed the keep's command chamber. 2 Chaos Space Marines and a handful of cultists fell to their initial salvo. The rest dived for cover behind cogitator banks and consoles, returning fire at the coal eyes. Even as the battle raged beyond the armor glass of the observation window, the command chamber played host to its own furious gun battle. Leaning from behind a console, Fingar vaporized a Chaos Space Marine's head with his plasma pistol. Another Alpha Legionnaire rattled off a volley of bolter fire, blasting craters in Fingar's cover before being punched off his feet by the shots from a pair of Wolf Scouts. Seizing his opening, Fingar vaulted his smouldering cover and dashed to the primary control lectern. It was from this blinking console that the keep's door locks and external defenses were controlled, and the Wolf Scout knew from his briefings that its destruction would leave Morkai's keep wide open. Fingar had never been one for technology, distrusting the Iron Priests and all their strange secrets. In the field of blowing things up, however, none had ever had cause to question his prowess. Ignoring the fusillade of autogun fire that rattled around him, Fingar liberally festooned the lectern with his remaining crack grenades and melter bombs, and before taking a running dive into cover behind the biggest console he could see. The explosion that followed was sufficient to blow the chamber's armor glass out in a jagged blizzard, and raise a grin on Fingar's grizzled features for the first time that day. Horror on Midgardia. Of all the worlds in the Fenris System, the poisoned greenhouse of Midgardia was the most populous. It was also the most challenging environment in which to wage war, necessitating Logan Grimnar's deployment of not only his personal champions of Fenris, but also the armoured might of the Iron Wolves. Midgardia was a world well defended from conventional attack. An ancient Nova cannon watched the planet's skies, while the Magma Gates, a network of towering hive fortresses, guarded the main entrance to Midgardia's network of subterranean settlements. Even the planet's environment was a deterrent to attack. The surface was a toxic hell of spores, created by the vast fungal trees that made up its strange jungles. Underground, the lava-lit caverns in which the Midgardian people made their cities were connected by winding tunnels and treacherous, easily defensible hanging walkways. The foe that now assailed Midgardia was anything but conventional. As the ritual of convergence was completed, war portals had yearned wide both above and below Midgardia's surface, vomiting out tides of gibbering hellspawn. This enemy had no spaceships to shoot down. They did not fear to breathe the toxic spores of the surface, for they did not breathe at all. By tearing their way through the minuscule of reality, they bypassed many of the underground strongpoints that would have held normal invaders back for weeks. By the time the Space Wolves rushed to Midgardia's defense, the world was all but lost.
Filled with a vengeful fury, Logan Grimnar devised an attack plan as aggressive as it was ambitious. He divided his forces into two massively oversized strike forces. Strike Force Fenris, consisting of the bulk of the Iron Wolves along with the armoured elements of Grimnar's own great company, struck from the skies against the demons that besieged the magma gates. Aided by thunderous orbital bombardments, this strike force drove the infernal foe back. They rallied the surviving Midgardian Defence Force regiments, swept the Hive's shielded ramparts clear of demons, and drove Spear of Rust formations out from the magma gates until nothing demonic remained standing within 20 miles. Strike Force Morkai, comprising Grimnar, his Kingsguard, all of Eagle Iron Wolf's Terminators, and both great companies Wulfen, teleported directly into the caverns and tunnels beneath the magma gates. This unnatural method of deployment drove the Wolven wild and saw their murder packs rampage furiously through the scattered demons that infested the tunnels beneath the Midgardian hives. Ichor ran in rivers as the Wolf Guard joined the battle, more than one succumbing to the Wolven curse in the process. Though many great sagas were cut tragically short by demonic blades, the slaughter was total. Within hours, Strike Force Morkai held the gates to the underworld. Waiting only for planetary defense regiments to descend into the depths and join him, Logan Grimnar ordered the advance. His forces and those above would form twinned cordons that would advance outwards from their starting positions and purge all before them with fire and blade. The two forces, armoured tanks and transports on the surface, Terminators and Wolven below, would keep pace with one another using Vox exchange and by tracking the teleport homing beacons. Midgardian forces would move up behind them, plugging gaps and holding conquered terrain as needed. The demons would be systematically purged from both subterranean and surface war zones, with none escaping the Fenrisians' wrath. On the surface, the spore mists were so thick that only sealed armoured vehicles could safely advance. As it crunched and ground through the bloated purple foliage, Strike Force Fenris discovered that the powers of chaos had already wrought horrific changes here. The Space Wolves found the fungus trees growing obscenely bloated, like boils about to burst. Rot spread dark fingers across the trees' quivering trunks, and a thick, mucal sludge wept from them to form nauseating, sticky swamps. The stench from these pus bogs was so foul that it penetrated even the hulls of the Iron Wolf's tanks, while the muck itself clogged tracks and bogged the vehicles down. It was a Strike Force Fenris founded in this foul terrain. The demons of Nurgle struck. Plague drones buzzed down from on high, while beasts and plague bearers rose up from the milk-white, fetid swamps. The slime-dripping demons closed in around the Space Wolves' tanks. Swaves of the foul beings were hammered back into the muck by heavy bolters and las cannons, or shattered by Iron Priest's Hellfrost pistols. Still more and more demons arose, tearing tanks open with their unholy strength. Worse was to come as the Space Wolves disembarked to defend their tanks. To their horror, they found the jungle spores eating through their eye lenses and armor seals, and into the flesh beneath. Even as they battled the groaning demon hordes, the warriors of Strike Force Fenris could feel their flesh rotting and sloughing away. Soon the advance had stalled altogether, Space Wolves fighting just to hold their ground. In the underworld, Strike Force Morkai was having problems of their own. The squads had made good progress at first. The demon packs that roam the underworld were scattered and disorganized, more of a murderous rabble than an organized army. Amid the hot, claustrophobic confines of the tunnels that connected each hanging settlement, the individual might of the Terminators and Wolven counted for much. The psychic lightning of Grimnar's rune priests and the devastating weaponry of these iron priests scoured whole caverns clear of taint in minutes. The further the subterranean forces pushed outward, the more thinly spread they became. When the surface forces stalled under heavy attack, Strike Force Morkai advanced without surface support. In doing so, they exposed themselves to attack from demons filtering down through tunnels and vents from the surface. Entire elements of the Strike Force were soon surrounded, caught to the fore by the demons of Tzeentch and Slaanesh, and to the rear by the rotting Talibans of Nurgle. The Space Wolves fought like heroes from the first sagas. Heavy flamers roared, filling demon-choked corridors with cleansing flame. Wolven howled madly as they launched themselves into battle, talons and axes ripping unnatural flesh, while their Stormfrag auto-launchers thumped out volleys of grenades. For all their heroics, the Space Wolves' subterranean advance had slowed to a crawl, and their casualties were appalling. The only exception was the force led by Logan Grimnar and Ulrich the Slayer, whose combined fury and zeal had seen them push ahead into Settlement 529, known locally as Deep Spark. Typical of Midgardian settlements, Deep Spark was a township built upon metal walkways and platforms, suspended from the rocky ceiling high above. Far below, lava bubbled and steamed lazily, its hungry glow lighting the cavern like some scene of hell. It was as the Space Wolves reached the middle of this deserted settlement that warp portals split the air around its edge. Screaming and gibbering, a host of demons surged towards the Fenrisians. Looming at their heart came the architect of this sudden ambush, a quartet of towering demon princes, an infernal tetrad. Had Eagle Ironwolf been present, he would have recognized the foul Mordaku from the depths of Ikala. Advancing alongside this fly-blown horror came Arkjar, World Slayer of Khorne, Zenchar of Tzeentch, known by countless cults as the Living Labyrinth, and Malignigal, Needle-tongued, a live-limbed and lurid prince of murder. The power of the Tetrad radiated through the Deep Spark like a physical force, but Grimnar refused to be cowed. Roaring in challenge, the Great Wolf ordered the charge. The two forces crashed together with incredible fury. Cornate cannons boomed, shouting Grimnar's forces with blazing bone. Thunderhammers slammed into demonic flesh, blasting hellish horrors apart with loud booms. Storm bolters thundered. Demon princes roared and hacked and smashed. Terminator plate crumpled. Blood sprayed. Soon, the very platforms on which Deep Spark sat were shuddering with the violence of the battle. Ulrich snarled and swung his Crozius, tearing away a demon's face. He could see the monstrous demon princes battling the wolven that surrounded them. The demons had been bloodied, but were causing carnage in return. Ulrich hated them all the more for it. These wolven were blessed of Rus, the bringers of the Primarch's gifts and heralds of his return. To see them laid low by warp filth disgusted Ulrich more than he could say. He swung his Crozius once again, swatting a demoness from the back of its freakish steed. "Blasphemers! Warp spawn, back to the pit with your scum!" Ulrich's Crozius swung again, smashing a flame thing aside with killing force. Suddenly, Grimnar was before him, noble features twisted in an animal snarl. Ulrich was pleased to see even Grimnar touched by the Primarch's blessings. Those who said curse were fools. Rus would never have left his sons a legacy of harm. Whatever fort came next disintegrated, as a massive taloned fist connected with the side of Ulrich's head. The world tumbled, and suddenly the Slayer was on his back, ears ringing and blood in his mouth. Ulrich watched blearily as the infernal Tetrad waded into the Space Wolves, hurling a wolven through a habhut. The Nurgle-blessed demon prince vomited a great cloud of flies that filled the air with their mindless buzz. Ulrich saw the cornate demon prince ram its blade through the chest of a Wolfguard Terminator, before ripping the sword upwards to bisect the warrior in a shower of blood. Another of the towering fiends, this one bearing the mark of Tzeentch upon its unnatural flesh, flickered through the fight like a jumping pick reel, blasting bolts of mutating fire into the space wolves that surrounded it. Behind this sorcerous abomination, the Slaneshi demon prince danced and whirled, lopping off heads and plucking out eyes with monstrous grace. The fiend's dance was suddenly and violently interrupted as the axe of Morkai hurtled through the air, whipping end over end to bury itself in the demon prince's leering face. Charging in and ripping his blade free from the staggering monster's skull, Logan Grimnar turned in time to block a hammering blow from the cornate demon prince. Reading the blade style of Khorne Berserker as clear as words on parchment, Grimnar cut under Gar's titanic swing to spill the fiend's molten blood. Ulrich's shout of encouragement was drowned out as the Zenchen demon prince threw back its head and screeched a deafening string of impossible words. As suddenly as they appeared, the demons vanished, leaving in their wake a thunderous rumble. Ulrich's eyes widened with horror as he watched cracks race through the cavern's walls. Pummeled and torn by the force of the warp, the cavern of Deep Spark began to shake itself apart. Ulrich had just time to see Grimnar lunge protectively over the prone form of a nearby wolven before a thundering storm of rock and stone had crashed down, and everything went dark. The Demon's Snare. Brother Captain Stern ducked, warp flame roaring over his head. Scowling, the Grey Knight reached out and chanted a rite of banishment to hurl a swathe of fangoid flamers back into the Empyrean. Demons of Tzeentch and Slanesh flowed across the marble floor in a seemingly endless tide. Stern stood as one of a tight circle of Grey Knight's battle brothers, fighting to hold back wave upon wave of the foe. Already the Grey Knights had hacked, blasted, and banished what felt like hundreds, and still the demons came. Worse, Stern knew that this was but a diversion, a spending of foot soldiers meant to pin the Grey Knights in place. The greatest danger was from the roiling build-up of psychic energy that shivered the air around them. Every Grey Knight could sense it, even without the psi trackers in their armor. For to those with the gift, it was akin to a rumbling volcano about to erupt. Fighting on with mechanical efficiency, Stern mentally reviewed the events that had brought them to this. From orbit, Valdemani, the Wolf Moon, had been revealed as a barren ball of crags and blood-red sand, bereft of atmosphere and lashed by radiation flares from the Fenrisian star. In these hellish environs, the Space Wolves had established the dome-plex of Longhowl, fortified and shielded against the planet's hostile conditions. It was from here that an astropathic relay hurled messages from the Fang out into the void. It had been from here, too, that the distress call had come. It was evident now that a heathen cultist, a puppet of the Alpha Legion impersonating a Fenrisian Huskar, must have sent it. Such was the cunning and veracity of the message that it had been enough to lure the Grey Knights in. Only when the storm ravens of Stern's force were plunging groundwards did the city's Nova cannon awaken, blitzing columns of ruby fire into the heavens. Caught by the sudden ambush fire, the Grey Knight's battle barge was torn in two. By the time the ship's gun decks awoke, it was far too late. That once mighty starship now rained down as fiery wreckage upon Valdemani's surface. The Grey Knights had blasted their way into the fortified city only to discover not hapless imperial citizens, but seething hordes of demons and shrieking cultists clad in the colours of the Alpha Legion. And then there was the psychic build-up, an increasing empiric reaction that was swiftly reaching critical mass. Stern could sense that when it peaked, the subsequent explosion would annihilate the city and the Grey Knights with it. Doubtless that was the point. What he could not determine was it all some devious ruse, of the ruinous powers to make the Space Wolves look culpable for the Grey Knight's deaths? Or was he witnessing the first act of open betrayal by a great wolf driven mad by the corruption of chaos? The Winterbite was a Nova-class frigate, a sleek, fast warship that had borne Crom Dragongaze and his personal elite, the Fierce Eye's finest, from the Fang's space docks with commendable haste. A canny tactician, the Winterbite's captain brought his craft in through the drifting wreckage of the Grey Knight's battle barge, using the shattered remains to screen his ship from the deadly cannons lurking below. As the strategic situation became clear, Crom's worst fears were confirmed. The battle barge had been destroyed by a sudden massive salvo of Nova cannon fire. Whatever the rising psychic signature from the surface meant, he couldn't imagine it portended anything good. There had been no time for Crom to speak to the Great Wolf, but he could easily surmise that the Grey Knights must have come for the wolven. If Stern's men were wiped out in a trap now, Crom could well imagine how the remaining Grey Knights might react. It seemed the demon's warnings rang true. That in itself gave the Wolf Lord a sudden feeling of disquiet, but he quickly cast it aside.
"Captain," growled Crom urgently, "keep your craft concealed and ready to storm wolves. I need to get down there now."
"Bloodthirster!" roared Stern, pointing his blade in warning. A second later, the vast demon smashed its way into the dome through the southern bulkhead. The demon made straight for the brother captain, swooping over the heads of the demonic horde to crash down in their ranks. Bellowing, the Bloodthirster smashed demonettes and horrors aside, before sending its blood flail rattling out. Shoulder to shoulder with his brothers, striving to hold back the tides of demons before him, Stern could not avoid the blow. The brazen hammer slammed straight into his chest, denting silvered armor and cracking the black carapace beneath. It was a testament to Stern's incredible fortitude that, though he staggered, he did not fall. Still, blood dribbled from between his lips, and his breath came in wheezing gasps as he leveled his stormbolter and fired back. The demon snorted a laugh, ignoring the bolt shells impacting against its iron-hard skin. It whipped its blood flail above its head, preparing to lash it outwards once again. Then Stern gritted his teeth for the blow to come. It was at that moment that a loud Fenrisian shout burst from his vox relay. "Grenades incoming, Bryce!" Without conscious thought, Stern maglocked his boots to the metal decking and prepared for a blast. In the next second, the entire west wall of the dome exploded inward, missiles and las blasts annihilating the rad-proof crystal glass in blooms of searing flame. Immediately, the scream of escaping atmosphere filled the dome. Though the Grey Knights were locked in place, the demons had no such protection against the vacuum. Stern watched in amazement as, wailing and howling, his foes went tumbling away across the atrium, sucked out of the gaping rent to plunge hundreds of feet to the red sands below. The Bloodthirster was the last to be taken, wings beating furiously against the suction of the void. Yet, out it went, slamming bloodily against the jagged plasteel of the breach before spinning away with a muffled howl of fury. Stern, his helm locked in place against the vacuum, watched wordlessly as a trio of Space Wolf's craft hovered into position outside the breach, and his saviors leapt from their open ramps into the atrium with weapons drawn. As the last of the atmosphere leached from the atrium dome, the Space Wolves and Grey Knights wasted no time in making for the north bulkhead, beyond which a transit corridor stretched away to the Corostorium. A swift blow from a power fist persuaded the bulkhead's override panel to activate, sending the metal door grinding up into the ceiling. The Imperial warriors ducked through, heads lowered against the atmosphere howling out past them, before manually dragging the bulkhead back down, as the door's pneumo bolts locked and air pressure equalized. Crom and Stern pulled off their battle helms. Crom, Dragon Gaze, had with him his Fierce Eye's finest, a retinue of favoured warriors drawn from all ranks of the Drake Slayers, First amongst this warband of heroes were the fierce-eyed Wolfguard, a proud and ferocious pack of veteran warriors led by the redoubtable Beroic Winterfang. These warriors had fought alongside their fiery-tempered lord during the darkest hours of the war against the Red War, and neither Xenos nor Demon gave them pause. Next came the other hand-chosen warriors of Crom's personal cadre. They outnumbered the surviving warriors of Stern's force, made up of a small and solemn band. It only consisted of 10 other warriors, left from a force of more than twice that number. Despite the ichor that spattered their armor, the warriors of Strike Squad Nurades seemed to glow with a holy radiance that drove back the creeping shadows of this demon-infested place. The battle brothers of Terminator Squad Vervox stood ready for battle, their brows drawn thunderously down and their nemesis weapons crackling with energy. The two bands of warriors watched each other carefully, weapons gripped tight. Then Crom barked a humorless laugh and introduced himself and his men. He would accept the Grey Knight's thanks later, the Wolf Lord growled. For now, they had work to do. Brother Captain Stern knew Dragon Gaze was right. The energies flowing from the astropathic Corostrium, I said it right that time, were reaching their peak, exerting a throbbing pressure within his mind that felt ready to burst. He had to make a choice, either to trust these newly arrived space wolves or to strike them down as traitors. The moment stretched long, Stern staring at Crom, as if seeking to divine the thoughts behind the Wolf Lord's eye. Finally, the Grey Knight held out one mailed hand in greeting. Crom gripped it fiercely, and both heroes' warriors relaxed their grip upon their weapons. They had to move, stated Stern, without preamble. Whatever the demons were doing, it was almost done. Crom nodded, and the two warriors led their followers at a run down the long, gallery-windowed corridor. A piercing whine carried on the air, rising in volume and setting the Space Marine's teeth on edge. Spectral fire flickered along the walls, while the doors of the Corostrium churned with screaming faces that pressed out from beneath their golden surface. The Space Wolves forked signs to ward off witchcraft, Stern noting the gestures without comment. Crom went to shoulder charge the writhing portal, but Stern motioned him back. Raising one hand and splaying his fingers, the brother captain began to chant the 13 verses of negation, his brothers swiftly joining him. Their words crashed forth as hammers of holy sound, the syllables forming into glowing motes that coalesced into a blazing orb. Suddenly Stern stabbed his fingers forwards, the gesture hurling the blast of psychic might down the corridor and blasting the doors apart in a shower of smoking shrapnel. Crom growled appreciatively at the raw destruction before throwing back his head and loosing a feral howl. His warriors joined the wordless war cry before charging headlong into the blinding jade light, spilling through the blasted doorway. Stern and his battle brothers followed. The Corostrium was a spacious iron crystal dome whose tiered cradles gave the astropaths an unobstructed view of the portent-filled star field above. The energies of chaos had transformed the chamber into a scene ripped straight from some ecclesiastical vision of hell. The astropaths still inclined in place, but their bodies had melted like wax, becoming screaming lumps of meat tallow, fused horrifically with the cradles that held them. From the eye sockets of each, roaring torrents of jade power poured into a vile sigil that dominated the chamber's metal floor. The glyph pulsed with warp energies, searing out like a sun on the brink of supernova. The Imperial warriors had barely a moment to register the glowing glyph. The mutilated astropaths and the gibbering soul ghosts that whirled around the dome's ectoplasm-smeared ceiling. The next second, a furious hail of firepower rained down upon them. "Cultists!" snapped Stern of the box. "In cover behind the cradles."
Petty little men, scoffed Crom in return. Drake slayers, put them down.
A hailing gale of gunfire erupted at the Wolf Lord's command, Crom and his battle brothers blitzing the tiered astropathic galleries with fire. Jets of flame consumed tormented astropaths and screaming cultists alike. Ripping volleys of bolt shells detonated flesh and sent blood jetting all the way up to the crystal ceiling. As the astropaths burned or burst asunder, the energies flowing into the hellish sigil stuttered. Green light strode wildly around the chamber, and hairline cracks shivered through the Corostrium's crystal dome as overpressure battered its structural integrity.
Commendable vehemence, commented Stern with approval. Lord Crom, keep them busy. My warriors and I will finish this. Brothers, the rite of nullification.
Waves of wild energy were cascading from the sigil now, the metal decking glowing and bubbling all around it. The Grey Knights advanced like men walking into a gale, buffeted by malefic energies as they bellowed their ritual chant. The sigil's light wavered and dimmed. In response, a booming voice echoed across the chamber. Recognizing words from the ancient and abhorred scrolls of Magnus, Stern snapped his gaze up to see a cruel-faced dark apostle. The demagogue emerged from amid the sigil's searing energies, biting out the last words of his infernal incantation. The next second, a pyrokinetic shockwave exploded amidst the Grey Knights. With their energies focused upon nullifying the demonic glyph, they had nothing left with which to defend themselves against this sudden attack, and were hurled from their feet. Stern pushed himself upright in time to parry the thunderous overhead swing of the Apostle's mace. The force of the attack staggered him, as did the next three crashing blows. The Apostle battered Stern's guard like a madman, crashing his weapon down on the Grey Knight's shoulder hard enough to break bone. With a furious roar, Stern rallied and swung his nemesis sword double-handed, swatting the Apostle's mace from his hands. Reversing his grip, Stern drove the point of his weapon deep into his foe's chest and out of his back. The Apostle dropped to his knees, but even as blood bubbled between his lips, the priest forced out an agonized laugh.
Very good. You make your carrion god proud. But now a real god comes. Kneel before the majesty of Zencha.
The Space Wolves' firepower had all but annihilated cultists and astropaths alike, but as Stern ripped his blade from the body of the Dark Apostle, the light of the sigil redoubled in strength. A screaming, soaring note filled the dome, and as it swelled, a wave of demons burst from the radiant glow. At their head came the Zentian demon prince, Zencha, the sorcerous abomination blasting 3 paladins to ash in a heartbeat. In his wake came leaping flamers and horrors, their warp flame licking out to turn half of Red Fist's blood claws to screaming glass. With bellows of fury, Crom Dragongaze and his warriors hurled themselves at this new threat. Chain swords roared as they carved demonic flesh. Bolt pistols boomed, blasting sulphurous gore into the air. Crom was a dervish of destruction, every sweep of his axe cutting down another foe. The tide grew by the second, more and more empiric creatures surging from amid the sigil's glare. That light had now become blinding, a psychic force that thickened the air like treacle. Stern hacked at the demons surrounding him. Amongst them he could see islands of silver and grey, his battle brothers fighting furiously to survive. It was not enough. The Imperial warriors could slay 1,000 demons, but they would still be annihilated by the sigil's blast. Brother Captain Stern knew what he must do. Ripping free from the claws and tentacles that scrabbled at his armor, Stern whirled his blade in a wide arc to clear a space. Dropping his shoulder and blazing away with his storm bolter, the Grey Knight barged through the demons until he stood just feet from the howling, pulsing sigil. With a whispered prayer to the Emperor, Stern raised his blade high and plunged into the light. Across the chamber, Zinchar swatted a grey hunter aside and beat his mighty wings, making to leap after Stern. Instead, he crashed to the ground as a howling figure slammed into him from behind. Grinning, Crom came up shooting. Shrugging off the pummeling shells, Zinchar rose with a shriek and drove his massive sword through Dragon Gaze's shoulder. The demon prince gathered his sorcerous might to finish his mortal prey, but snarled as an amplified prayer boomed from within the sigil's glare. Every demon in the Chorostrium, I can't say this word, I'm sorry, threw back their heads and screamed as one. One moment the sigil was bomb and gateway both. The next its energies were turned in upon themselves by Stern's right, a wave of banishing force thundering through the chamber. Crom watched in awe as the energies of the warp were turned against the demons, sweeping them wholesale from Valdemani. A sudden quiet descended as the demons vanished and the light of the sigil guttered and died. In its place, blade driven into the symbol's heart, armor scorched and seared, Stern rose slowly to his feet. Wisps of smoke curled from the grey night as he offered Crom a nod of thanks. Blood welling from his shoulder, Dragon Gaze returned the gesture. The trap had been defeated. The demons had been driven back. There was yet hope. Warzone Fenris. The fate of the Fenris System balanced upon a knife's edge. Svelgard's orbital defenses were back under the Space Wolves' control, but the planet's islands and ocean seethed with demons. Morkai's keep had been retaken, only at great cost, and the energies of the ritual enacted there were still tearing open new warp rifts throughout the system. Of the situation on Valdemani, little was known save that the Grey Knight's battle barge had been destroyed while still in orbit. News from the Midgardian front was dire, the Space Wolves' attack foundering and all contact lost with the Great Wolf himself. Worst of all, across the Fenrisian war zone, the curse of the wolven waxed strong. Even the most veteran warriors strove desperately to restrain the animal rage that threatened to master them, while many of their younger packmates had already devolved into ravening beasts. The Space Wolves had no idea whether they were gripped by a viral phage or a soul sickness, a genetic legacy or some curse of the unworthy. None could escape the fact that their chapter faced a battle not only for its home system but for its very soul. It was into this cauldron of mayhem and strife that the Dark Angels' fleet emerged. Augur alarms blared and vox blurts raced back and forth among the great company's fleets, multiple contact runes flashing into being on Auspex screens. Imperial ships by the dozen tore from the warp, shedding skeins of tendrilous madness as they raised void shields and brought lances and turrets online. Within the vox galleries of the Fang, bond serfs and wolf-headed servitors listed off signifier codes as their augur sweeps detected them. Dark Angels, Ultramarines, Iron Hands, a dozen chapters besides, nightly houses and Astra Militara mass transporters. A stir passed through the observers as an enormous and distinctive signature appeared amidst this mighty assemblage. The rock itself, floating citadel of the Lion's Sons, had entered Fenrisian space and was even now powering in towards the embattled worlds. As the news filtered down to the embattled wolflords, alarm warred with relief in the hearts of each. It was a rare Fenrisian who would acknowledge the need for help, but there could be no denying that reinforcements were sorely needed. However, the Space Wolves had striven to keep the matter of the wolven from Imperial eyes until it could be understood and resolved. Now, with demons infesting their worlds and whole packs of warriors struggling to fight off the wolven curse, even the most obtuse Space Wolves could see that the wider Imperium might judge them harshly. As they fought on, the Space Wolves kept one eye on the heavens, waiting with trepidation to see whether this crusade fleet came as saviors or executioners. They would not have to wait long. As they broke into separate spearheads and bore down upon each world of the Fenris System, the Crusade craft made little contact with the Space Wolves, even as the rock itself rumbled steadily closer to Fenris. Their responses remained somber and by rote. The Dark Angels had come to excise the taint of the demon. What they did for the good of their brothers, no matter the cost. Soon enough, concern turned to outright alarm. The corridors of the Fang echoed to booming voices and the thrum of titanic generators as shields were raised and firing solutions cogitated. These were precautions only, the Space Wolves told each other. Surely none would doubt that they remained loyal servants of the Allfather. Such doubts had become all too possible for the Dark Angels. The deaths of Ahad's scouts on Nurades had been but the first step along a dark path of accumulating evidence and growing alarm. Next had come Samiel's return from Tranquilus. The Ravenwing Grand Master maintained a stony veneer before his subordinates, but in close session with the inner circle he had been deeply troubled. Samiel had seen the Space Wolves turn their backs on brother Space Marines, placing the survival of aberrant mutants above Samiel's own battle brothers. The cost in Ravenwing lives had been steep, but the damage done to the Space Wolves' reputation was more severe still. Surely, argued Samiel, the sons of Russ must have been led astray by some demonic trickery. Worse news followed when the Rock's master of Astropath, Asconditus, brought his lord a string of deeply troubling communiques. Wolf-like mutants had been reported in multiple star systems, he revealed, spilling from warp rifts with hordes of demons close behind. On each occasion, the Space Wolves had arrived shortly afterwards to gather the beasts and carry them away. The Astropath lamented that no effort had been made by these strike forces to protect Imperial citizens. In some cases, they had even brought those same worthy servants of the Emperor to harm. The whispers on the warp suggested the Grey Knights had even become involved, hunting down Logan Grimnar for reasons of their own. This last terrible hint of warp-spawned connivance was enough to convince Supreme Grand Master Azrael and his brothers that they must take direct action. A long-standing rivalry existed between the Space Wolves and the Dark Angels, a siblings' quarrel that had its roots in the time when Russ and L. Johnson themselves made war in the Emperor's name. While the inner circle told themselves this had no effect on their decision, in truth, not a one of them could help a certain feeling of vindication at that moment. The Space Wolves, always reckless and willful, had now charged headlong into the gravest peril. Now it was up to the Dark Angels to save their wayward brothers, even should the cost prove woefully steep. Exerting his full authority, Azrael declared a crusade. The Space Wolves would not be allowed to fall into damnation. The word of a chapter master bore great weight, while the evidence assembled was enough to rouse the fears of all true defenders of the Imperium. So it was that by the time the Dark Angels arrived in the Fenris System, they sailed at the head of a mighty fleet. Voxman Mandaxis stood, solemn and silent, swathed in the shadows of a communications pit on the cavernous bridge of the rock. Around him, servitors chattered and rune banks flashed, parchments spooled, data from the warships that even now entered orbit above the worlds of Fenris. Menials gathered up the scrolls by the armful, but Mandaxis stood dignified amongst the scramble. It was the hooded seneschal's role to wait upon the word of the demigod enthroned high above. After all, Supreme Grand Master Azrael was dealing with a difficult situation. It would not do for his orders to be in any way miscommunicated. Mandaxis stifled a giggle, checking that the menials hadn't noticed. No, they were still bustling about their business. Stupid, dead-eyed cattle. But then, most humans were just that. Pompous, petty, narrow-minded, and governed by their fears. It was no wonder that one such as he could lead them by the nose. The Vox Seneschal adjusted his robes, working a crick out of his neck while being careful not to stretch his flesh unnaturally far.
So limited, he thought irritably.
Still, they were easy enough to wear, as Mandaxus had proven over the past weeks. Or was it Brother Dolatus, tragic casualty of wolven attack and absentee from the Dark Angels Apothecarian? Or perhaps Master Astropath Ascondatus, a twister of missives and voice of counsel? Another giggle threatened to surface, and Mandaxus clamped down on the feeling. He had worked hard to bring things to this point, and though he was just another cog in a vast machine, Mandaxus knew he was a crucial one. He had done his master's bidding, and had done it well. Yet some tasks remained before him, and they were the most crucial of all. Sobering, the thing wearing Mandaxus's flesh listened intently to the words being exchanged high up on the throne dais. He didn't need his Vox headset to hear Azrael and his aides, but the pretense was all. Matters are worse than we thought, my lord. Our librarians report a system-wide reality breach. That was the voice of Asmodai, Master Interrogator Chaplain.
And the wolves, the deep, solemn voice that replied, belonged to Azrael himself.
In terrible peril, my lord, as we feared. Vox intercept suggests that beast mutants are not merely under the Space Wolves' protection. Their own battle brothers are becoming them. There was a long pause before Azrael spoke again. When he did, his voice was the cold of drawn steel in winter.
We have no choice. Give the order to open fire. Pain before redemption.
Pain before redemption, agreed Asmodai, passing on his lord's command. Across the Fenris System, lances flared and bombardment cannons lit with silent fire as the Crusade fleet rained shots down upon the worlds below. Lurking in the shadows of his communications pit, the changeling pictured the carnage and smiled.
Warzone Fenris, Part 2. The Wrath of Magnus.
The tempers of the Imperial fleet's commanders were tindered dry, and the entire Fenris system teetered upon the brink of catastrophe. Massive ships hung threateningly in the void, waiting to fall upon those worlds that harbored demons and mutants, and where the taint of chaos is found in great measure, the Grey Knights are never far behind. The bridge of the Dark Angels' space-bound fortress monastery was colossal in scale. Its vaulted interior could have housed a dozen space-capable vessels. Buttressed walls were lined with statuary, below which shimmered complex hololith data spectres that underlit the faces of stone saints with an eerie green glow. Upon a grand dais at the bridge's front, arguments raged and terse orders were bitten out. A sense of destiny hung heavy in the air. Here the fate of the Fenris system and of the Space Wolves chapter itself would be decided forever. Above it all was Supreme Grand Master Azrael, Master of the Dark Angels. No other living Space Marine had such a deep understanding of that chapter's twilight existence, swathed forever in the shadows of history, and some would say stained with the mire of heresy. Completely loyal, Azrael had at his side the interrogator chaplain Asmodai, as stern and obsessive as any who had walked the sacred corridors of the Rock or Caliban before it. Asmodai was an expert in the art of rooting out traces of chaos infection from those heretics hidden within the Imperium. But such was the nature and skill of Zenchi's agent upon the Rock's bridge, that even he had not divined the architect of their woes. The Space Wolves were judged in their absence. Under Azrael's orders, none of the Imperial Fleet's officers were accepting the Wolf Lord's voxhails, nor opening their astropathic mind choirs to missives from Fenris. The forceful personalities of the Adeptus Astartes clashed, every heated exchange threatening to ignite an internecine war that would have grave implications for the wider Imperium. The fires of strife were fanned at every turn, for amongst the warriors of the Imperium was a force of disharmony embodied, the trickster of Tzeentch. The demonic entity that had infiltrated the bridge crew, known in the sagas of the Space Wolves as the Changeling, was in its element. It had sown confusion and angst throughout Chapter Serf and Space Marine alike, posing as Vox Seneschal Mendaxis. The demon had formally announced to the Dark Angels that the Space Wolves had used the stronghold of Longhowl to open fire on the fleet belonging to the Grey Knights. This news, coming so soon after the picked thief footage of Dark Angel scouts being slain by the wolven, sealed the guilt of the Sons of Russ in the minds of their prosecutors. The chapter was irrevocably tainted. One of the system's worlds, Midgardia, had already fallen to demonic invasion. Azrael concluded there was no recourse but to scour it clean with the killing fires of exterminators, even though there were still space wolves upon its surface. The declaration was met with awed silence, but with Logan Grimnar missing, presumed dead, there were few with influence enough to gainsay him. Into these fires of recrimination plunged Brother Captain Stern, en route to the rock's orbit above the Fang. The Brother Captain had made common cause with Ragnar Blackmane. The two had fought hard to cleanse the Ramillies-class star fort Mjolnir of demonic taint. In an urgent remote conclave with Azrael, they secured permission to come aboard the great space-borne fortress of the Dark Angels. So it was that a wolf lord strode upon the flagstones of the rock's inner sanctums for the first time in living memory. With Lord Blackmane was an Inquisitor by the name of Benest de Mornay, an elderly but mentally formidable member of the Ordo Hereticus. De Mornay had crossed paths with the Dark Angels before. Man had his suspicions that the shadow of chaos was cast long across a great many of the Adeptus Astartes, the first legion amongst them. There many of the Dark Angels upon the bridge. Assume the Inquisitor was present to monitor and pass judgment upon the Space Wolves. In truth, De Mornay's vigilance fell not upon the sons of Russ, but those of Lionel Johnson. To their horror, Stern and the other warrior heroes that had approached the rock to consult with Azrael in person found they were too late. The bombardment cannons of the Imperial fleet had already opened fire upon the planets under their gun sights. Midgardia had been subjected to such a brutal and extensive firestorm, its surface was little more than a worldwide conflagration. Morkai's keep upon Frostheim had been blasted to rubble by a lance strike levelled by the calculating Iron Hands chapter. The Fenris System was besieged by both foes and allies, and the planets and moons, where the demonic incursions were most apparent, were already suffering grievous wounds under the Crusade fleet's onslaught. The war that Stern and Ragnar had come to stop was already in progress. Trusted brothers at one another's throats. But not the Space Wolves and the Dark Angels, obviously. Everywhere, confusion reigned, inflamed by the wrath of the Crusader and the defiance of the accursed. On the vast hololift displays at the fore of the bridge, the dispositions of the Imperial fleet and the defensive citadels of the Space Wolves flickered and came into focus. The fate of the two rival chapters hung in the balance. The ships of their fellow Adeptus Astartes, all but silent as a suffocating miasma of doubt and despair, threatened to erase millennia of hard-won brotherhood. Upon the bridge, the parley between traveller and commander was swift and intense. When the echoes of harsh-tongued speeches had faded from the rock's bridge, it was Stern who spoke alone. As a brother captain of the legendary Grey Knights, his words carried gravitas indeed. Surprising, considering they're supposed to be a secret organization that few know about, even Astartes chapters. He spoke of chaos and those who would spread it. He had already judged the souls of those wolven he had encountered and those of the warriors who had fought alongside them. He had found them sound. However,
There was one upon the bridge of the rock who did not belong, who was more than a hidden agent of corruption. He was anarchy incarnate. Stern pointed an accusatory finger at Vox Seneschal Mendaxis and named him for the demon he truly was. A piercing screech filled the incense-scented air. Brother Captain Stern cast an outstretched hand towards the uniformed figure of the Vox Seneschal, shouting a phrase of power that made the ears of all who heard it ring. The resinous smoke that hung around the bridge parted, giving shape to the psychic attack as it hurtled towards its intended target. The Vox officer screamed in defiance and slid away with a serpentine spasm, but Interrogator Chaplain Asmodai was waiting close by. He bellowed his most potent litanies of hate with such force the demon recoiled, as if physically struck. The false officer's flesh ripped open to reveal a shifting morass of pink-blue hide. Trapped between Stern's psychic aggression and Asmodai's fierce faith in the Emperor, the imposter illusion came apart like cobwebs in a gale, and the demon beneath was revealed. Laughing eerily, the architect of disaster that had been hiding amongst the Adeptus Astartes began to swell and grow. Long blue robes billowed, a vortex of warp energy whipping around the creature as it raised four spindly arms from within its voluminous shroud. Its face remained hidden by a deep hood. Many who witnessed its transformation considered this a mercy, for the presence of a demon was a hideous blight on the sanity, and often a death sentence, even for those who survived it. The great vault of the bridge echoed loud as storm bolt of fire crashed and boomed. Each bolt was transmuted to a harmless substance before it struck, turning to sand, to wine, to flitting butterflies with fractal wings.
"At him!" shouted Supreme Grand Master Azrael, his voice straining with tension. "The demon must be slain!" "Warp spawn, I know it!" spat Ragnar nearby, revving his meters-long chainsword Frost Fang as he loped towards the pink-skinned demon, spilling from a wound like breach. "These ones fight dirty, but they die all the same." He rolled shoulder first under a spray of mutagenic flame and came up in a lunging thrust, the tip of Frost Fang chewing through the throat of a demon herald, even as it sought to summon more of its kin. Ragnar soon lost to sight, demons crowding around him. Azrael knew the creatures went to their deaths. A humorless smile tugged at Azrael's lips as he raised his gun and racked the slide. He opened fire, and the demons turned black, limbs twisted thin as tinder sticks. "I purge thee from the sight of the righteous," incanted Azrael, as he strode down the steps to one side of the bridge's command dais. "I banish thee with the power of truth." The chapter master raised his relic weapon, the lion's wrath, and sent a burning bolt of plasma right at the Zentian demon at the heart of the confusion. The creature sketched a complex sigil in the air with all four of its hands before catching the plasma shot, as if it were no more harmful than a child's toy. He hurled it back, and Azrael was forced to step aside in haste. The white fire burned a cogitator bank to molten ruin behind him. As he moved, the Supreme Grand Master sent 3 bolter shells screaming towards the changeling. But these it simply flicked from existence with its long fingers, one after another. To his right, Azrael saw Brother Captain Stern run hard at the changeling, great swords swinging. 2 cackling pink horrors interposed themselves to save their master, but were swiftly bisected by the Grey Knight's blade. Bubbling from their remains came grumbling blue horrors that snatched at Stern's legs as he charged forwards. The Grey Knight burnt them away with a blast of white mine fire and forged onwards. Barely slowed, Stern waded through the morass of demon spawn, his blade levelled to impale the changeling. With a thrust he ran the creature through, only for it to shimmer and disappear. It was merely another illusion, cast to cover its retreat. The trickster thing
was already far to the right, disappearing down a sconce-lined corridor with the bubbling remains of 2 hulking guard servitors left in its wake.
"After it!" shouted Azrael. "Run it down and banish it, or there will be hell to pay."
With the changeling summonings leading to demonic incursions in several locations upon the rock, the Dark Angels and their allies scrambled to contain the warp breach before it was too late. In the space of a few heartbeats, those who had accused the space wolves of malefic taint had themselves become the accursed. The bridge of the rock was a scene of utter bedlam, with the changeling covering its escape by summoning ancient demons into the path of the pursuing Dark Angels. The once somber and doom-laden atmosphere had been replaced by a deafening cacophony. Screams of horror, shouted orders, and detonating bolter shells mingled with the hoots, cackles, and chanted incantations of the demonic invaders. The unmistakable scent of hydrocordite and promethium choked the air, chasing away the subtler scent of holy incense. Chapter serfs died by the score. Even Space Marine officers were laid low as they fought. Limbs blasted to molten gobbets or torsos turned to glowing glass by the sheets of warp flame hurled their way. It did not take the Dark Angels long to recover, as robed warriors ran in from archways and vestibules. A company of heroes assembled upon the flagstones of the bridge, bolters spitting death. They gave not an inch of ground, though many turned pale, the warp spawn unleashed in their midst, and the fires of change crackling at their feet. Several squads knelt in firing lines in order to form living bulwarks against the strange invasion, their shoulders turned towards the foe. Their brothers ran close behind them in order to close the net. Wherever their shots hit home, the pink-skinned demons would burst apart, as if made of no more than food sludge, only for 2 blue-skinned forms to coagulate from their blasted remains. When those grumbling byblows were put down by pinpoint fire, they too were replaced, each yielding a pair of yellow demon mites that crept from the fires of their predecessors' demise. The Sons of the Lion fought as one, locking their fields of fire to squad after squad. Wherever the largest and most decorated demons incanted their strange spells, the Deathwing struck. Grandmaster Belial's honor guard charged into the fight as a force of nature, obliterating their enemies with powered fists, claws, and hammers, and blasting apart the stragglers with punishing stormbolter fire. They left a trail of bubbling ectoplasm in their wake as they slew. Azrael and his fellow heroes were long gone. They had realized that the thronging demons were but a distraction. The changeling was the true mastermind behind the attack, and it had to be stopped before it could bring further havoc to the scions of the Imperium. As they ran, Stern made psychic contact with the warriors of his brotherhood, commanding them to gain access to the rock by any means necessary and eliminate the demon threat. Within minutes, a strike force of silvered paladins appeared upon the bridge of the rock in a blaze of strange light. By summoning and stepping through this psychic portal, they burned out many of the carefully etched wards that prevented etheric travel to and from the rock's bridge, much as the fallen Primarch Magnus once blew out the sorcerous defences of the Emperor's palace in his urgent need to tell the master of mankind of Horus's treachery. The Grey Knights considered it worth the cost. A skirling laugh emerged from 3 of the changeling's mouths as it darted away from the rock's labyrinthine corridors. So many of its plans had reached their apex, each bearing the delicious fruit of irony, confusion, and best of all, treachery in the name of justice. It was being hunted by some of the Imperium's most self-righteous warriors, each of whom was an expert in the field of destroying the works of chaos. But it felt not a flicker of fear. Zealots were often the easiest to fool. The changeling pushed ever further into the gigantic vessel, every twisting corridor and rune-sealed vault only adding to its delight. Close on its heels were Azrael and Asmodai of the Dark Angels, leaving the battle on the bridge in the hands of Belial and the Deathwing. They had little option, in truth. Both Grandmaster and Interrogator Chaplain knew full well that should an agent of the Dark Gods reveal the secret history of their order, the persecution of the wider Imperium would fall upon them too. They were accompanied by Demone, Stern, and Ragnar Blackmane, each a powerful champion of the Imperium in his own right, and bane of the Chaos Hordes. As this strange band made their way through the hallways and chain naves of the rock, they encountered the traps and traces their quarry had left behind. They banished scrap code glitches that turned machinery against them, repelled a demon ambush, and discovered the bodies of those the Changeling had impersonated when it had bound the Dark Angel so thoroughly into its plans. The remains of Vox Seneschal Mandaxis, the comatose interrogator chaplain Elazar, and a dozen others besides formed a disturbing trail for them to follow. Azrael demanded that his allies stay close. To stray was to invite the wrath of the First, a chapter known not only for their epithet, the Unforgiven, but also for their lack of forgiveness in turn. With his impostor's ruse uncovered, the Changeling made haste for the cells in which these mysteries were held safe. Should the Dark Angel's deepest secrets be revealed to the Grey Knights and the Inquisition, the chapter would likely be excommunicated. He had studied the nuanced whispers of the Inner Circle for some time since invigiling his way into the command structure of the Rock, and believed himself capable of locating their precious sanctums despite the myriad defenses and bluffs that kept them hidden. After all, he was an entity that had roamed the crystal labyrinth of Zench. Next to that impossible realm, a thought maze devised by even the most gifted mortal genius was child's play. Sure enough, as the Changeling wove his glamours, one code-sealed vault after another was opened with a hiss of servo motors, with the chapters of the Adeptus Astartes opening fire upon each other's ships and raining fire upon the domains of the Fenris System. The demon's duty to Magnus the Red had been fulfilled. It was owed a little fun. The Changeling chaplain strode onwards through the shadows, flickering sconces glinting in the sheen of the demon's armor. The surety and authority in the creature's every step was a better shield than the somber black battleplate of the interrogator whose appearance he wore. No buzzing servo skulls here, their picked thief lenses recording events for later dissection. No gormless vassals bothering him with the sheer mundanity of their gaze. The First Legion valued their secrecy above all else. What a glorious irony it would be if the Dark Angels' persecution of the Space Wolves, based on claims of deviance and the taint of the heretic, were to lead directly to their own trial for the very same charges. The idea of setting the loyalists against one another, exposing their most carefully guarded secrets for all to see, was intoxicating. Even now, he could hear the lords and masters of the rival chapters coming after him with all the subtlety of a runaway tank. Stifling a manic laugh, the Changeling pressed his Rosarius against a hidden recess in a marble archway. The portal slid open. It was time for change. Though Elazar, the interrogator chaplain, strode into the vaulted doorway, Supreme Grandmaster Azrael strode out. The tall, grim figure sketched the symbol of the first circle in the air, and the sentry guns beyond the doorway powered down. He entered a massive antechamber, soundproofed cells ranged along each wall. Smell of burnt umber and sandalwood resin could not hide the underlying scent of blood, nor could the sibilant chanting of dead-eyed excoriator cherubim silence the echoes of so many screams. "I have come for the fallen," said the Changeling, Azrael's noble tones giving his statement an air of command. "There is nothing left to learn," came a weary protestation from the farthest chamber. The voice was scratchy and hoarse, but a shred of defiance was underneath it still. "You have taken everything we have to give." "Things are different this time," said the impostor, Azrael, as he approached.
pressing the hilt of the Sword of Secrets against the Castellan-class gate-lock. The portal clunked heavily, and the lasbars that formed a portcullis in the mouth of the chamber crackled as they disappeared. The shadowy figure beyond half stood. His lean but muscular body was tense as a spring.
"This time, Nameless One,"
said Azrael,
"might give you freedom."
As the changeling had fled through the rock, it had summoned more of its kin from the ether, thinning the veil between real space and the warp with its strange sorceries. Hundreds of demons of Zench had been summoned into the fortress monastery, appearing without warning upon the bridge and at 8 sigil-marked locations besides. Their heralds had capered and cartwheeled past runic countermeasures that would once have slain them in an instant, but were now burnt out by the haste and force of the Grey Knight's appearance within the rock's bounds. Already, the demon infestation was spreading. The changeling had foreseen the Dark Angels bringing every weapon they could to bear against the intruders. But that, too, was a path fraught with peril. Given each Zentian horror's ability to split into two when slain, there was a chance that to fight the demon horde was to increase its numbers and unwittingly spread the danger even further throughout the rock. Grand Master Belial, assuming the defence of the fortress monastery's main decks, whilst his superiors ran for its hidden heart, set into motion a strategy of defence he had long since perfected. Taking the centre of the bridge with his chosen few around him in a tight knot, Belial gave the order of the shield's edge. In doing so, he bade the rest of his company spread out as much as they were able. His Deathwing split up and fought hard to the very perimeter of the bridge, fighting not as squads but as individual warriors. Power fists crushed, lightning claws slashed, and thunder hammers pulverized. As the corpse of each Zentian demon bubbled and began to yield 2 more, heavy flamers roared sanctified Promethean fires, and the threat was burned away. Where a battle brother fell, the others would compensate, fighting on until they reached the edge of the vast chamber before turning around. Certain that no demon was behind them, the Deathwing fought to close their circle once more. It was then the slaughter began in earnest. Caught between the crossfire of Belial's squad and the rest of his outer circle, the demons were decimated. By the time the Deathwing's other units had joined ranks with the innermost circle, only the mightiest of the infernal intruders fought on. Even as Grand Master Belial fought, he coordinated the actions of his brethren. The outriders of the Raven Wing were authorized to ride their steeds within the monastic corridors and chambers that formed each zone's interstices. Though Grand Master Samiel and his strike force were already bound for Fenris, those bikers he had left to guard the rock sped after their Black Knight leaders on intercept courses that led them straight for the forward elements of the demon invasion. Corridors reverberated to the roar of finely tuned engines and the crash of bolter fire as running battles broke out between Ravenwing battle brothers and razor-finned screamers, chainswords lashing out and explosions tearing apart ancient statuary in a contest of speed as much as finesse. Spark-trailing chariots, their sentient disc bodies linked to winged demon beasts at their fore, bore demon heralds and looming flamers along the corridors at breakneck speed. The riders hurled bolts of mutagenic magic left and right until guttering corpses lined the flagstones and the rock's sconce-lined walls ran like water. Back on the bridge, the macro-holograph of the rock that hovered above the Sanctum Strategium lit with a profusion of alert runes. Battle had been joined in a dozen theatres, each fiercer than the last. Amongst all the carnage, a pair of small but powerful demons rode their disc steed unnoticed through the vaults. Though not even the changeling knew it, there were those in the Dark Angels' demands who fought quite another battle altogether. The deep dungeons of the rock were cold and dank, moist with condensation redolent of wet rock. Pressing forward into the gloom were Azrael, Asmodai, and their allies. Brother Captain Stern guided their path, for despite the Dark Angel's expertise in hunting fugitives, He alone was able to detect the warp spore of the demon. Azrael was not pleased when Brother Aelos and Lavriel, members of the Deathwing's inner circle, barred his path into the lowest levels of the rock with the claim that the Supreme Grand Master had already passed through a few minutes before. Azrael was all cold efficiency, explaining quickly that they hunted a trickster demon and that the creature had taken his likeness in order to bypass their defenses. He proved his claim by placing his eye against the Arch-Oculus Veratus as it chimed. The Battle Brothers lowered their halberds and let the officers pass. As the fellowship drove on into the bowels of the fortress monastery, Azrael assured Stern, Blackmane, and Dimorne that he and Asmodai had the matter of the changeling's banishment in hand. There was no need for such a concentration of authority, said Azrael. In fact, those unfamiliar with the rock's layout may slow its occupants down in their hunt. Their efforts were likely better spent aiding the greater war effort rather than pursuing the single demon. Despite the gravity of Azrael's tone, all three champions of the Imperium elected to continue their hunt. Though it galled the minds of the Dark Angels to witness it, the changeling had used its perfect impersonation of Azrael to bypass every sanctum-locked vault door, gene-coded las barrier, and autophonic cage that guarded the lower levels of the rock. The occasional corpse marked the site of conflict between a guard that had not been fooled so easily, but there was no sign of the demon interloper. The heroes hunted their quarry through the great dark chambers designed to hold those heretical brothers the Dark Angels knew as the Fallen. As they passed along the processionals and interrogators' crypts, they found a once blank portion of the wall open, its hinged door creaking gently and its hex seals shattered. Asmodai lashed out in frustration with his Crozarius as he passed the elaborate doorway, a shower of blue sparks in his wake. The changeling would pay dearly for his work here. Further into the rock the heroes delved, the gene seal of the true Azrael enough to ensure their passage through even the most redoubtable portal. A horrible suspicion had been haunting the Supreme Grand Master, and with every direction given unto them by Stern, that feeling turned from a vague possibility to concrete certitude. The changeling sought the nemesis of the Lion himself. The Grand Master was correct. The changeling sought to release Lionel Johnson's archenemy, Luther of Caliban, from his cell, freeing the ancient warrior to tell the dire truth of the Dark Angel's history to the Grey Knights and Inquisition alike. In the process, he also sought to open the cells of the Fallen, each of whom represented a dark blemish on the honor of the Dark Angel's chapter. To the demon, the revelations they would impart to the rest of the Imperium would be sweet indeed. With the greatest concentration of cells within arm's reach, the changeling found his way barred, not by the embattled heroes, but by a diminutive figure that was hidden entirely by white robes and carried a graven crozius in both arms. The demon recoiled in horror, for the creature before it was anathema to its kind. The creature focused its baleful glare, and the changeling turned and fled. With that, the changeling's confidence in his own schemes was broken. Fate, that most poisonous and fickle of serpents, was writhing out of his grasp, threatening to close its fangs upon the demon instead of dancing to his charmer's tune. His flight through the rock led him not to safety, but into the path of the hunters that pursued him. Within seconds the dark chamber was full of strobing light and deafening noise. The changeling called into being a chattering riot of horrors, sending them against the heroes. He then took a variety of forms, each the nemesis of one of his hunters, as overlapping chants and insults spilled from its 9 mouths. The Wolf Lord Ragnar Blackmane confronted his old enemy Maddox once more, growling in frustration and having to kill the Thousand-Sun sorcerer all over again. Azrael saw a hooded gunfighter with a giant sword slung across his back. Last, but most terrifying of all, Brother Captain Stern was confronted by Imcashan, the towering lord of change that had proven his bane for decades. Fell laughter rang through the chamber, the lunacy in its timbre so potent it threatened to overwhelm the senses. Ultimately, though,
The conjoined phantoms were but a demon's deceit given form. One by one they were overcome by the heroes that sought the changeling's demise. In its mounting panic, the demon found his subterfuges unraveling. When Ragnar Blackmane darted in and drove his kraken-toothed blade Frostfang into the demon's robed form, it struck with killing force. The trickster's form dwindled, vanishing into a rift in reality as if it were a tainted swirl of water into a deep pit. The changeling's curse upon the rock was finally over. Within hours, the hunters had regained the bridge, concentrating their efforts on expunging the demon infestation from the fortress monastery. Aware now that he had been the victim of chaos trickery and that the eye of suspicion may fall upon his own chapter as a result, Azrael ordered the Dark Angels fleet to stand down. They would cease their bombardments and instead patrol the wider Fenris sector, focusing on hunting down and exterminating those appearances of the Thousand Suns in other star systems. Those chapters that had a presence in the Fenris system were soon to follow suit. The space wolves were not the true threat here. That much had become abundantly clear. The desolation of Midgardia. Midgardia is a world covered in fungal vegetation. So toxic, its populace has largely been forced to live within the planet's crust. The world has a long history of calamity, but the hardships of everyday life there have made for a people tough in body and soul, further hardened by endless toil in the medifectoriums and armorsmiths complexes. There are fortified hives and orbital defences upon Midgardia's surface, including the Nova Cannon battery Emperor's Judgment, but the vast majority of its worker tribes dwell in subterranean habs, nodes of industry amongst the strange walkway cities that hang amongst the roots of the world. The Midgardians are no strangers to fire and brimstone, for in places their dwellings hang over the magma that flows through the planet's crust. When the demonic infestation struck their planet, the worker citizens were plunged into a nightmare that would seal their fates. The first catastrophe to befall Midgardia was vile and inescapable. Perhaps the worst of all the many dooms the dark gods visited upon the worlds under the guardianship of Fenris. Warp rifts had been opened across the system by the rituals of the Alpha Legion, and the most vital worlds and planetoids had been claimed by one of the ruinous powers. Midgardia, being both fertile and toxic at the same time, was highly prized by Grandfather Nurgle. As warp storms roiled under the Wolf's Eye, the neighbouring planet to Fenris was quickly infested by contagions so virulent they turned Midgardia's jungles into landscapes reminiscent of Nurgle's garden. Midgardia had once been second only in importance to Fenris in terms of military power, and Logan Grimnar himself had resolved to excise that which was corrupting it. He led his fabled champions of Fenris and their wolven brothers directly into the planet's underworld, seeking to hunt down the demonic force behind the infestation. Meanwhile, the armies of Igil Ironwolf took war to Midgardia's surface. Igil's great company started with the noblest of intentions, his strategy to locate and slay the demon warlord at the heart of the invasion. The Iron Wolves were, in theory, ideally suited to the task, for they were experts in armoured warfare and invariably went to battle in great tank formations. The steel and adamantium of their Spear of Rust armoured columns safeguarded their occupants from the worst of the supernatural diseases that festered in the muck, just as their ceramite armour protected them from the pus-weeping blades of the demons that engaged at close quarters. Making planetfall at the Magma Gates, a group of hive cities that form the entrance to the planet's underworld, the Iron Wolves and the armoured elements of Grimnar's own company made swift gains. Each tank wedge proved powerful enough to bully a path through the corrupted foliage of Midgardia, while blasting apart the plague-bearing hordes lurking in the spore-thickened mist. The demons hunting the fungal forests around the hive cities were destroyed in an overlapping killstorm, a strike so savage it gave credence to the old wolf's claims that Midgardia could still be saved. Before too long, however, the tables had turned. It was not the fungi, of Midgardia, nor the demon invaders that saw Eagle Ironwolf's counter-invasions falter, but the thick layer of muck that smothered the planet's surface. The endless quagmire took a slow but irresistible toll, bogging down even the most aggressive of the great company's tanks. One after another, the spears of Russ ground to a halt. Worse, the corrupted spore mists had thickened to the point they ate through the joints of even the most finely wrought power armor. What had started as a lightning-fast attack was beginning to fall into a crippling stasis. For every minute the Iron Wolves spent grinding into the slop, yet more plague demons converged on their position. Many a proud Fenrisian met a repulsive end in that fetid morass. More ominous still, the warriors had lost contact with Logan Grimnar's strike force altogether. The last communication from the Great Wolf's position had been a deafening rumble. Egil Ironwolf was unwilling to abandon his king. After ascertaining there was an access tunnel to the Midgardian underworld relatively close to their position, Egil ceded command to his battle leader Conran and led a recovery expedition of his closest warriors to search for the Great Wolf. Even as Egil departed, Conran made a set of quick assessments and came to a grave conclusion. He inserted a rune-carved data spike into the cybernetic implants at the back of his head, his attendant Servo's skull chattering out a complex litany of binaric cant. Upon the bridge of Egil's flagship, the Wolf Tide, a silver-inlaid skull did the same. Conran's decision was as brave as it was bold. He had ordered a localized orbital barrage upon his own position. Megatons of ordnance rained from the skies even as Conran's warriors embarked upon their thick-hulled transports, their vehicles rendered little more than gun bunkers by grasping tendrils and sucking bogs. The demons they had fought amongst the swamps were hard on their heels, but the scions of Nurgle have never been known for their quickness. Though the straggling Irewolves caught in the mire were pulled down and slain, the vast majority broke off their combat in good order. No sooner had the Space Wolves regained their beleaguered vehicles than the ground shook with the power of orbital barrage. The accuracy of the orbital strike was a testament not only to Conran's excellent judgment, but also his sense of timing. Rhinos, land raiders and razorbacks were rocked on their suspension by the mind-numbing violence of each explosion, but although many an armoured hide was deeply scarred, only 5 of the vehicles were rendered inoperable. As the barrage tracked through the jungle, 2 of the stricken tanks were brought back to fighting strength by the ministrations of the Strike Force's Iron Priests. Undaunted, the Space Wolves fought onwards. The same could not be said for the demons of Nurgle. The pustulant creatures that were drawing the Iron Wolves into the sickening embrace of the Plague God felt no need to armour themselves against the hazards of Midgardia. Disease and infection were meat and drink to them, and the fronds of the polluted jungle caressed them like favoured pets. Though their hides were tough, they were nothing next to the kinetic storm that broke upon them. Warheads built to shatter bunker complexes blasted huge steaming craters in the jungle, each killing scores of demons in an instant. Scything shrapnel whipped out in 1,000 directions at once, ricocheting harmlessly from the armoured flanks of the Space Wolves' vehicles, but messily eviscerating the warp-spawned tallymen that pressed in around them. Blistering walls of flame scoured clean the shattered landscape over and over again, burning away those demons that had somehow survived the killing force of the initial barrage. Perhaps most vital of all the barrage's effects was the evaporation of the sludge that had held the tank columns fast. Around the Iron Wolves, the landscape turned instantly to steam and hard-burned earth where viscous muck once oozed. Freed from Midgardia's cloying grip at last, the spears of Russ gave thanks to their feral machine spirits and ground steadily out of the trap that had closed around them. Though swarms of plague drones descended to intercept them and gamboling beasts of Nurgle burst from fungus copses to bound pell-mell at the armoured column, the Iron Wolves would not be stopped. Pinpoint fire from the Godhammer pattern las cannons of land raiders worked in concert with thunderous blasts from Vindicator tanks, putting paid to those demons not already blasted to clouds of foul-smelling mist by the rolling barrage from Wolf Tide and its kin. Within the hour, Conran's vehicular packs were safely within the magma gates. For his part, Eagle Ironwolf was already underground. His mission was no longer one of eradication, but of salvation. For Fenris to weather the storm breaking upon it, Logan Grimnar and his Kingsguard must be found. Though Eagle and his Iron Wolves feared them lost, the High King of Fenris and his warriors were still fighting tooth and nail against the forces of chaos. They had found the makers of Midgardia's downfall in the depths of the planet's caverns. Their determined push through the reaches of the Undercity Deep Spark saw them fight through countless lesser demons, only to drive straight into an ambush set by their masters. Not one, but 4 demon princes had they fought in that dark and claustrophobic underworld, each bringing an army of fiends against Logan and his warriors. To bind 4 such disparate warlords in a single cause was a rare feat indeed, but behind their alliance was Magnus the Red, and few in the Eye of Terror dared gainsay a Daemon Primarch. Magnus's plan was to bury the Great Wolf, removing him from the grand game they were playing for Fenris. No glorious warrior's death for the master of the Space Wolves, just thousands of tons of rock to crush him like an insect. The demonic masters of misrule, working under Magnus's command, had engaged Grimnar and his warriors in person. For a while it seemed they would triumph, but even the favoured of the Chaos Gods finds the Space Wolves hard targets. Through heroism, cunning, and bloody-mindedness, the Kingsguard and their wolven allies fought back, cutting down the foe with blade, hammer, and claw. Though several of their most trusted companions died in the fight, the Kingsguard and their lupine kin overcame the ambushing armies, and then, at a keening signal, the demon princes and their vassals simply vanished. The trap was sprung. With an ear-shattering boom, the sudden etheric shockwave caused by the demon's departure saw the roof of the war-torn cavern come crashing down. Grimnar hurled himself protectively over the prone body of a fallen wolven, many of his Kingsguard doing likewise, for they knew that without Terminator armor to protect them, their kin would surely perish. Down the rocks came, hundreds of tons collapsing at once. In places the cavern's roof held, and many of the strike force survived, albeit trapped in choking darkness. Logan himself was pinned under a massive stalactite, wounded but alive. Many of his finest warriors met the end of their sagas that day, crushed to death even though they wore the finest armor available to their chapter. Without aid, and with the sheer depth of rock rendering them impossible to reach via long-range comms, the champions of Fenris had been buried alive. 7 miles south of the magma gates, Eagle Ironwolf had left his tanks behind in order to lead a detachment of his finest warriors into the Midgardian underworld. His journey through the tunnels and walkways saw many a civilian dart furtively into the shadows, for despite the hellish fate visited upon it, the planet still harbored many millions of men, women, and children. Some of these natives saw Eagle Ironwolf as a warrior from legend, kneeling before him as he passed. Others cowered, afraid that this cog-toothed brute was there to put them down for the crime of cowardice. He ignored them all. The great wolf was lost, and it was up to the Iron Wolves to find him. Deeper and deeper the Space Wolves delved, fighting diseased horrors, chortling plague heralds, and repulsive demon flies. As they plumbed the lower depths, their company was relieved beyond measure to make contact with outlying elements of the champions of Fenris. Before they could properly consolidate their forces, they were ambushed by a segmented plague worm the size of a mag train. The monstrosity took a horrible toll before it was blown apart from the inside by a well-placed grenade. Warriors were laid low by dismemberment and contagion, but united they pressed on. At one juncture they passed through the site of a fierce battle, including the gilded wolf's skull that formed the crown of Grimnar's prized Terminator armor. Invigorated, they increased their pace. Midgardia's interior was a labyrinth. Many of its passageways had been blocked by fallen rocks, and the Iron Wolves had not the time to comb every last tunnel for signs of the High King of Fenris. Still, he remained missing. With great reluctance, Eagle announced he would return to the surface of Midgardia. He was straying to the very limit of Vox contact, and had heard disturbing fragments of a distress call from his men high above. What he found upon his return shocked him far more than the sight of any demon. Midgardia's surface had been scoured by the flames of exterminatus. From the spires of the magma gates, Lord Ironwolf saw nothing but ash stretching away to the distant horizon. The world had been enveloped by a conflagration so fierce that no living thing could survive it, be it man or demon. All that remained of the once fetid landscape was an ocean of grey dunes, stubs of burned trees, jutting out amongst a red-hot gale of embers. No normal fleet could have brought such world-killing wrath in so short a time. This was the work of the lords of the Imperium, swift and merciless beyond measure. Countless innocent hives would have burned alive alongside the demons the Inferno had been sent to slay. The Iron Wolf grimly ran his calculations, concluding there was only a small chance of their escaping the planet alive if they tarried long in the wake of the exterminators. He called upon his own fleet assets once more, insertion craft answering his summons to bear his strike force off-planet at speed. In doing so, he learned in full of the massive Imperial fleet that had entered Fenrisian space with the intent of burning the chaos taint from every world it had touched. At that fleet's head was the Rock. The masters of that impossibly vast craft had rained fire upon Midgardia when the Space Wolves had still been present, but more importantly, had consigned millions of the Fenris System civilians to a horrifying death without trial. Incensed beyond measure, Eagle sent a vox summons to the Dark Angels' fortress monastery, demanding his views be heard. It was refused. So it was that Eagle ordered his gunners to open fire on the nearest Dark Angels fleet. He intended the volley to force a communication rather than to cause significant damage, and as Lord Ironwolf had calculated, its impact was dissipated by its target's void shields. Even so, the decision to open fire upon Astartes' craft would live on in the annals of the Fang and the Rock alike. It was an act of defiance that would stand as a blemish upon the honor of Eagle Ironwolf forevermore. Unable to ignore this act of outright hostility, the Rock opened its comms channels to the etheric summons from Eagle's fleet, intending to level the most stringent of punitive terms. Vox Seneschal Mendaxis, still in actuality the Changeling, did his best to fan the flames between the outraged Wolf Lord and the Grand Master of the Dark Angels, and many a shot was fired across the bows of another. Yet the bonds of brotherhood between the warriors of the Adeptus Astartes are not easily put aside. As the realization of their deeds sank in, the officers of each fleet considered backing down by ordering a ceasefire. It was Conran's questions upon the missing High King of Fenris that poured cold water upon the fires of Eagle's wrath. It was common knowledge that the Space Wolves preferred not to teleport, and the depths at which Grimnar was buried made an imprecise rematerialization risky in the extreme. But was there truly no way the Sons of Russ could retrieve him? The Iron Wolf shut off his communique with the Rock, focusing his efforts on recovery. Once his strategic duties as Wolf Lord had been attended to in person, Eagle enacted a tactical solution of impressive insight. He took the gilded wolf skull that had been the capstone of Grimnar's armor to his advisors. Rune priests and iron priests alike lit tallow candles around a rune caller's sigil, and the skull was placed in the heart of the right symbol, the better for the soul within to be awakened. Slowly, with incredible patience, the priests of Eagle's Brotherhood coaxed the spirit of that once proud lupine into their psi communion. The soul beast was irascible and fierce, but once placated with offerings of blood mist and rune-inscribed amber, it gave them its grudging attention. The spirit knew that it had been severed from the one it called Alpha, the only soul to have dominion over it. On some level, it could feel the keening of its master's soul, as well as the machine spirit of that great suit of Terminator armor from which it had been torn. By following the silvered thread of energy between the broken crown and its owner, the rune priest Svelgar hoped to pinpoint Grimnar's whereabouts beneath the burning surface of Midgardia. The wolf time draws nigh. The omens that spoke of Fenris's future were dark indeed. Here,
The malefic genius of Magnus had been wrought large. The worlds under the ward of the Space Wolves were burning, and their allies had been turned against them to the point of open violence. There was worse to come, for the sons of Rus had yet to experience the full extent of Magnus's plans. The skies of Fenris were ablaze. All across the planet, glimmering lights that savage tribesmen had taken as omens of salvation grew larger and more menacing. Slowly, they resolved into jagged, spined shapes. Upon their upper plains, twisting walkways and spiralling towers gave the impression of some wondrous, magisterial visitation, but the cannons cresting the lower ramparts were those of a fortress built only for war. The silver towers of Tzeentch descended, and they brought with them the bane of wolves. Colossal in size, and staggering in their complexity, the silver towers scar the minds of all who look upon them. They are the citadels and spires of ancient Prospero, torn free by sorcery, but at the same time they are fragments of Tzeentch's crystal labyrinth, bequeathed unto his most devious servants, so they might spread his chaotic influence in real space. The enchanted silver towers float through the skies, arcane lightning playing around the strange structures at their base, oppressive and maddening to behold. They are the strongholds of Magnus's chosen. Many are studded with deadly cannons and arcane guns. Yet they are not bound to a single locale, nor a single dimension. The master of each tower simply has to will his fortress to move, and it floats eerily through reality at his bidding. The appearance of one silver tower is enough to spell doom for a civilized world. Upon Fenris, no less than 9 of these surreal fortifications descended from space, each aligned with a site of geomantic power. The Changeling had sown disharmony and confusion throughout Imperial High Command, his gambit culminating in the searing bombardment of Midgardia. Magnus, watching from his tower in the warp, had found the spectacle most pleasing. However, for Magnus's full ambition to become a reality, the sons of Rus could not meet their demise in so simple and impersonal a fashion as orbital eradication. Not even the ultimate betrayal of exterminators would suffice. For the grand ritual he had set in motion to succeed, events had to mirror those of Prospero's last days as closely as possible. Psychic impulses soared from Magnus's immortal psyche, each imparted visions, spurring a sorcerer or agent of chaos to enact the next phase of his interlocking, millennia-old plan for the doom of Fenris. Many of the sovereign domains of Rus had been the target of orbital barrage from those they once considered allies. The peoples that made their home amongst them all but atomized by the violence of the strikes leveled upon them. With the defenders of those beleaguered orbs reeling in the sudden maelstrom inflicted upon them, these planets and moons would be easy prey for the legions of executioners descending upon them, each invader ready to finish the job with bolt and blade. It was a familiar tale to those who survived the razing of Prospero, though this time the Space Wolves were the victims rather than the perpetrators. Upon Asserheim, the colossal fortress of the Fang rose above the plateau to pierce the pregnant clouds above. Second only in size and power to the Emperor's palace on Terra, it was built to house a Space Marine Legion at the height of its strength. Defense lasers and macro cannons jutted from the towers like the smaller peaks on the shoulders of a soaring mountain. So tall was this colossal edifice that around its uppermost spires the lights of docking spacecraft could be seen. A more potent defense against orbital attack it was hard to imagine. But the fortress monastery could not cover every corner of Fenris with its gaze, no matter its might, and the eyes of its sentinels were upon the Imperial fleet that had bombarded Midgardia scant hours ago. Magnus had felt the Fang's bite before, and was in no hurry to do so again. The Crimson King instead ordered his shattered legion not to approach Asserheim directly, but to make planetfall over the vast ice floes locked together by the Fenrisian Hellwinter. One by one, the silver towers of the Thousand Suns descended from outer space,
floating down from the warp rifts torn in the Fenris system like knives, falling point first into a frozen sea. Some hung in orbit around Fenris, whilst others slid silently through the clouds on the far side of the planet from the Fang, approaching their ultimate destination obliquely and concealed from every manner of scrying device by potent shadow magics. In the most desolate regions of Fenris, the masters of these vast towers conjured storms of etheric energy that whipped snow and ice into whirling hurricanes around them, further hiding their magnificence from the scry corvids of the Fang. In the eye of each storm, the silver towers glided in stately silence towards set geomantic points, convergences of natural ley lines where the energies of the death world raged fiercest. Each Zentian tower held so much eldritch power that the ground was racked with change and its passage. As the tower of Akzep, the Ingrate, swept past, permafrost melted and turned to blood as if Fenris itself was wounded by its presence. In the shadow of the Bellgate citadel, brimstone flames caught above the virgin snow to crackle and dance, given demonic life to caper in the tower's wake. Around the fortress of Paradox, squalls of copper-hued rain turned tribesmen and ice mammoths alike into weightless ebony statues that floated slowly upwards, levitating ever higher until they drifted off into space. Though the Thousand Suns had taken pains to descend beyond the Fang's reach, an invasion of such immense magnitude could not go unnoticed. Rune priests cast their stones, each reading direr than the last. A terrible doom had come to the Fenris system in the readings of the astropaths and Inquisitors of the Imperial fleet. The Emperor's tarot showed the serpent of flame yawning wide to consume every mortal land. The fabled last saga, when all things would meet a violent end, was unfolding before their eyes. The wolf time was upon them. It was Harald Deathwolf who hunted down the first of the Silver Towers, at that time hovering above the immense Rockshire Glacier. Lord Deathwolf had recently returned from Svelgard with the Fire Howlers after combining forces not only with Bran Redmore, but also with the Iron Hands, Shadow Haunters and Ultramarines, in the banishment of the demon hordes that sought to conquer the islands of that oceanic realm. Whilst mustering with several of his fellow wolf lords within the Fang, Lord Deathwolf was hailed with such urgency his vassal astropath went into a spasming frenzy. Once the Psyker had been bathed in sanctified oils and calmed enough to relay the message, he spoke in quivering tones of the awful truth imparted to him by the Grey Knights that had mind-scried the planet from orbit. The forces of the great enemy had somehow gained the ice floes of the southern continent. They were slaughtering or abducting every mortal tribe they could find. Though the Grey Knights were making haste to reach the planet, only the Space Wolves stood a chance of intercepting the invaders before the people of the southern flows met a grisly end. Harald's deep growl grew louder. These ancient traitors that dared trespass upon Fenris had to be tracked down and slain. Their corpses left for ice trolls, wolf packs, and carrion crows to devour. For the Death Wolves to attack directly would have been to forego their greatest asset, the raw cunning of the hunter. A frontal assault was not their way. Instead, Lord Deathwolf proposed that honour should go to Sven Bloodhowl. His great company boasted so many jump-pack troops that a sky-borne assault upon the flanks of the Silver Tower was quite feasible, and his battle-hungry warriors certainly had the temperament for it. When the telepath's missive carrying Harald's proposal reached him, Lord Bloodhowl scowled, but did not shirk from the idea. Time was of the essence, especially with the tribes of the Rockshire Peaks in such imminent jeopardy. Mounted in Thunderhawk and Storm Wolf gunships, Harald and Sven's great companies made haste through the mounting blizzards towards the realm of Rockshire. They headed for the mountain range the Death Wolf's astropath had seen in his vision. Harald's hunter instincts were strong, and he peeled off as they approached to encircle the prey. Sure enough, something shimmered in the far distance between the second and third peaks,
a swirl of kaleidoscopic colour woven around the invading fortress like loose wool around a silver spindle. No sooner had they laid eyes upon the strange apparition than distant cannons boomed. No iron shot soared towards them, but searingly bright spheres of pink flame. Those gunships, too slow to evade, were hit, swathed in strangely coloured fires. Some dived low into the blizzard and effected a controlled crash landing, the icy bite of Fenris saving those inside the stricken vehicle from being burned alive. Others were not so lucky. Their gunships were torn apart in mid-air as if by the hands of some invisible giant. Chunks of wreckage and mutilated bodies were scattered across the pristine ice. But the survivors did not slow, for Sven was a firm believer that attack was the best form of defense. Just as the Wolf Lords had foreseen, the strength of the invaders was not confined to the strange citadel in the distance. As the blizzard howled and swirled, those space wolves who had crawled dazed from the wreckage of their gunships peered into the middle distance. Their senses were so sharp they could see armoured figures stalking through the knifing sleet, the oncomers moving as if the storm were no more than a summer breeze. Every one of the figures approaching them was clad in the tall, helmeted Baroque armour of the Thousand Suns. The war howl went up, long and threatening. Grey hunters raised bolters to their shoulders, even as blood claws and lone wolves raced into the swirling snows with chainswords revving. A vendetta, 10,000 years in the making, was about to be reignited. The gunships of the two great companies soared at top speed through the blizzard towards the storm-blurred tower of Akzept ahead. Their engines roared like beasts on the hunt as they bullied through the tempest. Thunderhawks sent laser beams as thick as men's thighs, stabbing out from their dorsal cannons, each shot aimed to tear down a spire of the hovering fortress. The volley was to no avail. The shots dissipated into fractal-edged deltas of energy as they struck the tower's strange force fields. In return, spiraling bolts of light speared through the snows from the arcane cannons of the Silver Tower. But wherever the kinetic bolts would have smashed into an oncoming craft, the storm buffeted the gunship aside at the last second. It seemed like Sven Bloodhowl's reckless assault had a chance of succeeding after all. Through the storm came shoals of darting, swooping creatures, demons that flew in close to fasten their lamprey maws upon those gunships they could catch. Many were sent spinning from the skies by the thumping heavy bolters of Thunderhawks or the sub-zero beams of Hellfrost cannons. Those that reached their targets gnawed through hull and wing, with the incandescent energies roiling from their gullets. More and more of the horrible creatures arced in, each shoal pouring out from a distant opening in the Silver Tower. For those space wolves engaging the Thousand Suns on the hard-packed snow below, it seemed the gunship assault disappeared from sight in a cloud of fanged sky sharks. There was no way the craft could fire upon the creatures swarming around them without risking hitting the ships of their battle brothers. The attack was all but over before it had begun. Up ahead, sleek black shapes dived near vertical from the storm. For a moment they seemed like giant ravens sent by the Emperor himself. Then they opened fire, assault cannon rounds and streaking missiles, reaping a heavy toll from the demons swooping in towards the fray. Dark Angels, by their iconography, unbidden and unheralded, but welcome nonetheless. Something strange was in their midst, a craft with an underslung cannon that glowed eerily in the white hurricane around it. With a jet fighter on each wing, it flew in close to the Space Wolves' gunship, struggling to remain airborne under the weight of the demonic attack. The craft's glowing rift cannon flared, and a dozen demons were banished back to the warp in the blink of an eye. The cannon flared again, and the gunships suddenly found themselves free of their attackers. Their slow and lethal descent reversed into a tooth-rattling climb as the cliff-like sides of the Silver Tower loomed through the blizzard. Howling in battle rage, the sky claws of Lord Bloodhowl's company slammed open the doors of their gunship transports and threw themselves into turbine-powered leaps. In a matter of moments they had gained the citadel's rocky sides. Even those craft fatally stricken by the demon's attack came in as close as they were able, their passengers' jump packs closing the gap.
Sven himself led the attack, crunching onto a near-vertical escarpment and burying his axe Frostclaw in the rock for purchase, before kicking himself over an ornate battlement with a cry of triumph. They were met by creatures from a madman's nightmare. Sven and his vanguard had been anticipating a fierce counterattack, but from traitor legionaries, methodical and cold. The cawing war horde of Zangors that poured out over the Silver Tower's flanks was anything but. A riot of avian mutants charged in, so many of the fell things attacking at once that the volley of auto-pistol shots and storm of slashing chainswords saw several of Bloodhowl's Wolfguard bowled over the ramparts before they could land a single blow. Behind the bestial garrison came Agzept of the Sectai, a tall, armoured figure borne aloft on a spinning disc. The invisible bolts of force that hurtled from the Telekine's fingers turned Skyclaws to pulp wherever they struck home. As Sven himself pushed forwards, axe and chainsword cutting through the beastmen in devastating sweeps, the space wolves began to make ground. A Thunderhawk roared from the storm, guns spitting death. Its hull was not the cold blue-grey of Fenris, but the deep green of the Dark Angels chapter. Moments later, a strike force of robed space marines slammed into the flanks of the milling Zangor attack, turning a close-fought press into a massacre. In seconds, the flagstones of the Silver Tower were slick with blood, potent Adeptus Astartes vitae, mingling with the unclean fluids of the Citadel's Zangor denizens. Chanting in a deep monotone, the disc-riding Lord Akzept brought his staff around in a slow horizontal sweep. A tremendous, invisible force pushed against the attacking space marines and defending beastmen alike. Sven gritted his teeth and leaned hard, his jump pack long-bound, howling in protest. But it was no use. He was hurled from the battlements along with his vanguard. The Zangors sent flailing from the ramparts alongside them, until only the sorcerer remained. His bestial minions fell, their bodies breaking on the rocky fringe of the Silver Tower or plummeting down onto the hard ice below. Sven's fire howlers were not so easily slain. They steadied their downward flight with blasts from their jump packs, several catching the Dark Angels that would otherwise have died upon the rocky ice and hurling them into nearby snowdrifts to break their fall. The Space Marines landed on the Arctic landscape with the loss of only a few battle brothers, but the impetus of their assault was spent. Already Akzep's Silver Tower was passing overhead. Yet, the battle was far from over. The howls of Sven's battle brothers could be heard in the middle distance, and the figures coalescing in the blizzard ahead had the unmistakable silhouettes of the Rubricae, most cursed and indomitable of the Space Wolves' foes. No sooner had the shouts of alarm gone up than those closest to the Thousand Suns were punched off their feet by a volley of fire. To be struck by a bolt round is to feel a tremendous impact, immediately followed by a flesh-tearing explosion. The thrice-blessed battle plate of the Adeptus Astartes can save the target from a spectacularly gory death, but against the ensorcelled projectiles of the Thousand Suns, even power armor is little use. The headstrong Skyclaws at the front of the attack were hit squarely by bolts burning with such intense flame their ceramite, along with the flesh and bone behind, simply melted away. 1, then 3, then 9 Space Marines fell back into the snow, blood steaming in great measure from their corpses. Their treacherous killers strode forwards without changing pace, as unhurried as if they were systematically killing vermin rather than slaying their ancient foes. Those fire howlers, still standing, triggered their jump packs and hurtled forward, the storm's gale-force winds behind them lending extra speed. They smashed into the Rubricae with battering ram force, the impact enough to knock down a fortress gate. Many of the Thousand Suns were hurled to the ground, though to Sven's warriors it was as though they had impacted with adamantium statues. Those Chaos Space Marines that were spared the brunt of that initial thunderous impact took not one step back, nor did they so much as flinch. Bolt pistols barked, and several of the eldritch dust golems toppled backwards, but it was not enough. Then the blazing volleys began once more, and the fire howler's attack was broken for good. Sven Bloodhowl fought with every iota of strength he had left.
There was no way he would fall to these emotionless traitors on his own favoured hunting grounds. His chainsword Fang swung and stabbed, gnawing and sparking, but against the baroque armour of his foes it caused little true harm. His double-headed power axe sang a different tune. Where its energized blade struck home, it cleaved gaping rents with glowing red edges in the battle plate of the rubrique. There was nothing inside those ceramite husks, however, but swirls of ochre dust that were swiftly tugged away and devoured by the storm. Lord Bloodhowl growled at the sight, his gorge rising at the thought of these unnatural creatures walking free upon Fenris. There were more of them coming through the storm, more in fact than the great company could hope to defeat. Perhaps the death wolves had failed, and the scions of Magnus had ambushed them in turn. Sven gave a long cry of frustration and anger, smashing another traitor into the snow. He would be damned if he joined the Allfather now, so soon after the battles on Svelgard. He was determined to exact as great a toll as possible before his saga reached its bloody conclusion. For the moment, it seemed as if the storm howled in answer.
Jürgen Karl-Berenson, known as the Scorch Pelt, ever since his flamer's backwash reshaped one side of his head, still counted fire amongst his alloys. But the leaping energies that were killing his pack were not true fire, and they could not be tamed. A driving storm engulfed the base of the Rockshire Glacier, its fury that of the World Wolf, roused to anger. Within it hunted the great company of Sven Bloodhowl. Each warrior fought with bolt, blade, tooth and claw against the chaos-worshipping scum that had dared to invade Fenris. Jürgen's pack had struck right at the heart of the warband that had emerged from the storm, hoping to isolate and destroy their leaders. Nearby, Aleph the bear roared loudly as one of Magnus's sorcerers landed a blow with a gauntlet swathed in blue fire. The space wolf burst into flame, shrinking swiftly until he was no larger than a man's thumb. The sorcerer ground Aleph beneath his heel before pointing his staff straight at Jürgen. "It pains me to do this, Wolf," called out the traitor. "I spoke to absolve your kind at the Council of Embers." "Liar!" shouted Jürgen. "The sons of Rust do not listen to the words of cowards." The Fenrisian ducked and ran in a crouch, avoiding the serpentine bolt of energy that shot from his adversary's weapon. He fired a spear of flaming promethium in return. The sorcerer contemptuously waved the killing fire aside with a pass of his open palm. "There are greater wars than ours," continued the sorcerer. "The perspective of eons has relegated you to an inconvenience." Rubrique formed up around the spellcaster, and the din of battle seemed to slacken a little. Another sorcerer's bolt sizzled in. This time, Jürgen had to dive to the ice, skidding to an ungainly halt in a snowbank. He realized with a heart-pounding lurch that he was the last of his pack alive. A creeping suspicion needled at his soul that the fire howlers had finally met their match. Something huge passed overhead. Jürgen flinched, fearing a silvered citadel, then grinned fiercely as he saw the underbelly of a thunderhawk. He saw the gunship bank around, its metallic jaws open. A regal figure was framed in its maw. The newcomer, too, had a staff, glowing blue as the runes along its length channeled the elemental power of Fenris itself. The Storm Caller had come. Chain lightning shot down from above, smashing the sorcerer into the pack ice, even as he summoned another fireball. Electricity leapt from foe to foe like a hungry beast in search of meat. One by one the rubrique fell, inert and lifeless. The storm roared, intensifying as Njal's command of the blizzard forced the enemy slowly backward. Jürgen felt the urge to burn and slay as the beast in his soul reared once more, but saved his promethium. There was no way his flames could survive with the master of the Tempest so close. Though the Storm Caller's intervention had undoubtedly saved Jürgen's life, he could see the azure armor of dozens more thousand suns emerging from the white haze of the storm. So be it, he thought, drawing his combat knife. He would fight as a lone wolf, avenging his pack in glory before the end. The blizzard's howl rose in pitch, sounding to Jürgen
like the baying of 100 packs. The voices of Morkai's spectral kin, perhaps, welcoming him to the afterlife of the damned. Then realization hit, and he turned around. Lord Harold Deathwolf was riding hard down the face of the Rockshire Glacier, his features set in a grimace of concentration. Behind him came his proud and bestial kin, not only his wolf guard atop their massive lupine mounts, but also dozens of sprinting wolven and hundreds of ice wolves, long-bodied and athletic. In their wake was a stampede of white-haired mastodon and frost rhinoids, a juggernaut force of nature, more lethal than any avalanche. The glacier's face shook as the mountain beasts thundered pell-mell towards the battle below. The Thousand Suns were pinned in place, fighting to stay upright against the Stormcaller's tempest. Jurgen saw scores of charging beasts sprint past him as the Death Wolves' charge connected with the force of an avalanche. Here and there, a lance of crackling magic or volley of inferno bolts smashed a Thunderwolf rider from his saddle, mutative energies causing haywire. But for all their fearless resolve, the invaders were hard-pressed against the fury of the charge. As the Death Wolves charged in, powered blades swung to slash away arms, still firing bolters. Heavily muscled Thunderwolves sank their teeth into the necks of traitor legionnaires, and Wulfen tore away limbs and helms with sheer brute strength. Behind the first wave came native lupines, the sinuous beasts burying sorcerers in flurries of tooth and claw. Pack after pack vanished in explosions of pink fire as the sorcerers levelled their blistering counterattack. But there was still more to come. The rest ran past them to rip beastmen thralls limb from limb. Those of the Thousand Suns that were downed but still alive had barely begun to regain their feet before the bestial stampede hit home. Power armour that had survived millennia was cracked and split open by the sheer crushing weight of the Fenrisian herds. Niall's tempest did the rest, cruel fingers of cold driving into the compromised armour to snatch the glittering dust from inside and cast it to the winds. Jurgen felt harsh laughter bubble up from his gut as the storm began to abate. The Thousand Suns' attack was crushed and cast aside, the pack ice littered with bloodless corpses and scattered sections of power armour. Then his mirth died on his lips, a cloud casting shadow over his head. On the far horizon, the silver tower they had sought to stop was glowing like a second sun. To poison a death world. The silver towers, despite the counterattack of the space wolves, had proven subtle enough to evade detection, and, where they were discovered, mighty enough to prevail against those that sought to stop them. Now the gigantic citadels hovered over powerful geomantic sites, each siphoning the inherent power of Fenris for an even darker agenda. On the third day, after the silver towers descended, the skies roiled above Fenris. The lambent lines of the Fenryka Borealis twisted from green to orange to violet pink against the deep blue of the evening sky, looking more like writhing serpents than the lapping waves they usually resembled. Those tribesmen who looked too long upon them found strange thoughts and waking dreams invading their consciousness. Some were driven irrevocably insane by the sky sigils they saw there, and took blades to those around them, seeing their friends, brothers, and even themselves as monsters that must be slain if the sun was to rise another day. These cursed heavens were the backdrop against which the sorcerers of Tzeentch wrought their work. Within the Silver Towers, blood rituals were taking place. Within each inner sanctum, a captive space wolf bound tight in silver chain was lowered into a cauldron of boiling gore. This was not strictly necessary for the etheric summons the exalted sorcerers were performing, but the howls of outrage and despair were pleasing to their masters nonetheless. For 9 hours, 9 minutes, and 9 seconds, the rituals continued. A nexus of energy hung between silver towers, a point of potential so destructive
that reality thinned and bled pure magic around it. The skies swirled crimson as giant mouths howled the praise of the architect of fate. Ravens and crows turned to blazing skeletons. Forests screamed in pain. The silver towers glowed bright as stars, forming the ancient Prosperine symbol for vengeance when viewed from low orbit. Magnus the Red burst into being above the snows, and the fate of Fenris changed forever. The Crimson King did not arrive with dignity and poise in the manner of an Eldar prince, nor did he announce his coming with heralds and servant squires, as would an imperial potentate. Instead, he barged into the harsh air of Fenris like a charging minotaur. His horns ripped the glitch in reality wide open as he forced his titanic bulk through. A glut of demonic celebrants spilled from the legion behind him. The Crimson King roared his orders into the massed vassals below, who were already gathering alongside the warp-spawned host that tumbled from the rift. Around him, a blast wave of Cerulean force cracked outwards, turning the snow to a landscape of crystal sand. The facets of every grain reflected an aspect of the Daemon Primarch's soul. With 3 great beats of his pinions, Magnus soared aloft, reveling in his own power. The cold and virginal air he breathed in was exhaled as coloured clouds of sentient mist that wound away like ghosts seeking mortal victims to asphyxiate at their leisure. The Primarch cast about himself, drinking in the harsh beauty of the Fenrisian wilderness with relish. Soon it would be his to corrupt, his to remake in a form more pleasing to Tzeentch. With a nod of satisfaction, Magnus resolved to begin his true work. The last time he had walked the winterlands of Fenris, he had sought to crush his foes utterly, his intent to shatter the fortress monastery of the Space Wolves before extinguishing the great companies one by one. But this time, his intent was far stranger and more unsettling. He had transcended simple vengeance, and in doing so, left behind the notion of a purely physical victory. This time, Magnus would corrupt Fenris as part of a far greater plan. Fenris was classified as a death world primarily because of its ferocious megafauna and the killing cold that typified its hell winter, when the planet was furthest from the Wolf's Eye, the system's sun. Few realized that the opposite extreme, those times when Fenris's elliptical orbit brought it closest to its star, was just as lethal, known to many of its peoples as Flame Height. In this season of strife, the icy crust of Fenris would melt, floods and storms breaking the greater land masses into islands afloat a tempestuous sea. The warrior peoples of that world, set adrift upon what holdings they could secure, warred amongst themselves for the natural resources that were left. All the while they were preyed upon not only by the giant wolves, bears and ice trolls of that realm, but also by the monsters that surged up from the depths, desperate to feed on the plentiful shoals that boomed during Flame Height. The one realm that remained whole amongst the tempests of ice and fire was Asserheim, a continent-sized plateau jutting from the landscape near the northernmost point of Fenris. Asserheim was seen by the tribes as the land of the gods, and not without reason. There the Space Wolves made their home, descending only to draw new blood into their ranks or to test themselves against the deadliest creatures they could find. Millennia slid past, horrific storms lashing the flanks of Asserheim with every passing year, but still it stood tall, the Fang proud upon it. The Fenrisians were strong of limb and iron of will. They had to be in order to hew a life from the harsh landscape, and therefore so were the Space Wolves created from their stock. It was the natural strength of Fenris and its people which Magnus sought to corrupt. Asserheim's plateau was shot through with root-like tunnels that reached down to the fiery undercurrents glowing beneath the planet's crust, a near-infinite source of geothermic power that allowed a power base as colossal as the Fang to persist. There was a network of deep chasms and crevasses upon Asserheim's sprawl that led directly to that lair, known to the sons of Russ as the World Wolf's Gullet. That secret world fire, the hidden heart of Fenris, was the focus of Magnus's plan, but it was the work of Ahriman, most gifted of all the Thousand Sons, that would help him secure it. No mortal man has more power over the arcane than Ahriman, arch-sorcerer of the Thousand Sons, long ago. His story was one of compassion and heroism, for the Psyche Lord has willingly ventured along the most dangerous of paths for the betterment of his kin. Since those early days, he has spent 10 long millennia searching for influence enough to control his fate, and that of his brothers. In that time, he has lost his way spectacularly. Now Ahriman walks the path of avarice and destruction, though he would rather die than admit it, even to himself. The pursuit of knowledge is, in essence, a noble goal. One who understands the universe can theoretically change it for the good of all. Some knowledge, however, brings only strife. When Ahriman saw the gene curse of his fellow Thousand Sons manifest at the dawn of the Great Crusade, he vowed to find a way to halt its rampage. When he witnessed his twin brother mutate into a mewling abomination, the vow to save his brethren became the defining core of Ahriman's being. The chief librarian of the Thousand Sons Legion turned every waking moment to finding a solution to the flesh change. Ultimately, his single-minded crusade led to a kind of success, but also a terrible failure. The rubric of Ahriman, the ritual he and his fellow sorcerers used to ensure their brothers would no longer mutate, turned all but the most powerful of their number to unliving dust. The rubricae were born free of mutation, but cursed as soulless automatons forever. Ever since casting that darkest and most powerful of spells, Ahriman has roamed the galaxy in search of eldritch power enough to make good his mistake. His hope is that he can somehow reverse the rubric, turning his fellows back into beings of flesh, blood, and limitless mental potential. So long as he sought that goal, he will go to any lengths to further it. For the last few decades, he has been embroiled in a quest to locate and plunder the fabled Black Library of the Eldar, where the sum total of that ancient race's learnings about the forces of chaos are sealed away. In the last few years, Ahriman's crusade has met with a measure of success. By fighting through its Eldar protectors, Ahriman was able to get near enough to the Black Library that he could project his astral form inside it, avoiding its strange guardians long enough to transcribe the fabled Tome Labyrinthus onto hermetic parchment of his own making. With this priceless manuscript at his command, Ahriman can navigate long-lost sections of the webway, that labyrinth dimension that lies between reality and the warp. Many of the portals he can now reopen are situated on worlds settled by the Imperium, and amongst these are ancient Kern gateways that lead onto the death world of Fenris. With this knowledge, Ahriman has made himself vital to Magnus's plans once more, and vice versa. With Magnus the Red in Ahriman's debt, the arch-sorcerer would likely be able to invade the Black Library in earnest in search of the ancient cure he desires. Ahriman brought more to Magnus's cause than just exceptional generalship and raw eldritch power. Though it had taken him almost 100 years, he had gathered those surviving sorcerers banished from Magnus's side at the time of the Dread Rubric. Many a bargain, threat, and bribe was made in this great endeavor, and Ahriman had to sacrifice much in order to achieve it. But ultimately, the mission was a success. The exiles were assembled, amongst them Arathrat, the Mind Eater, Hakor Thriceborn, Magistar Nezchad Aratos, and Blind Ormahotep. Each one commanded his own legion of thralls. Backlit by a storm of pink lightning, the arch-sorcerer arrived from the sealed webway portal he forced open atop the highest peak of Runeheim. Behind him came a vast army of rubricae, sorcerers, and baying mutants. In summoning his fellow exiles and their thrall bands to war, Ahriman all but doubled the martial strength of the Crimson King.
The Daemon Primarch descended from bleeding skies to meet Ahriman in person upon Runeheim Peak, and the arch-sorcerer bowed, ever so slightly, before discussing the plan for Fenris's downfall. Whilst the Psyker hosts of the Exiles took battle to the Imperial forces abroad in Fenris's open wilderness, Magnus and Ahriman would work their agenda on a different level. The ritual halls at the centre of each silver tower were lit by the candlelight of helical tallow pillars, each made from the rendered-down flesh of a different psychically active Xenos race. Complex hermetic symbols ran around concentric circles that contained 9-pointed stars, golden ratios, and scarab sigils perfected by Tiscar's finest minds. At the heart of each circular hall was a symbol-ringed hole that plunged down to show the landscape of the geomantic nexus below. Into these halls stepped Magnus, Ahriman, and their most powerful acolytes, performing their rite of corruption and then magically translocating to another tower to enact the same ritual over and over again. Columns of dark power flowed from the underside of each silver tower, channeled into the ley-line sights of Fenris. A great howling of wolves filled the night, but with the space wolves and their allies fighting to repel wave after wave of invaders, none could spare might enough to assail the towers, now glowing ominously in the skies. Though the Tower of the Crystal Raven was blasted into scattering shards when it strayed too close to the Fang, its fellow silver towers worked their magics all but unhindered. The Tiscan Spire's corrupting beam plunged deep into the grumbling caldera of the Fire Breather, that same volcano that Sven Bloodhowl's great company had adopted as their symbol. The ground shook and shivered like the flanks of a sick hound. Magma seeped up from the cracking crust of ice, but where the natural molten rock of that sacred site glowed orange, yellow, and white, the life blood of the volcano bubbled up as a virulent pink. A sense of terrible pressure built in the air, until every mortal creature within a dozen miles felt blood trickle from its ears. Then, with a titanic boom, the volcano erupted. The pyroclastic cloud rushed outwards, blasting the coniferous forests on the volcano's slopes to splinters. A sea of boiling ectoplasm blasted upwards from the fire breather in a great column that sent liquid warp fire surging down its flanks. Rivers of polluted magma turned snowdrifts to cackling steam wraiths and moss-covered rocks to distorted skulls. As the bow wave of the fire breather's eruption shot outwards, men and beasts alike were turned to statues of sparkling ash, but the Tiscan Spire remained unmoved. To the east, the fissures south of the Roksha Glacier glowed blue with the baleful energies poured into them by the Tower of the Sectae, floating high above. The unhealthy light pouring from the site became blinding as the fissures turned to crystal, and demons of all shapes and sizes began to emerge from within, spilling out from the cracks like ants pouring from an underground nest. The warp spawn ran, swooped, scampered, and cartwheeled in all directions, falling upon the tribesmen that had gathered to watch the event in awe. Many of the Fenrisians escaped. Some even fought their way free of the insanity that rushed to claim them. Thousands more were left to die in snow turned pink by rivulets of spilt blood. At the gates of Morkai, strange jackal spirits rose from the caverns thought to lead to the Fenrisian underworld. The malefic ghosts hunted down the living to possess them and send them axe first against their kin. The Heavensberg broke from the ice that locked it to the land and went questing for living things to crush. Water spuming and tidal waves around it as 1 trillion eyes opened across its surface. The lights in the firmament, once seen as omens of good fortune, wound together into a flaming sky serpent that shed warp light on the carnage below as its jaws yawned wide, then seemed to close around the orb of Midgardia. Under the planet's crust, the rivers of magma flickered and pulsed, brimstone horrors dancing above them like devils at a dark feast. Across the entirety
of Fenris, the primeval cold of Hellwinter, relinquished its grip, melted away by the raging fires that fought under the planet's crust. A false flame height had arrived, not caused naturally by the planet's orbit, but by the work of a demon king. Its fires were not the pure and cleansing kiss of the wolf-eye star, but the cursed flame of Tzeentch, change in its rawest form. Within a matter of days, the ice-locked islands that froze together to form Fenris's crust were breaking up, the ripping and groaning of tectonic land masses echoing through the air as if the planet itself was in pain. Perhaps it was, for logic had little hold upon Fenris anymore. Here and there the denizens of the inky depths surged up to lash at the armies, clashing on the shores of each dwindling landmass, crushing dozens of warriors with ridged and rubbery tentacles the width of a Jarl's longboat. Howling packs of wolves fell upon the foot soldiers of the Thousand Suns, the light of panic and desperation in their eyes. Even the ice trolls of the Forsaken Peaks slouched from their lairs to assail the demon hordes with claw and club, their brutish minds dimly aware that these strange invaders threatened their home. The Fenrisian tribes, bellicose and fierce, fought hardest of all, and in several places stood shoulder to shoulder with the Sky Warriors from their fireside legends. The entire planet had been plunged into war, each sacred site the epicenter of a raging conflict. Only one nexus of potency remained uncontested. The Fang dominated the skyline of Asaheim, as stalwart and indomitable as ever. But the Crimson King had plans for that legendary fortress too. The Cursed Warriors of Fenris. There the Space Wolves fought hard against the traitors, and though many a saga was cut short every day, it was the native people of Fenris that paid the highest price. They were coming face to face with that which was inimical to order and sanity, the raw stuff of the warp given form and set against them. With the skies racked by the psychic byproduct of the ongoing invasion, there was little to tell day from night. The white wastes were lit every hour by coruscating pinks and blues. The wolf's eye, sweltering and huge over the course of a true flame height, shed a sickly light. It gave little more illumination than Valdemani. Underneath these celestial bodies, the sons of Rus fought with everything they had to defy the Chaos invaders. Great packs prowled the wastes, their hunter skills more vital than ever before as they brought battle to demon and traitor alike. Too many found their glorious charges dashed to pieces against the unyielding walls of ceramite and dust ranged against them. Lone wolves, each the last of his kin, sought glorious deaths against the most powerful foes as a testament to their fallen brothers. Most died in fire, consumed by the mutative energies of the volleys sent against them. Packs of lupine beasts, great and small, slunk and stalked, instinctively hunting trespassing warbands before tearing into them with sudden ferocity. Again and again the wolf packs were left as steaming corpses, strewn across the ice by the fire of a motionless rubrique. With Logan Grimnar still missing, there was little organization to bind the Space Wolves and their kin into a cogent force with which to repel the mage-shrouded Silver Towers. The defenders of the Death World were reaping a significant toll, but their enemies were invariably one step ahead. There were those born of Fenris, yet not taken into the ranks of the Sky Warriors, who somehow overcame the demon interlopers that hurled fire and damnation into their midst. Whether by fieldcraft, stealth, or might of arms, they had wrestled victory against the odds, but they were forever changed. Veteran Huskarls walked back to their kin with axes held loosely and a blank stare in their eyes. Glory-hungry youths were ravaged horribly by what they saw. Shield maidens slunk as stooped as crones to sleepless beds. These were the lucky ones, for they were at least sound in body, if not in mind. So profound and powerful were the energies of change that roiled across the planet that those mortals touched directly by Tzeentch's fires underwent terrible transformations.
Gangling mutations erupted from bronzed and weather-beaten flesh. Eyes bulged from armpits and backs, and crests of feathers and quells ran down shaven scalps and shoulders. Some lost their cohesion of form altogether, reshaped into horrible spawn things that defied description and damaged the sanity of all who witnessed their transformation. Those born under the unnatural skies were monstrous, even those who seemed clean of limb when given the birth axe. Not only grasped the weapon, as was only right and favoured, but used it to hack away at their shocked parents' hands. Who knows how many young Fenrisian warriors who appeared whole and sound would grow with a hidden seed of change planted inside them that would one day bear shocking fruit. The Fenrisian tribes had been cursed. It was a calculated and deliberate bane sent upon them by Magnus the Red, for his legion had been riddled by the flesh change long ago. In part, that was the very reason they had sought to master the arts that saw them persecuted. The rampant mutation did not go unnoticed by the agents of the Ordo Hereticus still monitoring the Fenris System for traces of chaos taint. In the darkness of secret Psychana sanctums, astropathic missives were sent screaming out across the void. Under the strange light of haunted skies, the sons of Rus defended their home, each warrior fighting tooth and claw against an endless stream of foes. A sense of doom hung heavy in the air, though few spoke it openly. All knew the chapter's lore well enough to realize who was visiting such mayhem on their world. The great Cyclops was amongst them, or was close at hand. It was the only explanation. The lords of the Fang wondered if the wolf time was upon them, and if so, whether Leman Russ himself would step from the lost annals of history to lead them to victory. The fury of the wolf lords increased with every passing day. Each warrior king took his great company into the wilderness, speeding across the snows in sanctified transports to engage the treacherous and the monstrous wherever they were found. Though they hunted within their own territory, they were ambushed by thunderous volleys from rubricae that burst from icy waterfalls, emerged from snowdrifts, or stalked from poisonous seas. The sea wolves took a fleet of gunships across the boiling seas, heavy bolters hammering death into the corrupted cyclopods that hurled their bulk onto the ice floes in search of human meat. Enger Krakendoom himself forbade to talon with a flame-skinned sea hydra, cutting off one boulder-sized head after another with his power spear, Longhaft, before delivering the death blow with his bladed storm shield. In doing so, he saved the Ice Whaler tribe from slaughter, but committed his men to a tempestuous battle upon tilting ice floes, locked in combat against demons that clambered from the monster's corpse. Eric Morkai's famed scout packs reported a spate of apparitions near the gates of Morkai. The great company investigated in force, and it was well they did. The wispy jackal spirits that emanated from the great crack in Morkasian's rocky flanks were flying through the mountain passes to fall upon the bone-clad tribes of the caves, and in some cases possessing them entirely. Eric gave his warriors the order to fire upon those who seemed demon-tainted. Though it weighed heavily upon them to do so, his grim-faced warriors complied. Their decision was soon justified. From each fallen tribesman a pair of blue horrors burst forth, grumbling that their fun had been spoiled and falling upon the Space Wolf scouts in a flurry of clutching limbs. The scouts overcame the revolting things with combat knife and bolt pistol, but not before several had been left as burnt and bleeding corpses. Ragnar Blackmane had returned to the Fang after banishing the Changeling, for he knew that to become embroiled in the exhaustive interrogations of the Dark Angels debrief was to waste valuable time. His great company's journey from the Fang to the field of battle was typically bombastic. The Blackmanes hurtled through the skies in gunship squadrons, the shriek of their descent and the scars they left across the skies announcing their presence to all. From the crystal fissures of Rockshire, blinding blue beams of psychic energy shot heavenwards to smash a pair of gunships from the skies. The warriors within plummeted to an early grave, and such was the cost of war. The rest of the gunships landed without loss. One after another, the gunships skidded hard into the tops of the fjord-like Rockshire fissures, cannons booming. Their impact was the pounding of fists upon a glass-like sculpture of fractal complexity. Cliff faces turned to faceted quartz by the magics of Tzeentch's crystal labyrinth, shattered and sloughed away. Cries of anger and despair rose from 1,000 demon throats as they toppled into the frothing sea below. The exclamations turned to shouts of pain as the Blackmanes debarked from their craft amongst the thunder of bolt weapons. It was on those cliffs that the young king fought through the magical barrage of the gangle-limbed Lord of Change, Excahanrak, taking off the greater demon's eyeless head with a soaring blow from his kraken-toothed blade, Frostfang. No victory was celebrated that day, however, for the headstrong bloodclaws that pursued the reeling demon hordes into the cliff's strange caves disappeared entirely. Trapped in endless glacial mazes on the fringe of reality, they were never seen again. The warriors of Jarl Grimblood, who some said were obsessed with flame, fought not to burn but to preserve. The ancient hardwoods of Oshver Weald, so long harnessed by the indigenous tribes for the creation of stout longboats, were already afire with strange and ghastly energies when the grim bloods descended from the skies. They had gone in search of the ancients of Tzeentch and found them aplenty. The entire forest was infested with flame-fisted demons that moved in strange hovering leaps, and creatures hurling warp flame at the steel-bark trees that twisted them into the likeness of men burning at the stake. Putting aside their flamers and stifling their need to plunge into battle, the grim bloods divided into two great packs. One made haste for the river of ice-cold water that ran alongside the forest, every flame height. By felling enough trees to create a rough dam, that first great pack caused the river to break its banks, though the resultant flood could not extinguish warpfire. It drove the dull-witted demons back into the guns of the second force. Caught between the two jaws of Grimblood's trap, the flame things were annihilated. It was in that forest that Grimblood saw something in the flames, some fragment of insight that spoke of an imminent doom to come. In his mind's eye, he saw a river of wickedness, red-hot and aflame with hatred, rising to drown the Fang from within. It disturbed him so greatly, he summoned his old ally, the rune priest Svengther Ashbeard, to his side and confided in him. He did so well out of earshot, for the rumours that Jarl Grimblood could see the future in the fire were not ones he wanted to propagate. The rune priest nodded sagely, for his own divinations had led him to much the same conclusion. The Crimson King's invasion needed two things above all: to keep the Space Wolves on the back foot, reacting to his attacks as they occurred, and to keep them convinced that the true peril of his resurgence was already upon them. To this end, he put into motion a dread scheme that would strike right at the heart of Russ's realm. Rune Priest Ashbeard knelt amongst the embers of the Oshver Weald, hands planted squarely on the ground as he mentally reached out to his brethren within the Fang. There was no answer, for the air itself was tinged with the disruptive energies of chaos. There was something deeply wrong with the world spirit of Fenris. The planet's essence was wounded, and that wound was in danger of being infected by the energies of the warp. All Ashbeard could see in his mind's eye was a cyclopean visage staring imperiously down at him. He broke off the connection with a shudder. If his brothers were there in the mindscape, he usually prowled with ease. He could not find them. Calling his chooser of the slain, Vaya, to his side, Ashbeard set in motion a different plan. He spoke to the cybernetic corvid in low tones of the vision Lord Grimblood had seen, and bade her reach the Fang as fast as she could. Off she flew, her long black pinions beating hard. Reaching out with his staff, the rune priest harnessed a portion of the winds raging high above and set the hurricane at her back, speeding her on her way. If Jarl's predictions were true, news of great import went with her. Perhaps the gambit was seen by Magnus, for as the raven Vaya flew hard over the Rans Peninsula, a swarm of sky shark demons came swooping after her. Faster she flew, but the demons soared on the etheric winds, and their sheer malevolent hunger lent them speed. The foremost demon surged forwards. the baleful energies crackling at its maw so close they turned Vrya's tail feathers to scattering ash. Grimblood's message, borne on fragile wings so high in the firmament, was seconds from being silenced. Sudden thunder boomed as lightning blazed through the clouds. 6 of the demons were lit by blinding white light before disappearing altogether. The same instant, a storm of explosive bolts hammering out of the gloom to detonate amongst the rest of the demonic pack. Hurtling down from the clouds came the Thunderhawk iron spear, its 4 doors agape like the maw of some metallic wine. With a roar of turbines, the gunship shot forward to draw Vrya into its cavernous hold, saving her from the shoal of screamers just as they were closing in. The demons cried loud in frustration as the Thunderhawk boosted away. Ashbeard's cyber familiar would bring its message to the Fang, and in doing so, alert its guardians to the disaster that threatened to tear out the fortress monastery's heart. In the depths of the Firebreather, Magnus and his coven of exalted sorcerers chanted baleful incantations above a lake of boiling lava. That same molten rock, already dancing with warpgeists after the Silver Tower's beam had struck home, bubbled with foul energies. A mortal man would have died in seconds amongst the sulphurous furor of the volcano's depths, but Magnus was no man, and his vassal sorcerers were long beyond concerns of the flesh. With the primal power of the volcano at their fingertips, the Cabal worked a great rite that summoned their demonic allies into the lava itself. Eyes, mouths, and grasping claws bulged and bubbled through the molten rock until the fiery lake was utterly infested. Magnus had chosen the foremost practitioners of the pyrrhic tradition to aid him in his work, and now it was their turn to join the army in the Lake of Fire. One by one, the tall helm sorcerers turned from creatures of flesh, bone, and ceramite to beings of living flame. Their glowing forms slid into the lava as if it was no more than clear water, disappearing under the surface without a ripple. Magnus gave a half smile of satisfaction before letting his mighty pinions snap out to their fullest extent. Soaring aloft on brimstone-scented thermals, he shot from the volcano and winged towards the jagged peaks of the horizon. The molten army of demons and pyromancers slid through the planet's fiery mantle with the ease of sharks borne along deep-sea currents. Even when effectively blind, they could feel the Fang's direction within the mystical ley lines that crossed Fenris, for its indomitable spirit was such that it had a psychic presence of its own. Closer they swam, bearing down on the geothermic energy farms that powered that vast fortress from below. Their intent was to attack the Spacewall's inner sanctums from within and destroy their genitoriums, plunging them into darkness and silencing their guns so their brethren could close in. They had chosen a vector of attack so strange that even the rune priests would not look to guard against it. It was a plan worthy of a Daemon Primarch, and as the molten army bubbled up through the magma culverts of the Fang, it looked as if it would have an unprecedented success. Yet as the Fenrisians say, sometimes the meekest warrior can stand against the mightiest giant. Borne safely to the Fang's sky shield docks in the gullet of Ironspear, Vrya the Cyber Raven had already flown through the corridors of that ancient fortress with Grimblood's message at the forefront of her mind. She reached the Iron Priests of the lower levels mere hours before the magma armies took shape once more in the lowest dungeons of the Space Wolves' stronghold. Clacking and squawking in binaric cant, the Cyber Raven spoke of the river of flame that Grimblood had seen rising up to drown the Fang. It was enough for the Iron Priests to consult Crom Dragon Gaze, Castellan of the Fang, and to monitor the subterranean levels. There they found energy spikes that lent credence to the Raven's message. It was enough. Since the first clash upon Fenrisian soil, the Iron Priests had begun the process of awakening and girding for war the dreadnoughts in the base of the Fang. Their original intent had been to send the adamantium-hulled walkers to battle against the invaders abroad in the ice wastes. Now, upon Crom's command, they made haste to send their mighty charges against the enemy within.
The Fang's dungeons have long been home to those secrets the Space Wars have chosen to keep hidden from the wider Imperium. The fortress monastery is of such immense size that only the Iron Priests know the full extent of its reaches. Its tunnels are said to be more numerous than the hairs on a troll's back, and they spread for miles through the plateau of Asserheim. The great companies, a fraction of the strength they once amassed during the time of their heresy, barely fill the upper tenth of the Fang when they gather in chapter strength. Though this gives the Space Wolves an extensive lair in which to practice their customs and preserve the culture of their race, it also made defending every acre of the Fang next to impossible. Up through the vents and culverts of the iron vaults came a bubbling tide of magma. An unnatural stink pervaded the lower levels of those torchlit halls, the overpowering scent of charred flesh mingling with an acrid chemical tang. The temperature in those lonely depths, usually far below the point of freezing, started to rise to a prickly, itchy heat. Change was coming to a part of Fenris that had remained fundamentally the same for several millennia. The first creatures to crackle up from the rivers of molten warp stuff were brimstone horrors. These tiny flame beasts spat gobbets of fiery liquid upon the sacred sigils. The space wolves of Russ's reign had carved into the walls to ward off Maleficarum, the influence of chaos. The runes seemed to flare, and the nearest brimstone horrors were snuffed out as if by pinching fingers. The others danced away with shrieks of alarm to find easier things to burn. Next to rise from the liquid fire were the strange, curve-bodied creatures known as flamers. They hurled warp fire from rope-muscled limbs, belching out conflagrations that melted away rock and runic sigil alike. Soon the walls of the vault were running with liquid fire, twisted faces and writhing anatomies appearing in the flames before taking shape as demons in their own right. Into this tableau rose Zarax Frotep, lead pyromancer of the Tiscan host, and a trio of his fellow pyromancers. Their fire forms coalesced from the magma. First horned helms, then broad shoulders, then robes of cascading flame emerged from the molten rock. Soon enough, a coven hovered shimmering above a river of molten rock that now flowed like a serpent through the corridors of the Fang. The Tiscan Fire Lords shared an unspoken communion as ever more demons rose from the flowing river of fire, then set off to the south, warp flame trailing in their wake. The mission that Magnus had given his fire shapers was to cause as much destruction within the depths of the Fang as possible. This they did gladly, partly to avenge the hundreds of his warriors that had died assailing the fortress monastery in M32, and partially to draw attention from their Primarch's true works. The flaming host grew ever more numerous as more and more of the corrupted magma bubbled and spilled into the corridors, each glut of molten rock bearing with it a clutch of diminutive horrors or flame-fisted demon beasts. Their mission was to find the geothermic reactors that lent the Fang most of its power and overload them. Should they be successful, the explosive carnage they sowed through the guts of the Fang would destabilize and weaken it from within. Better yet, with the energies crippled, it would plunge many of the Fang's defenses into darkness. With the fortress monastery's guns temporarily silenced, the Silver Towers, and Magnus himself, would close upon the Fang with impunity. To secure such a critical advantage would turn Magnus's ascendance into unassailable domination. On towards the halls of the dead they went, those crypt-like chambers where the heroes of the Space Wolves were revered and paid respect. When the exalted demon Emberspite, a giant flamer, swollen with the power of change, manifested in reality, the ancient tapestries and woodwork scenes adorning the walls burst into conflagrations of multicolored flame. The sagas they depicted took new shape, to show long-dead space wolves at the mercy of those tyrants and monsters they had, in reality, killed in glory. Through the lower levels of the Fang's dungeons, the howls of gargoyle servitors rang out. Crom Dragon Gaze,
having resumed his duties as prime castellan for the Fang after returning from the shattered fortress of Valdramane, was quick to take up his axe. He made haste to join the defenders of the lower levels. Meanwhile, the Iron Priests, warned against the trespass by Grimblood and the Raven Vrya, gritted their fang teeth and redoubled their efforts to bring to bear as many dreadnoughts as possible. 2 of their number were sent to the hidden lairs of the wolven. There was an army of Fenrisians down in the depths, and if they could but harness it, the intrusion could be stopped. Amongst the Iron Priests walked Lord Bran Redmore, his deep war howl calling the lost and the dreaming to wakefulness. With his helm at his side, the Wolf Lord could smell the distant tang of warp fire. Its violet stink grew stronger by the minute. Bran could feel his gorge rise as his senses rebelled, the beast within his soul, straining to be set free in glorious slaughter. But he kept his command steady and strong. There were those in the dungeons of the Fang that, had he not done so, would have pounced upon him, and perhaps even ripped him apart. One after another, the vaults in the darkness were opened. Lord Redmore's seal of authority, enough to cause even the rune-locked doors of the deepest jails to hiss open. Behind him, bestial shadows slunk upon the walls. Howls of bloodlust rang through the tunnels of the Fang as Bran led his secret army towards the vile scent of demonic invasion. In a parallel tunnel, far larger and adorned from floor to ceiling in runic script, the Iron Priests led a strike force of their own. Dust shook from the arched roof as the heavy tread of the colossi they had awoken reverberated through the bedrock. With them came Crom Dragongaze. Though he had ordered his wolf guard to direct the defense of the Fang in his absence, he still commanded a formidable strike force of Drake Slayers. The 2 parallel passageways emerged in the cavern of the Fell-Handed, a vast and buttressed hall. Soon enough, Dragongaze and Redmore looked upon the Iron Priests and their dreadnought host. Valdrak Shieldsmith led the procession of walkers, nodding to the Wolf Lords as the 2 armies converged into one. Though he knew it must have been a trick of the light, Shieldsmith could have sworn he saw a faint smile upon Bran's weather-beaten features. Across the other side of the vast cavern, a river of corrupted magma boiled and churned towards them. Demons with shifting shapes danced and bounded above it, their cackling voices mingling with the crackling bursts of the flames. The flood of molten rock and its fiendish riders flowed out into the cavern like a delta to the sea, its passage guided and shaped by the pyromancers at its fore into a series of spear-like thrusts. Ranged against the warp flame host was a battle line of dreadnoughts, indomitable in body and undaunted in will. 70 and more stood against the demon invasion, that mighty assemblage anchored around the legendary Bjorn the Fell-Handed himself. As the last of the pyromancers entered the cavern, the ancient hero gave a battle cry so loud it echoed like a thunderclap. The wolven were the first to charge, as ever. For a time, it was as if the fall of Tiska had been revisited. Flames leapt all around. The muscular figures loped and bounded into battle against the tall-helmed sorcerers of Magnus. Some of the wolven were the self-same warriors from the legendary great company of Jorin Bloodfang, lost in the timeless tides of the warp for 10 millennia. They had been rediscovered by the great companies, saved from the sea of stars and reintroduced to the chapter, only to be matched against the same warrior mystics they had pursued into the Eye of Terror so long ago. This time, Zarax and his fellow pyromancers were ready for them. With sweeping gestures of their staffs, they sent waves of horrors and screamers into battle. Though each demon was torn to shreds, hacked to bits or pulverized by the raging wolven, the gibbering warp spawn took their toll, incinerating ages-old heroes and stabbing long-bladed knives into unprotected faces. The sorcerers, brought time by their minions, turned entire packs of wolven to scatterers of ash with their incantations. Yet the wolven's attack had itself brought time, and their own allies were close behind. As one, The Space Wolves' dreadnoughts opened fire. A hail of assault cannon shells crashed home, las cannon beams lancing through it like lightning through a storm. The closest of the pyromancers, Avantu Thotek, waved his staff in a serpentine gesture, and an incoming salvo of metal projectiles was melted by the intensity of the warp flame's strange heat. They splashed home as little more than quicksilver beads. The first volley of las cannon beams shot overhead, missing the demon host completely, but striking the chains that held the cavern's seal gate in place. An immense guillotine blade of adamantium came slamming down, cutting off the invaders already inside from those flame demons coming through the tunnels to reinforce them. Many of the dancing fire demons that capered within the cavern misread the situation and cackled in triumph, thinking their Space Wolves' prey sealed in and at their mercy. Then the dreadnoughts' Hellfrost cannons opened fire in unison, and the deadly truth became clear. The leading edge of the magma river was blasted backward like a wave crest caught in a gale. Fire became ice as the molten stone formed into a freezing wall. It curled around Zarak's Throtep as an immense and many-fingered hand of igneous rock. For a second, the sorcerer was pinned in place. A pinprick of light glowed from within the wall for a second, then the entire edifice burst into a scattering cloud of skeletal phonexes that shrieked outwards in all directions. Where they reached the edge of the cavern, the avian demon thing set fire to the dank rock of its walls, in the process sending a wall of smoke billowing out to obscure the Tiscan host from the guns of the foe. Emboldened, the fire demons surged forwards once more. Zarek's Throtep hurled bolts of coruscating flame so fierce they melted through even the adamantium hulls of the dreadnoughts to incinerate the half-dead warriors inside. A wall of warp fire surged across the cavern floor once more. This time it was Bjorn that stood in its path, his ground-shaking stride pounding into a slow but unstoppable charge. He hit the wall of flame without slowing. The runes of majesty and preservation upon his hull flared the icy blue of a winter sky as they fought the maleficarum that threatened to consume him. Out from the wall of psychic fire he came, swathed in serpents of red-hot rock and glowing head to toe with incandescent energies. For a moment the rune priests feared the giant warrior had gone to his final death. But the fell-handed bore the blessings of Russ himself. He had even faced Magnus and lived. The streams of flame converging upon Bjorn grew brighter as the pyromancers channeled ever more energy into him. One by one, his ice runes burned out, and though a dozen dreadnoughts were charging in his wake, their aid would come too late. Bjorn's hull began to melt, steam wraiths cackling wherever the fire serpents constricted to send rivulets of adamantium hissing to the flagstones. Then came the howling. Hundreds of wolven, recovered from the four corners of the galaxy after their long exile, charged in close. Amongst them were loping, long-limbed were creatures sprinting from a side passage in the gloom, yellow eyes glinting in the firelight as they came to the aid of Bjorn. Some were rangy and thin, others massive and barrel-chested, giants with lupine heads that wielded great ceremonial spears. They gathered around their lord, Bran Redmore, and their rampaging dreadnought known only as Murder Fang. The feral machine's destructive wrath spurred them to ever-escalating feats of violence. 100 different fusions of wolf, tribesman, and space marine leapt and bounded over the spreading delta of magma, teeth bared and saliva drizzling from snarling mouths. Even a Fenrisian predator beast would have balked at crossing the magical flame, but the were-things that called the dungeons their home truly knew no fear. Scores upon scores were burned, transformed, and reduced to ruin. But the rest came on in a tide of tooth and claw. They fell upon the flame demons, as if starving for their meat, ripping away the strange spongy flesh of the demons in great fiery gobbets, even as the magma burned their limbs away to glittering embers. 2 of the pyromancers were borne down, slain as much by raw fury as by any strength of limb.
whilst the others blasted the wolf creatures to ash. Then the first wave of dreadnoughts hit home, powered gauntlet claws snapping, and it was the demon host's turn to die, a crushing, stamping wall of adamantium and fury. The army of the entombed heroes barged their way through walls of mutative flame and knots of demonic horrors alike, until all that was left in their wake were puddles of burning ectoplasm. The battle, in the depths of the Fang, raged fiercer with every passing second, but Zarak's Frotep was nowhere to be seen. In the reactor chambers beyond the cavern, fires leapt and danced as if given malicious life. The return of a legend. The Iron Wolves have ever been respectful to the machine spirits that serve them, and the Iron Priests attending the teleportarium knew their craft well. In a crackling dome of cerulean energy, Egil passed successfully into the stony heart of Midgardia, a macro-class teleport homer clutched in his clawed gauntlets. After a long but desperate search in the darkness, he found Logan Grimnar and his Kingsguard digging their way, meter by painstaking meter, from the cavern of the Tetrarchs. Egil knelt before them, presenting the teleport homer as a knight presents a sword to his liege. Within the hour, the teleportation ritual was complete, and Lord Ironwolf and the High King stood upon the bridge of the All-Father's honour. Their stony expressions were lit from below by the fires of Midgardia's demise. The High King of Fenris had come through utter disaster, but through the ingenuity of Egil Ironwolf, he had been saved from the brink, and was now where he belonged, at the forefront of the war effort. Within the stratagem of his flagship, Lord Grimnar surveyed the parchments and data slates that had reached them from the four corners of the Fenris System. Around him were ranged not only his champions, but also Lord Ironwolf, the remnants of his pack, and the Grey Knights of Grand Master Valdor Arokun, who had teleported onto the bridge when the news of Midgardia's lingering demon taint had reached them. Grimnar's stern features, purpled by extensive bruising, set into a thunderous scowl. No ship thane or com's vassal dared approach within reach of his immense crimson axe. A hollow screen dominated the cylindrical stratagem hall, the amber light glowing from its vastness, playing across the weather-beaten features of the great wolf. He had one eye half closed, his face turned away. It was failure writ in the most graphic fashion imaginable. Failure to predict, failure to protect, and failure to wrest victory from an enemy lower than dirt. The sight seared his soul to the core. Sprawled across the stratagem screen was the stricken planet of Midgardia. Its surface was little more than a worldwide inferno, the colours of intense heat playing across it in swirling waves that looked almost fluid from orbit. Egil Ironwolf had recounted to Lord Grimnar the details of the planet's fate. Its corruption had been deemed so total that the Imperial fleet amassed by Supreme Grand Master Azrael had delivered the ultimate sanction. The planet had been hit by barrage after barrage of missiles and lance strikes. The first salvo's warheads were laced with a potent biotoxin that reduced all living matter, corrupted or not, into a sickening black mulch, and in doing so filled the planet's atmosphere with combustible gases. The second salvo was comprised of fire sword missiles. These had detonated with such blazing force, the very air of the planet had ignited from sea to sea. The searing inferno that had followed was fierce enough to melt rock. It turned every living creature to ash, reduced proud bastions to slouching mounds of molten metal, and banished the demons of Nurgle, along with their plagues, back to the warp. Grimnar took in every new piece of information in solemn silence, his great maned head shaking as the gravity of the loss settled in. Midgardia was once home to billions of souls, born survivors one and all. Their refusal to abandon their homeworld, despite its lethal fungus jungles and sulphurous tunnels full of natural hazards, spoke to the Fenrisian mindset. Rugged and tenacious,
Every year the Midgardians had raised regiments of grizzled Astra Militarum that the Space Wolves had counted as reliable and like-minded allies. Their loss was a grievous blow to the Fenris System and the Imperium as a whole. Grimnar was a ruler of great wisdom, and he knew that a planet as riddled with chaos taint as Midgardia had only one fate left to it, galling as it was to admit. The Dark Angels were right to have purged the planet in order to prevent the nightmare of the demon from spreading further, and yet they had left the deed unfinished. The decision was made. The Space Wolves' High Command would mastermind a pinpoint strike on the Grand Genitorium, a deep, abyssal tunnel that siphoned energy from Midgardia's core. By opening the ancient gates that sealed it closed, they would pave the way for a killing thrust powerful enough to end the planet forever. With the authority of not only a Grey Knight Grand Master, but also a chapter master of Logan Grimnar's stature behind them, the mission commanders found it easy enough to requisition a dozen Thunderhawk gunships from the Imperial fleet. That mighty warplane was perhaps the only craft in the Imperium that could brave a firestorm like the one consuming Midgardia. The gunship's hull, laced with ceramite plating, was proof against even the most incandescent heat. Near vertically they dived through low orbit to reach the thick layers of smoke that shrouded the planet, then plunged into the flames raging below. Within the hour, an elite force of space wolves shot across the planet's surface, the hulls of their insertion craft glowing cherry red with the energies burning around them. They flew straight as an arrow towards the concentric walls of the Grand Genitorium, for here speed was the best armour of all. On approach, Eagle Ironwolf's personal Thunderhawk, the Grey Claw, let loose a howl of binaric cant so loud it was audible even over the roar of the Inferno, precisely modulated to cow the machine spirits of the Genitorium's utmost gate. The dome-like structure opened like a flower, and amongst the plumes of trailing flame, the Thunderhawks dived within. Inside was a scene of nightmarish potency. Masses of refugees had clearly swarmed into the macrostructure's interior in search of a safe haven, but they had been locked out by those who had sought shelter beforehand. They were right to have done so. Whatever plague the populace had brought with them had run rife, turning men to monstrosities of fungus and demon flesh and scorched meat that had been pressure-cooked by the incendiary heat outside. The morass twitched and groaned at the approach of the Thunderhawks. The silvered gunship of Valdar Arakun opened fire, coming in low to disgorge its passengers. Even before they had disembarked, the Grey Knights blazed clear a landing zone with bolter, blade, and purifying flame. Eagle's craft was not far behind. It emitted another howl, and the vault lock in the ground irised to open. The Space Wolves split off from the Grey Knights, and were inside within moments, their Thunderhawks arrowing down through the vast copper coils of the Genitorium's throat. Time was against them, for in opening the vault lock, they had undone the underworld's main defense against the cataclysm without. But the Space Wolves have always excelled on the hunt. Scant minutes had passed before Grimnar's packs, having debarked from their Thunderhawks at a run, had located a cavernous antechamber filled with desperate half-starved Midgardians. The sight of Grimnar himself was greeted with rapturous emotion. The eldest of the natives asked in reverent tones if a saga-born hero of legend, the right hand of the Emperor himself, had come to save them. The great wolf had little time for shows of subservience. In clear tones he brooked no argument. He mustered as many Midgardians as he could into the half-empty holds of his gunships. Eagle Ironwolf, his Iron Priest's hard work on the Genitorium's Castellan matrix, triggered the cogitator imperatives that would open the rest of the colossal structure's abyssal pit before voxing the Grey Knights fighting on the upper levels. The deed was done. It was time to withdraw and put Midgardia to the sword once and for all. The Thunderhawk gunships of Logan's expedition roared from the mouth of the Grand Genitorium as if spat skywards by the planet itself. Lent speed by the roaring thermals they hurtled into the skies, the heat of the planet's crust slowly replaced by the blessed cold of the heavens. Within a matter of hours, they had rejoined the Space Wolves' fleet. Citing their craft's aggravated machine spirits as the cause, the Fenrisian gunships debarked their passengers in a private docking bay, far away from the eyes of the Grey Knights. Recovering upon the bridge of the Allfather's honour, Logan Grimnar met with Grand Master Arakun once more. The Grey Knight refused Grimnar's offer of a warrior's handshake, but such was the profundity of the events about to transpire that no more was said. The full deed would not wait forever. With a heavy heart, the chapter master of the Space Wolves gave the order for Morkai's tooth to be aligned with the open throat of the Grand Genitorium. Runic sigils were reflected in the sweat of Grimnar's brow, reflecting their countdown as the vast weapon was made ready for indentured chain gangs in the Honour's guts. This, far inside the gravity well of the Wolf's Eye, a warp jump was extremely dangerous, and the Great Wolf had a feeling it would lead to certain death if they tried. Timing was critical if they were to ride out the shockwave of the coming blast. The entire battle barge, so large you could house a dozen companies and still have room to spare, shuddered as the colossal missile was launched. Perhaps some fair intelligence realized the Space Wolves' intent. For their stratagem's giant hololith screen showed a swarm of bloated fly things pouring up from the depths of that dark vault. Their numbers were such they darkened the skies, but it was too little, too late. Morkai's tooth, its nose cone, aflame with destructive energies that burned an unforgiving path towards the yearning pit beneath, plunged into the Grand Genitorium's open gullet. For a moment it disappeared from view. Then all was bright light. Midgardia's death blasted fire into the void. Those looking upon the planet's demise directly were blinded forever by the intensity of the explosion. The planets nearby were riven by destructive energies. Tidal waves, firestorms, and volcanic eruptions marked the end of entire geological eras. Fenris was buffeted by ever-expanding bow waves of force. Night turned to day by the intensity of the planet-killing blast. Midgardia had died in fire and violence, and the Imperium had been scarred forever by its loss. Forewarned of the brutal Exterminatus event by Grimnar's priests, most of the Imperial fleet was able to ride out the colossal shockwave. The same could not be said of the silver towers that hung like suspended blades over the worlds they had come to end. As the outward edge of Midgardia's death reached them, the citadels glowed brighter and brighter before winking out of existence entirely. Though it seemed too soon to rejoice after the death of one of humanity's worlds, many an Imperial commander smiled in mingled satisfaction and relief to see the impossible fortresses banished back to the Empyrean. For years to come, the whole system was subject to searing meteor storms. These carved across the skies to crater the landscapes of all the worlds that had once gazed up at Midgardia in the night sky. It was said that the impact site of these space-borne rocks was cursed, and that those who investigated them soon succumbed to a deathly wasting. Before long, the meteor showers were seen as coals from Morkai's dark fires, hurled from the underworld to set the fires of doom across the realms of men. No joy could be found in the heart of Logan Grimnar when the news of the Zentian fleet's disappearance reached his ears. The Fenris sector was largely free of the Silver Tower's curse, but a planet under his guardianship had been slain by his hand. Emotions blazed in his chest, as fierce as the fireball that now marred the heavens. But instead of dwindling, they grew hotter with each passing minute. The Cyclops was behind this, an old enemy of the sons of Rus, and a cunning one. He knew it as surely as if he could hear the monster's laughter ringing in his ears. To his dismay, his suspicions were confirmed when a missive psalm reached the Honour's stratagem. A crimson giant walked Fenris, leaving destruction in his wake. Giving the order for all a headful, Grimnar made for the engine decks, a trio of iron priests following him. The great wolf's determination to fight in person for his homeworld was so strident, so close to the edge of unreasoning rage, that every man and servitor in the All-Father's honour redoubled their efforts to make as much haste as humanly possible. The orbit of Midgardia had taken it relatively close to the Death World that once protected it, and Logan's fleet reached its destination with impressive speed. No sooner had the Iron Priests sanctified their orbit than the invasion alarms rang out. Every space marine aboard the Honor scrambled for a teleportorium, hangar, or drop bay. The revenge of the Great Wolf was close at hand. The works of Magnus, the Crimson King, found the demise of Midgardia to be endlessly entertaining, a fitting reward for those who venerated the hypocrite sons of Rus. Deep within his spiteful soul, there was still a part of the Daemon Primarch that found the idea of bringing about exterminatus a horrifying concept on some level, though he was well used to quashing such feelings. His actions had caused billions of innocent souls to die in agony, something that the Primarch would once have carried as a mark of shame to his grave. The greater part of the Daemon Primarch's being, however, found little more than a swell of satisfaction that the next stage of his plan was complete. Long ago, whilst forging alliances and moving the pieces of his long-laid grand plan into place, Magnus had made a pact with his brother in darkness, Mortarion. Mortarion was the Primarch of the Death Guard, lord of the feculent hell-world Barbarous, and favoured of the Plague God. He had dared refer to himself as the Crimson King's equal, and even spoke against him in a former life. Magnus had not forgotten that slight, but for his great work to succeed, he needed allies. A bargain had been struck, deep within the Eye of Terror. A cadaverous Mortarion had agreed to send one of his choicest entropic diseases, and an endless legion to carry it, in order to hasten the conquest of the Fenris System. In return, Magnus had sworn that Mortarion could claim any planet under the Wolf's Eye in the name of Nurgle, any other than Fenris itself, for that already bore the mark of Tzeentch upon it. The fungal reaches of Midgardia were a natural choice. With a few pandemics sown through its jungles, the planet would make a pleasing annex to Nurgle's garden. By the time Morkai's tooth had been launched towards Midgardia, the planet was all but consumed by the vileness of Nurgle's realm. But the prize had been snatched away from the Plague God's clutches at the last, detonated spectacularly in an act of cosmic sacrifice. But that was not Magnus's fault, of course. Whether Mortarion and his agents could hold on to their new territory was their own lookout. Such devil's bargains have always been meat and drink to Magnus's master, the architect of fate. This twist in events was especially welcome, because it discomfited Tzeentch's eternal rival, the Lord of Plagues. So the great game had ever been played. Compared to the true aftermath of Midgardia's spectacular demise, the damage wrought to Nurgle's annex was all but irrelevant. The death of a world was an event of terrible psychic magnitude. For the swan song of several billion souls is sweet music indeed to one empowered by strife. When that fell deed was in essence a gross betrayal, the deliberate act of the protector slaying those he had sworn to protect, the psychic energy was all the more potent. Should a practitioner of the eldritch arts harness that tempest of emotion, capturing the shockwave of energy that explodes through the warp, he would have power enough to change the galaxy. Magnus the Red had ensured he would do just that. Not by accident had the Crimson King sent his exalted sorcerers into the cold depths of space. The silver towers that blighted the Fenris system from end to end, arranged into a complex metaphysical pattern that echoed that of Magnus's celestial orrery, were ready and waiting when Midgardia met its end. As the physical blast of the Space Wolf's planet-shattering exterminators roared towards them, the silver towers had harnessed the tidal wave of psychic energy that came before it. Brighter and brighter they had shone until the physical dimension could hold them no longer. At the apex of their psychic harvest, They winked out of existence and returned to orbit the sorcerer's orb they called home. The commanders of the Imperial fleet that defended the Fenris sector had rejoiced at their enemy's disappearance, little realizing that Magnus's plans had not suffered a retreat, but ensured a major advance along the vengeful path he had chosen. Magnus's desire to visit the pain of betrayal and wrongful execution upon the space wolves was not born entirely of spite, nor some twisted sense of poetic justice. Even an apprentice mage knows that like affects like, and there is power in the echoes of form and deed. Possessing the likeness of a victim makes the spell easier to achieve, and to include a part of the target in the ritual, a fingernail, hair, or treasured item, increases its connective potency ninefold. Such petty curses were beneath one such as Magnus. His concern was not to use an echo of a single adversary's physical form, but of cataclysmic events that had resonated throughout history. One, in particular, in fact, the burning of Prospero. The mutative curse of the wolven had been seeded deep. The lupine flesh change, so cunning in its delivery, it was welcomed and spread by the very warriors it would soon lay low. Even now the space wolves were being changed by proximity to their feral brethren, proud and handsome warriors devolving into atavistic caricatures as the most bestial aspects of their natures were made manifest. It was a calculated affliction, and one that had caused the intolerance and suspicion of the Imperium to turn upon the warriors of Fenris with vengeance. By having the changeling play so expertly upon the rivalry between the Dark Angels and the Space Wolves, Magnus had shown the sons of Rus what it was like to be persecuted for their genetic deviance. More than that, it had given them a taste of what it was like to have their sovereign domain bombarded by those they had once called brothers. The works of the Cyclops did not stop there. In bringing fire and damnation to Fenris, Magnus had given his adversaries a taste of his own people's fate. The gene stock of the space wolves was tainted by mutation and madness, and monstrous tentacled fiends hunted those still hale and strong. In turning one brotherhood of space marines against the strongholds of another, he had ensured the flames of the Horus heresy roared back into horrible life. More specifically, by manipulating the space wolves into destroying a world populated by their former allies, Magnus had echoed the execution of his own planet, and expertly harnessed the psychic backlash of billions of dying souls in the process. In terms of metaphysical ritual, it was the single most powerful arcane gambit to have been attempted since the ignition of the Astronomicon, with the destruction of Midgardia harnessed by the Silver Towers. It had been an unqualified success. All was in readiness for the final act.
The blue scribes grovelled and whimpered, tiny in stature next to the towering colossus they served. They talked over one another, in their frantic need to please as they shovelled forward scrolls, grimoires, and illuminated manuscripts.
"It is all here, then," said Magnus. "You did as I commanded."
"Yes, O Lord of Fate's arising," said Pertrax. "All sorceries of man's devising. The angel's horde was quite surprising."
"Forgiveness our lateness, if you please," said Zerpep,
genuflecting dramatically.
"To carry such a load plays havoc with the knees."
Magnus passed his great glaive over the assembled arcana. Relic by relic the horde turned to strangely scented mist. The miasma wreathed him in a shielding aura of pale light. "Inspired to shield against the arcane," said Pertrex. "Not all mankind is so mundane."
"Silence," said Magnus, "lest I hurl you into the well of eternity."
shouted Zertep and Petrax as one, grabbing each other in fear. Magnus grimaced and opened a fist. The eye in his palm stared, and the demons turned to motes of blue light.
"Back to your toil, scribes," said Magnus. "It is time to end this."
The sons of Fenris,
The claws of rust scarred the skies once more as wave after wave of drop pods thundered down to earth. This time they came not to conquer but to reclaim. Logan Grimnar was first to the fray, his wrath a howl upon the wind. Pack after pack of wolf guard drove the charge home into the treacherous legion that trespassed upon their world. Waves of insertion craft shot from the skies, making haste to the magma-flooded coastline that the wolf lords were calling Burning Lake. There was the greatest concentration of Thousand Suns, and hence there was the target for the great wolves' raging vengeance. The traitors were making a massed advance upon the wolf's gullet, a grand chasm said to lead to the heart of Fenris itself. The Fang had been rendered silent, for though the pyromancer invasion that boiled through its dungeons had been repelled at the last, their war fires had still done serious damage to the reactors in the lower levels. The armoured companies of Eagle Ironwolf and the headstrong warriors of Sven Bloodhowl were coming in fast. Even Grand Master Arakun's Grey Knights were inbound after being alerted to the demonic presence gathering near the Fang. The champions of Fenris were closest to the site, more than ready for retribution. Grimnar knew not what the Thousand Suns intended. His suspicions were that ritual magic would be involved, but in truth it mattered little. The presence of Chaos worshippers gathered in force upon Asserheim was enough for the kill strike. The vanguard of the Space Wolves' attack was driven into the body of the enemy like a broad-bladed spear. Swathed in a blizzard of ash and embers conjured by his rune priests, Grimnar led the charge upon his chariot, Stormrider. Many an eldritch bolt was turned aside by that ancient relic's force field. Editor's note. I hate that chariot. I hate it. I disappeared from Warhammer for like a couple of years, and I came back, and all of a sudden Logan Grimnar's Father Christmas in his bloody sleigh. Jesus Christ. Anyway, back to the story. Too many others sent grey-armoured warriors toppling from their saddles before the charge hit home. Their battle plate melted away, and their flesh mutating. But it was a price inescapable if the Space Wolves were to reach the deadly cut and thrust of the melee. Grimnar's way was to strike swiftly and without mercy. Thunderwolf riders kept the pace, whilst grizzled Wolfguard and howling packs of wolven debarked from speeding Stormfang gunships to charge forwards in their wake. Flashes of blue and gold armour span through the firestorm as the Thousand Suns were dismembered, decapitated and stamped into the slush-slicked ice. Many of the golem-like warriors got back up, ripping and tearing with curled fingers where their bolters were damaged beyond repair, and for a moment it seemed as if Logan's charge had stalled. Then came the fire howlers, and the deadlock was broken wide open. The initial push had seen the Thousand Suns turn at bay, as Grimnar had known it would. They had little choice, for he had deliberately trapped them upon the shores of Burning Lake. The sorcerers in command of the automaton army had spread their warriors out, taking the force of Grimnar's charge into their midst, whilst moving around the flank. In doing so, they had turned their backs to the west and invited Sven Bloodhowl to strike home at full strength. It was as sound a trap as any wolf pack had executed, but against foes as strange as the Thousand Suns it was not enough. The sorcerers, amidst the traitors, encountered a ritual that blasted the air around them, the heat geists they conjured flocking outwards to brush against every one of their minions. Grimnar growled loud as they fell back onto the burning lake itself, walking upon the lava as if it was solid ground. The Space Wolves, slashing their way through the enemy ranks, came up short upon the flaming shores, firing their bolt pistols as the Thousand Suns stepped backwards to walk upon the sea of flames. The volleys of return fire were punishing in the extreme. It was becoming obvious that it was not the Space Wolves who were closing the jaws of a trap, but their adversaries. Hero after Fenrisian hero was flung back into the midst of his battle brothers, chest agape or headless neck spurting gouts of blood. Grimnar's champions died alongside Sven's fire howlers, their sagas cut short by an enemy that laughed at the laws of nature and reason. It was not the way of the Space Wolves to yield in the face of adversity. Though they realized they were outmatched in a firefight with the Thousand Suns, they crouched down, turning their shoulders into the fusillade, and returned fire as best they could. All knew that Grimnar's blood was boiling, but he was no fool, and had chosen his warriors well. The fire howlers have long had a fascination with fire. During their feasts they eat, breathe and walk on flame, for they believe a true warrior proves his mastery over that which burns. Named for the fire-breather volcano, they have long incorporated lava into their rituals, and they fear it not. Grinning fiercely, Sven Bloodhowl sent forth squadrons of anti-grav land speeders that ploughed furrows in the lake of fire, as they sent hissing melter beams at the foe. Even the ensorcelled rubricae melted away like tallow in the face of such fearsome weaponry. As the Thousand Suns tracked these airborne packs with their bolters and rotary cannons, Sven and his wolf guard led a jump-pack strike against the Thousand Suns nearest the lava lake shoreline. Together with their remaining sky claws, they hurtled over the crackling sea of molten rock to slam into the rubricae, and then leapt backwards in a blast of turbines to reach the shore once more. Those of the Thousand Suns that toppled were not burned by the lava, for their master's sorceries had inured them to its killing heat, but they sank nonetheless, vanishing from sight with no more than a few glopping bubbles to mark their demise. The exalted sorcerers commanding the army of automatons soared above the fray, borne aloft on blade-edged discs of zench, and negotiated the fiery thermals as if they were cool zephyrs. One sorcerer hurled crackling bolts of pink energy that blasted one land speeder after another to scrap metal. Another threw helixes of warp light that caused their victims to simply wink out of existence. A third threw gobbets of corrosive blood at the space wolves on the shoreline, each splash of crimson eating away at exposed flesh like concentrated vitriol. Every volley sent their way was swiftly dissipated by a glimmering shield of force. The space wolves' death toll was rising with every passing second.
So large was the Thousand Suns' army amassed on the shore that not all of them had reached their muster point over the lake of lava. A thick knot of space wolves was hacking its way into the midst of a Thousand Suns' strong point when Logan Grimnar saw something that snatched his breath from his lungs. A giant amongst men, clad in slate grey and gold, his blonde mane flowing in the hot breeze. His sword sang as he killed and killed, explosions of azure energy erupting around him with every thrust and sweep. For a moment, the apparition met Grimnar's gaze.
"This is your world, my son. Use its bite."
Then the vision was gone. Part of Grimnar's soul sang, nonetheless. It was Leman Russ he had seen. He was sure of it, and he knew what to do. With a long, piercing howl, the High King of Fenris cut a path to the north. A bubbling, churning sea of lava stood before Grimnar in the heart of the Wolf's Gullet, where the focus of an eons-long vendetta threatened to conquer his world completely. Even should he somehow cross the deadly lake of fire, the warriors ranged against the Great Wolf and his champions were possessed of immortal power and would not yield easily. Logan Grimnar fought like a force of nature. Braided hair and wolfskin mantle were caught in the spark-strewn winds as he drove over fords into his hated enemies. The axe of Morkai, a trophy taken from a slain World Eater's champion, rose and fell. For once its blood-hungry blade did not hiss and bubble with vital fluids, but instead was swathed by a filigree of lightning and dust, the sole remnants of the cursed rubricae he left dismembered in his wake. Then the great wolf's chariot slewed to a halt, icy mush spraying from the great paws of the beasts at its fore. Storm Rider had reached the edge of the lava sea, and with the rest of the Thousand Suns walking atop its molten crest as if it were solid ground, Grimnar and his champions of Fenris had simply run out of foes to kill. Grimnar ground his teeth, loath to turn back. Circumventing the lava sea would take the best part of a day, and that was time he did not have. The great wolf was driven by a desperate sense of urgency. He had seen the Primarch in the flesh, fighting alongside his sons. What more proof did he need that the wolf time was upon them? Magnus fouled Asserheim with his presence already. He could taste the fiend's eldritch stink upon the wind, even though he could not see him. Fenris was all but in the Crimson King's thrall. If the sons of Russ were to turn the planet's might against him,
It had to be done soon. Then came the answer to Grimnar's summons. Coming in low through the smoke came 3 entire squadrons of Storm Fang gunships, their turbines roaring loud. Land speeders flew escort duty around them, assault cannons sending bullets that sprayed lava as they tracked into a gun line of 1,000 suns. Within a matter of seconds, a half-dozen Rubricae were cut down, but their companions did not so much as flinch. Calmly they turned and tracked the Space Wolves aircraft as they strafed, Soul Reaper cannons tearing the land speeders out of the sky in explosions of mangled metal. The Terminator armoured traitors upon the lava sea sent missiles striking out to detonate hard upon the prow of each of the mighty vessels. In places, the stricken gunships peeled off lest the force of their own momentum tear them apart. The others held true to their course, so low to the pack ice that Grimnar reflexively ducked as they shot overhead. The Great Wolf smiled as the gunships fired not upon the sorcerers and their army of mindless 1,000 suns, but upon the sea of lava itself. Their Hellfrost cannons, weapons unique to Fenris that could freeze every cell in a target's body, scoured the molten lava over and over. In a matter of seconds, a long tongue of cooling rock extended half a mile into the lake of fire. Grimnar was already hurtling along the impromptu causeway, his wolf guard and their wolven wards close at his heels. 1,000 suns reacted slowly. Too slowly. With a howl of triumph, Grimnar was amongst them once more, his great axe ending the cursed existence of the ancient traitors one after another. The champions of Fenris ran hard in his wake, their Terminator armour proof even against the infernal ammunition of their lifeless foes. Arjak Rockfist led the charge, slamming his anvil shield into the nearest Rubric marine with such force the automaton came apart in a clatter of armour plates. The Thunderhawk Iron Spear followed close behind the Stormfang gunships, heavy bolters booming as they sought the sorcerous masters of the enemy force. A bolt-spitting Stormfang was pulled from the sky as it swept past the 1,000 Suns' Telekine Accept, the Ingrate, the gunship ploughing into the magma in a spray of molten rock. The Telekine waved a mocking finger, his laughter chilling upon the wind. A moment too late, the Iron Spear blasted the sorcerer to atoms with a stabbing beam from its turbo laser. But the revenge kill was enough to cause the Magistar's fellow Psychers to focus on their own defense rather than pressing the attack. The Thunderhawk's claws were savage, but it was that which it held in its metallic guts that posed the greatest threat. The Great Wolf had commanded his rune priests to attend him, despite the likelihood of meeting a Daemon Primarch head-on, and Magnus the Red at that. In a psychic confrontation, they would likely die to a man within a matter of heartbeats. They had come to his call, nonetheless. It was well that they did, though Grimnar's charge had seen him drive a deadly assault into the 1,000 Suns' army and lay low several of the sorcerers that focused its animus. It was supported only by land speeders, gunships, and speculative fire from distant Longfangs. With gathering pace, the 1,000 Suns converged upon the still cooling causeway, its rock plinking and cracking as the warring temperatures of fire and ice threatened to break it apart. A trio of disc-riding sorcerers, their altitude putting them out of reach of Grimnar's bold thrust, realized the Great Wolf sought to fight past their bulwark to the shores beyond. As one, they raised their staffs towards a Stormfang squadron, carving overhead for another attack run. Vast pinions appeared in the sky as a winged serpent, even larger than a legendary Fenrisian rock, and took form. It darted forwards like a striking cobra, ripping the Stormfangs from the air one after another and crushing them in explosions of blue fire. The rune priests inside the Thunderhawk were not found wanting. On approach to Grimnar's location, they had begun a summoning of their own, and the belly of the Iron Spear was strewn with pelts, bones, and blooded runes. With a terrible, ear-shattering roar, a vast lupine head reared out of the burning sea. A fiery mane cascaded from a colossal skull of molten rock. Jaws, drizzling ropes of darkening magma,
as mountainous haunches pushed a tidal wave of lava across the endless ranks of Thousand Suns. The Fire Breather, mythical totem of Sven Bloodhowl's great company, had emerged from its volcanic lair. Jaws lined with jagged stalactites crunched down on the winged serpent conjured by the Thousand Suns, dissipating it in a burst of flame. The titanic wolf thing came crashing back down into the lava beyond, tidal waves of red-hot liquid slopping over the massed ranks of rubricae. Suddenly, Grimnar's path was clear. The last 3 Stormfangs, hurtling back around for another attack run, came in low to fire their Hellfrost cannons once more. This time, the tongue of cooling rock was dangerously thin. Barely 3 warriors abreast could negotiate it without toppling into the waves of lava, but the champions of Fenris pressed on. Foot by agonizing foot, they strained and sweated and bled until the far side of the lake of fire was in sight. There, before them, stood rank upon rank of Terminators, their massive silhouettes unmistakable. They were the Scarab Occult, elite bodyguard of the Crimson King. In their midst stood the distinctive figure of Ahriman, arch-sorcerer of the Thousand Suns. Grimnar's chosen vanguard went to war in the heaviest war gear their chapter could provide, but even Terminator armor could not save them all from the sorceries of Ahriman. Torfin Daggerfist went down to a coruscating blast that caught him full in the chest, his face contorted in agony. Belagor the Pale had his head torn from his neck in a spray of multicolored light. Olev Whiteblade was punched from his feet by an invisible force that plunged him into a yawning maw of fire. Those warriors behind them gritted their fangs and ran onwards past the fallen. Should the charge falter, the lack of momentum would see them all slain. Grimnar's chariot veered and bounced as it bore the High King into the fray. The old warrior's eyes met those of Ahriman, the legendary arch-sorcerer who had slain the packmates of Russ himself at the dawn of the Imperium. A wordless moment of pure hatred passed between them, but Grimnar had another fight to win. Beyond the traitor librarian, the great wolf could see a roiling miasma of energy that deadened sound as well as vision. With Magnus's lieutenants so close at hand, he could guess well enough what lay beyond. Shouting, he urged his thunderwolves into a sprint and leapt, chariot and rider alike, soared over the heads of the Scarab Occult line to plunge headlong into the strange mist. A Stormfang roared past, its Hellfrost cannon freezing 2 of the Scarab Occult into lifeless statues. Ahriman gestured dismissively, flames leaping from the lava at his bidding. The inert Terminators jerked stiffly back to life, one sending missiles from its shoulder mount to impact with the rear of the Stormfang and send it crashing into the scorched rock beyond. Grimnar's champions of Fenris charged on as the arch-sorcerer reached out a long-fingered hand. 5 streams of mirror-like shards flew out, striking 5 of Grimnar's warriors with a barely audible tinkle of glass. They had flown straight for warriors without helms, and where they struck flesh, the Terminators devolved horribly. Hair sprouted all over and noses elongated into fanged snouts as they changed rapidly. Not into wolven, but into Fenrisian wolves. Anatomies buckled and reshaped radically within armor. Yet the Terminator plate held firm. Flesh and bone yielded first. Howls became whelps, became whimpers, as bones snapped and ground, driven like osseous blades through the bodies of the transformed. The wolf things fell, rolling and spasming sidelong to meet the dubious mercy of a fiery death. Still, the champions of Fenris came on. Ahriman launched another psychic assault, fiery snakes darting like sidewinders from his eyes. This time it was Arjek Rockfist that led the charge, 2 of his shield brothers on either side. They raised their heavy storm shields, a living battering ram of ceramite and muscle, pounding forwards at a loping run. The baleful energies curdled, turned to foul-smelling but harmless ectoplasm. Behind the shield wall was Niall Stormcaller, debarked from the Iron Spear and working hard to disperse every spell hurled their way. Arjak and his wolf guard had the chance they needed.
the Scarab occult stitched their fire across the Space Wolves' line with clinical precision, aiming for knees and helms instead of the well-protected bodies of their foes. But the Shield Brothers were accustomed to such powerful impacts. Here and there a warrior staggered, only to spring forward again enraged and growling. The Wolf Guard charge hit the Scarab occult line with the force of a wrecking ball. Somehow the Sakmet kept their footing, sliding back along the ashen shore but remaining upright. The Scarab occult fought with a serpentine speed quite unlike the dreamlike movements of the Rubricae. The automaton warriors parried hammer blows with elegant sweeps of their curved blades. Two even disarmed their opponents, whilst another sent a lightning-clawed champion sprawling with a grievous wound across his torso. When Arjak barreled into the fray shield first, opening the Scarab occult's line and hurling foe hammer sidelong. The weapon struck Araman full in the side with a loud crack, sending the sorceress skidding away in a flurry of actinic lightning. There was a flash as foe hammer teleported back to Arjak's modified gauntlet. When it faded, Araman had disappeared. With the Arch-Sorcerer's augmentations banished, the Sekhmet no longer fought like demigods from Prospero's mythic past. Yet Arjak and his Wolfguard were still more than evenly matched, and the Thousand Suns had numbers on their side. But it was not long before the champions fought more like brawlers than warrior kings, head-butting, elbowing, and lashing out wherever they could at the indomitable Crimson bodyguards that had somehow fought them to a standstill. The ember storm raged around the combatants, fanning the flames in the hearts of Arjak's Shield Brothers to new heights. Here and there along the lines of battle, one of the Fenrisian champions would open his foe's guard, a thunderhammer following soon after to crush the armor to buckled ruin. Slowly, painstakingly, they pushed their enemies back. Then every step they won allowed more of the Wolf Guard to gain the breach, just as the initial stalemate of two well-matched wrestlers gives way to sudden victory. The champions of Fenris found themselves suddenly on the ascendant, barreling through the ranks of the disrupted enemy to slash and pulverize and stamp their enemies into the rocky ground. The miasma that had claimed their lord dissipated fast, revealing the spectacle beyond. The sight that greeted them ravaged the sanity of all who witnessed it. Magnus, ascendant. At the vast chasm of the Wolf Gullet, the war for Fenris's heart was in full flow. With the sudden disappearance of the Silver Towers and rumours of Logan Grimnar's champions taking the fight to Asserheim, the most mobile great companies had reacted with the speed of predators on the hunt. What they found was deadlier than any had anticipated. As the champions of Fenris fought Araman's undying legions, their battle brothers converged upon the Wolf's Gullet. Egil Iron Wolf had pushed every one of his war machines to the limit in order to reach it at this critical hour. Attacking from the north after being redeployed by Bulk Lander, he launched his attack at the fore of a Land Raider spearhead, his armoured columns grinding across Asserheim's pack ice in sprays of melting snow. He did not come alone, for the surviving members of the Midgardian Defence Force rode with him in the tanks of the Astra Militarum, and from the mountains of Trials in the west, Harold Deathwolf rode at the head of the largest wolf pack Fenris had ever seen. Both the Iron Wolves and the Death Wolves had been embroiled in vicious and close-quarter fighting, with invaders hailing from the Silver Towers that had rained fire upon their homeworld. Their wolf lords had suspected trickery when their floating citadels had glowed dazzlingly white and then simply vanished, leaving their ground forces at the mercy of the resurgent space wolves. Their fears were soon confirmed via Vox Cascade with the Fang. The phenomenon was a false retreat, and Magnus's invaders had been sighted upon Asserheim. Before the hour was out, the great companies had broken what remained of their enemy and made all speed for the Fang. The Thousand Suns that had appeared upon Asserheim had marched from a shimmering portal that had spiraled out of nothingness at the mouth of the Wolf's Gullet. With the Fang robbed of power by the battle in its dungeons, there had been little in the way to intercept the legion of automatons that had marched out. Only when serried ranks of rubricae had fanned out to stand upon the edge of the vast chasm, their disc-riding masters scouring the snows for signs of the enemy, did the mastermind behind Fenris's plight enter the fray. Magnus the Red blazed once more into reality, surrounded by a halo of psychic energy so intense it melted the snows for a mile around. His striding, upright gait radiated pride in great measure, and well it might, for his prize was there for the taking. The great companies, spurred to greater speed by the light illuminating the clouds around the Fang from below, raced back to intercept. In doing so, they went to their deaths. The Space Wolves did not go into battle alone against the Daemon Primarch. From the tumultuous skies darted allies on black wings. Squadrons of Nephilim jet fighters flew as outriders for dark talons and massed land speeders. The Raven Wing, dispatched by Azrael himself, had flocked to join their rivals in this deadliest of hunts. It was the Raven Wing that first paid the price for challenging the Crimson King. A bolt of actinic light shot from the centre of the rocky circle marking Magnus's arrival upon Asserheim. A piercing lance of energy, so fierce it scarred the eyes of all who saw it. In a flash, 2 jet fighters were disintegrated, the third of their squadron spiralling to crash, burning into Asserheim's immense cliff face. The Dark Talons, claiming close behind them, opened fire with their rift cannons, hoping to banish Magnus back to the warp. The strange unlight of the weapons did no more than blister the Daemon Primarch's skin. With a snap of his wings, he sprang into the air, whipping his immense staff around to send an airborne tsunami of psychic energy crackling out. Where it struck home, the Dark Talons were turned to black marble, laced with seams of pilot's flesh. They arced, then plummeted, plunging one after another into the boiling morass of corrupted lava at the base of the Wolf's Gullet. By the time the aircraft struck the lava, Magnus had already landed deftly upon the chasm's edge, like some titanic gargoyle, his booming chant echoing across the ice fields. Those who heard the words firsthand felt an itchy agony blossom across their skin, as if they were being poisoned by serpents that had materialized within arteries and veins. The Death Wolves were the next to brave a headlong charge, but their attack did not go unsupported. The Raven Wing had jettisoned a set of teleport homers as they soared across the ice, and the devices still winked steadily in the snow. Their call was answered, not by the warriors of the first, but by the third brotherhood of the Grey Knights, demon slayers beyond compare. In a perfect hexagrammatic dispersal they materialized, not more than a stone's throw from the Daemon Primarch they had come to slay. Magnus waved his staff once more, and a sea of cackling pink demons surged from the snow, rubbery limbs waving as they hurled warp fire into the Grey Knights' ranks. Many of the incorruptible heroes fell, turned to crystal prisons, with their souls trapped visibly inside them. The others fought with the fury of the Emperor enraged, their nemesis force weapons carving apart horror after horror in explosions of rank demon matter. Step by step, they hacked a path towards Magnus, their incantations summoning waves of white fire that banished the minor demons that sought to slay them. Only when a flight of burning chariots roared overhead, demons spilling from the fires they left in their wake, was Grand Master Arakan's force all but buried in their enemies. Their advance slowed to a crawl, then stopped altogether. Just as it seemed, the warriors of Titan were to be overwhelmed by the tide of gibbering demons that cascaded towards them. The charge of the Death Wolves hit home. Such was their momentum that neither Wolf nor Space Marine had time to think about the nature of the foe they faced. There was simply the kill at Hunt's End, and the reclamation of a planet that was rightfully theirs. For a time, the horrors were pushed back, the cacophonic disorder viewed from high above. It was as if a river of grey and white furrowed bodies pushed back a sickly pink tide. Then the crests of the demon waves turned from pink to blue, and that tide pushed back. Hundreds of wolves and wolf riders were slain, consumed by warp fire or drowned by the enormous press of demon flesh that came against them. Through that sea of demonic terror waded no less than 5 nemesis dread knights of Titan. Built to fight the kings of the Immaterium on equal terms, the pilots of the giant walkers made short work of the cackling rabble massing around them. Moving in rough lockstep, the Grey Knights piloting the Dread Knights from their harnesses, stamped and crushed with their silvered exoskeletons, even as they slew with rune-etched blades and heavy psi cannons. The horrors, through every possible change, spell, and flame curse they could muster. But their magic found no purchase on the blessed metal of the Dread Knights. In their success against the demon hordes, they drew the attention of Magnus, and thereby sealed their doom. A mind-altering blur of colours shot out from the Crimson King's cyclopean eye. The beam of warp energy was so concentrated that it could not be constrained to a single dimension, and 1,000 tiny familiar spirits flew outward and into the heavens as the beam carved across the battle line. In its grievous potency, it annihilated demons and dread knights alike, with a single pass of his bloodshot orb. Magnus had wreaked the most fundamental of changes upon his challengers. Where 4 heroes of the Imperium had strode to meet him, now there was only scorched air and the lingering echo of screams. The 5th Dread Knight, their leader, was not so lucky. He had been transformed into a giant of bone and silvered cogs. The pilot was now little more than a demented marionette, jerked aloft by his own bloody sinews from his machine's pistoning fingers. The destruction of 5 of Titan's most prized assets was beyond countenance. High above the Fang, the masterfully built spacecraft of the Grey Knights chapter remote scryed the location of the Daemon Primarch, calibrated their weapons batteries, and fired. Searing ruby-red beams shot from the heavens, all 4 converging upon the same point as the gunners of the Grey Knights' fleet brought their deadliest weapons to bear. By rights, they should have reduced Magnus to a steaming crater. In truth, they did little more than drive him to his knees. A hemisphere of invisible force protected him from physical attack, no matter how powerful. The Daemon Primarch rose, laughing cruelly at the impotence of the Imperial Order founded to slay his kind. The rune-casting psychers of Logan's great company, gathered under Niar's Stormcaller, did not despair. They sent bolts of psychic lightning, ghostly tempests, and blizzards of razed ice knives that flayed to the bone the Zangors, cavorting around their master's feet. Yet none of their runic witchery even touched the Crimson King. If anything, Magnus seemed larger and more powerful than before this first salvo had been fired. The Crimson King's laughter grew louder. Though he now hovered, wings beating slowly above the wolf's gullet, his voice sounded as if he were mere inches from the ear of all who witnessed him. Those who looked upon him directly did so with needles of pain stabbing their minds, for he glowed almost too bright to bear. With Niall leading their chants, the most powerful of Fenris's rune priests joined their might once more. Slowly the vast chasm of the gullet closed upon Magnus, its rocky edges like the jagged teeth of the world wolf itself. Lava geysered and boiled as the chasm bit with the force of grinding tectonic plates. For a moment, the Daemon Primarch disappeared from sight. At the last, Magnus threw out his arms and held the rocky jaws wide, with only his vast telekinetic power. The jagged teeth of the cliffs snapping to tumble into the fires below. Grandmaster Arakun stretched out his hands, psychic lightning leaping towards Magnus in a great crackling helix. Magnus caught the attack on his staff and hurled it back, the bolt transforming the Grey Knight into scattering nuggets of fool's gold. Another focused lance strike shot down from the heavens. This one, Magnus did not dissipate upon his protective dome of force, but instead caught with the curve of his blade before hurling it outwards into the rumbling line of battle tanks that was cresting the ridge. The redirected energies hit home with cataclysmic force, smashing the entire column of war engines to smoking ruin. Then,
Magnus reached upwards, the eye in his palm blinking once as it focused on the spacecraft high above. Uttering a low chant, the Crimson King extended his telekinetic mastery until it soared into the stratosphere and beyond. Space Wolf, Dark Angel, and Grey Knight alike stood aghast as the sky was lit with expanding coronas of fire. Those space marines who auto-viewed the blazing phenomena witnessed battle barges and strike cruisers crashing into one another, as if flung by some godly hand, their reactors overloading a moment later to throw all of Asaheim into stark, monochromatic light. Fenris had a new monarch, and he was mighty indeed. Egil Ironwolf howled in outrage, driving his spear of rust towards the monstrous Primarch at full speed. Ruby beam spat from the Land Raider's God Hammer las cannons, potent weapons indeed, but rendered pitiful in comparison to the lance strikes Magnus had weathered moments before. The Crimson King snarled in impatience, reaching out a clawed hand and clenching it into a fist. Egil Ironwolf leapt clear as his armoured steed was crushed by an invisible force, buckling like a paper sculpture in an armoured gauntlet. The Wolf Lord took up a las cannon from a dead long Fang and knelt into a sniper's crouch, sending a dead-eye shot stabbing towards Magnus's eye. The Primarch froze the las beam in place with a pinch of his fingers. With a beckoning gesture, he caught Egil Ironwolf in his telekinetic grip, yanked him in front of his own killshot, and released the laser from its stasis. The las cannon beam slammed into Lord Ironwolf, vaporizing him from the waist up. It was an ignominious end to a mighty saga, but it had brought Logan Grimnar the time he needed. Jumping from Stormrider at the edge of the chasm, the great wolf called out a mighty challenge. Magnus turned, a sneer of disdain on his cyclopean features. No mortal weapon could harm him, and thanks to the work of the blue scribes, neither could the enchanted relics of the Imperium. But the axe of Morkai was not of the Imperium. It had first been forged as a weapon of Khorne, bane of sorcerers. Logan leapt. The double-headed power axe slammed into Magnus's chest, shattering arcane wards and piercing his breastplate to bite deep. In the distance, thunder rumbled long and loud. Only the psychers present heard it for what it was, the laughter of the blood god himself. With a deafening roar of pain, Magnus swatted Grimnar back over the lip of the precipice. His allies were close at hand, and more than ready to seize their chance. A gleaming throng of Grey Knight purifiers gained the chasm's edge, blades extended to pour the white fires of banishment into the Daemon Primarch's wound. Magnus's arcane aura had been compromised badly, for though he possessed wards against every weapon the Imperium might throw at him, he could not guard against an axe once forged in the name of the blood god. He lashed out with his immense staff, its blade cutting 9 of the Grey Knights in half at the waist, but it was a blow of spite rather than conquest. The psychic might of the Grey Knights still ranged against him, poured through the gap torn in his arcane shielding, incandescent in their power as they burned away the Daemon Primarch's flesh. In moments he was wreathed, head to toe in blazing white fire. In a heartbeat, Magnus glowed brighter than the wolf's eye. The immense energies playing around him turned him from giant to burning supernova. Every Imperial warrior for miles around was blasted backwards to land steaming in the snow. When they got back to their feet, the Thousand Suns, the demon hordes, and their Cyclopean master alike had vanished from existence. With Magnus's disappearance, a gale of magical energy raced from world to world, snatching away demon and traitor alike. From the viewpoint of a warrior, courage and strength had carried the day, but their lords and masters were not so sure. Had Magnus and his armies truly been defeated? The suspicion that worse was to come hung in the air. Though the Cyclops Magnus had been banished by the Wolf Lords and their allies, the butcher's bill was dizzyingly high. Drifts of corpses lay piled upon the snow, as if they had rained from the heavens. The ranks of loyalist and traitor, long riven by ancient strife, lay mingled once more in death. Logan Grimnar sat up from the gore-stained slush, a dozen broken bones making every movement painful as he coughed blood onto the back of his gauntlet. He stood nonetheless, raising the axe of Morkai high to glint in the new dawn. A chorus of cheers greeted the act, but it was shockingly thin and weary. In the depths of the Fang, the dreadnought army of Bjorn the Fell-Handed had been brought low by the pyromancy host. The constant barrage of warp fire had reduced the throng of ancients to a handful of walkers. The smell of cooked and corrupted meat hung thick in the air. For the wolven of the dungeons had fared even worse, and the pyromancers had reached their goal, though only 3 were left alive. Bjorn fought on, half conscious, his sarcophagus sloughed away by the fire of the greater demon forms. Then Magnus had departed, and the dreadnoughts found themselves facing not a host, but a minor cabal. The flagstone shook as Bjorn drove his charge home, and 1,000 suns were wiped out. All across the Death World, the story was the same. What had seemed to be battles against insurmountable odds soon turned to a bloody massacre. Those 1,000 Suns and Zangors, not borne away by Magnus's fall, were left scattered and directionless, easy prey for the vengeful armies of Fenris. Among the greatest concentrations of etheric energy, monsters from legend still stalked the land. Gunnar Redmoon and his warriors were assailed by a vast skeletal wolf creature the colour of dried blood, the living incarnation of their totem, conjured from tribal nightmares and sent to slay as many as it could. Its claws were red with Fenrisian blood, before the concentrated firepower of long fang packs and predator squadrons took it down. In the far south, Bjorn's Stormwolf was eaten whole by a Zentian giant, though the Wolf Lord ripped his way from the beast's abdomen. His face was so scarred by intestinal acid, his raucous laugh was never heard again. The Auto-Scalds and Quell servitors recorded many a saga over those twilight hours, but a sense of foreboding, not victory, hung in the air. The fires of defiance had guttered and gone still, replaced by the ashen exhaustion of grief. Logan Grimnar knew well what was to come in the aftermath of the Primarch's banishment. He had fought alongside the Grey Knights before, notably during the First War for Armageddon and the last days of the Sanctus Reach, and knew their methods were as thorough as they were uncompromising. All those mortals that had witnessed the taint of the demon firsthand were to be processed and destroyed without mercy, for left alone the seed of that knowledge could eventually bear terrible fruit. In the war for Fenris, countless thousands of native tribesmen had not only set eyes upon the demon hosts, but in some cases fought them directly. The Grey Knights had already begun their dark work, their agents gathering those tribes afflicted by the truth into the bowels of vast bulk lifters. Grimnar's wolf lords protested, even came to blows, but this time there was nothing the great wolf could do to intervene. To resist the edicts of the Ordo Malleus, whilst the eyes of the High Lords were upon them, would be to risk bringing the entire chapter under censure, and perhaps trigger another civil war just when the hour was darkest. Perhaps even damning Fenris to exterminatus, alongside its departed brother Midgardia. With a heavy heart, Logan gave his seal of approval to the tribesmen's abduction. They were never seen again. The worlds of the Fenris System were plagued by disasters as the aftermath of the Zentian invasion rolled on. Midgardia's demise had shaken every planet and moon in that system, taking a gradual but profound effect upon every neighbouring world. Frostheim had been reduced to a wasteland of bone, its icy mantle melted away to reveal a thick stratum of fossils. There were those who said that, under the new moon, some of these skeletons came alive, hunting for the blood of those mortals still eking their lives from the osseous wastes. Svelgard
the ocean moon, was evacuated over the course of a long and difficult month. As it passed close to the Wolf's Eye, it was subjected to a barrage from solar storms induced by Midgardia's demise. Solar flares lashed its surface, turning the once tainted seas to steam. Though barren, it was subsequently resettled. Its sandy islands turned to mountains of glass amidst the hard, baked crust of the seabed. Valdemani, the Wolf Moon, remained a hellish wasteland. It had been the site of a demon ritual of surpassing size, and though it had since been reconsecrated, there were sightings of warpgeists for weeks. The moon was racked by electrical storms and hurricanes of flesh-stripping intensity, but it rode out the catastrophe, rebuilt by the adepts of the Imperium into an astropathic relay station linked to the Corostriums of Terra's warden districts. Though it too was assailed by natural disasters beyond sane measure, Fenris itself remained whole. The infection beneath its crust eventually burned away. The planet, vast and indomitable, had orbited the Wolf's Eye for geological eras uncounted. It would endure, as it always had. For a time, the spawn of chaos frothed and crawled from the fissures and seas, expelled from the natural order as a healthy body expels a splinter. The rune priests, communing with the spirit of the world wolf, were quick to proclaim it whole. Yet from that day on, the relationship with the Dark Angels was more strained than ever before, and the agents of the Ordo Hereticus were frequent guests in the Fang's halls. Some said the monsters that haunted the Fenrisian wilderness had lately been more terrifying than any could recall, and that the Dark Gods had cast a pall across the Death World. But the people of Fenris were warriors born, not given to despair. Over time, the nightmares of the false flame height faded away. By that time, Logan Grimnar and his most trusted warriors were long gone, and received a distress hymnal of paramount urgency from the fortress world of Cadia. One that hinted at the presence of multiple Daemon Primarchs, including Magnus. The Wolf Lords had mustered once more around the Grand Annulus. Logan Grimnar had changed since the death of Eagle Ironwolf and his duel with the Crimson King. Now, the same light glinted in his eyes as in that of his mentor, Ulrich the Slayer. He had seen Russ, despite what the whispers said. He was certain of it. The immediate danger was past. Their vendetta with Magnus and his 1,000 sons resolved, for the time being at least. The wolf time was upon them, and they must rise to the challenge. So it was that the Space Wolves departed for the Cadian Gate, elements of every great company taking to the Sea of Stars once more to bolster the war effort against the forces of Abaddon the Despoiler. Fenris was left under garrison, but its defenders were few in number, for between the Wolven's curse and the invasion of the Crimson King, the chapter had been reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Still, the Great Wolf's conviction was infectious. They would meet the threat of chaos head-on, and if they successfully hunted Magnus unto death, their sagas would be sung from one end of the galaxy to the other. Only when the grand fleet of the Space Wolves had made translation into the Cadian system did the stones cast by the rune priests all begin to form the same shape. They showed the ancient Prosperine symbol for vengeance. Well, there you go, everybody. I hope you did enjoy this. Yeah. It turned out to be much longer than I thought. Thank you to everybody supporting the channel. You can see your names scrolling by as I speak, and honestly means the world. Really, really helps. If you'd like to support the channel as well, please consider using the links below. I'll put some cryptocurrency links down there as well, because people have asked me about that. And thank you very much for the Bitcoin. I appreciate that. So yeah, this was a weird one. I need to catch up a bit more on the Space Wolf stuff. There's a novel I need to read, and there's a few other bits and bobs I need to read. You know, like Ragnar Blackmane is basically the Great Wolf now. I need to sort of... Yeah, there's a new novel by Chris Wright coming out as well. I forgot what it's called, but Sagas or something? I forget. But yeah, I've been saying for a while I need to catch up on Space Wolf stuff, because like
This was all new to me. I knew something had happened there with Thousand Suns and stuff, but I don't know. And there's some odd things in this as well. I don't know. It's okay, I guess. It's just, there's just parts that are a bit off, I guess I'd say. But, yeah, you know, there's some nice bit, like, mentioning, like, you know, callbacks to the Ragnar Black main series and stuff. Little things that are mentioned, but I don't know, there's just something that feels off about this. And some of the things are a bit unbelievable. Like, the whole involvement of the... It just seems a bit weird. Everything seems a bit weird. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It's strange. Strange. A strange campaign and part of the lore. I might do like a whole video going over this, like in general. There's a couple of other bits that I haven't really... Yeah, I don't know. I'll do a video. Trust me. Anyway, thank you all again. Like I say, thanks for supporting the channel. That really helps, especially in these trying times. Really appreciate it. And yeah, I'll be back with more very, very soon. If the sound sounds maybe a little bit off, it's because I'm recording in a different location at the moment. So bear with me on that. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed this. This is the Warzone Fenris. Resolved, I guess. What a mess. All right. See you later. Bye-bye.